After a spectacular rounds one and rounds two, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe heads about 300 kilometers north from Portimao. For the first time ever, the series is at Estoril. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to this rounds 3 and 4 of Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. It is the second time the second season for this series. And if last weekend is anything to go by, it will be spectacular. We are at Circuito de Estoril. My name's Brian Oliver. Andy McEwen will be down in the pit lane bringing us all the news, and he'll be on the grid as well today for what is set to be a spectacular day of racing. The sport division and the club division will be racing here at the Circuito de Estoril, a track that is 4.182 kilometers around with 13 turns. 4 of them are to the left and 9 of them to the right. The track was established in 1972, hosted the Formula One Grand Prix, the Portuguese Grand Prix between 1984 and 1996, has also hosted MotoGP for many, many years. It is a wonderful circuit, something quite different to what we experienced just 6 days ago at Portimao. A lot less in the way of undulation, although there is still a little bit of climbing and a dropping. The highest climb 6.7%, the biggest descent 5.5%. You can see from the graphic on your screen that conditions are absolutely perfect. We are not expecting any rain at all today, so perfect conditions for racing. The skies are blue, classic Portugal weather, and we are very, very much looking forward to all that today holds for us. First of all, the business of qualifying. So if you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, to explain to you what will be going on, we have what will be 4 races, that is 2 rounds effectively over today. So round 3 will be 2 races in that, 1 for the sport division and 1 for the club division, and then we will have round 4 later on this afternoon as well. So that is 4 races in total today. We have qualifying now for all 4 of those races. The first out on track will be the sport division. Sport division separated into 2 categories within the sport division race. We have the pro category and we have the Pro-Am category. The Pro category has proven to be very popular indeed, a sold-out category in fact. The Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe looking incredibly healthy. In the Pro category, gold drivers are allowed for the first time. Drivers with an FIA gold rating allowed for the first time in this series. And in the Pro-Am category, it'll be drivers who are aged 30 and over without a professional motorsport background. And they will also be racing in this. So within the race, there are effectively 2 races taking place. Last time out at Portimao, we had some fantastic racing. In fact, across all categories, we had 7 different winners from the 4 races. So in the pro category, we had a win from Alex Tauscher, the driver, young driver who has featured heavily in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He had a good qualifying session for that, the first round, and he won, having gone head-to-head with Ario Levy. You can see red flags are out on track. Now that is Jeff Machiels, who joins the series as a guest driver for Belgium Racing here today for the first time, and you can see that he's had a moment. And I have to say that during the free practice and the various sessions that we had, the practice sessions we've had both today and yesterday, we have seen an awful lot of red flags, an awful lot of full course yellows. So the track proving to be fairly tricky for many of these drivers. Now, the red flag is out. We are into qualifying already. So it is a short and sharp qualifying session. Now, with the red flags out, it does mean the clock is stopped. So qualifying for round 1, there will be 2 15-minute qualifying sessions. You can see that the number 99 car has been dragged out of what was a minor gravel trap and has been restarted. He sets about on his way. So all's good there for car number 99, although that will have no doubt shaken him a little bit in terms of confidence. As we watch him now as he circulates around turns 3 and up towards turn 4. So qualifying short and sharp, and there is no room for error. So 15 minutes of qualifying for race 1 within the sport division, then we will have a short break, and then another 15 minutes of qualifying for race 2. And within those 15 minutes, the drivers have really got to time it right. They've got to find space out on track. They've got to get the tyres into the operating window, and getting the tyres up to temperature is a bit of an art in itself. They will then qualify for what will be round 1, and then they will qualify again. There'll be a short break, and we'll have another 15-minute session for round 2, which will that'll be round 4 of the series, but race 2 of the day. So we're getting ready for the resumption of that. So the red flag out on track, and turn 2 is where it all happened. That has been cleaned up. That's Drake Jansen. Great to have him here, the driver from the Netherlands for Red Ant Racing. Got an 18th place in race 1 at Portimao, but didn't score in race 2 and recorded a non-finish. In the background there, you can see car 28. We're all very excited to see Huub van Eindhoven joining the grid for Team GP Elite, the Dutch driver who is something of a sensation, one of the many up-and-coming superstars in Carrera Cup racing, in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. To have him here as part of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe really is great news. We saw his brother Lucas, who is also pretty useful behind the wheel. He is an exceptional driver, and who, well, he's got his brother catching him up from behind. They come from a racing family. In fact, I believe their father was also a racer, but who, one of the real superstars. He's shown very well in all of the practice sessions that we've had so far during this event, and we're expecting him to feature towards the front of the grid. Just while there's not a lot going out on track, the clock has resumed, so 13 minutes of this first qualifying session still remaining. Just to continue what we started with, it was Alex Tauscher who won round 1 at Portimao. Round 2 went the way of Ariel Levin. He was a driver who'd been very much at the top of the timesheets. In round 1, he got into a little bit of trauma, was spun around and recovered to come back to 3rd place. The other 2 races, in the Pro-Am category, it was Alex Ryman. He's very impressive indeed, who won in the Pro-Am category. And in round 2, Jules Graus. Now, he is another driver who is well worth looking out for. And in fact, we are still waiting for complete confirmation of the points standings, because there are a number of investigations that are still ongoing. But if things remain as they are, it will be Jules Graus who will be at the top of the overall points standings. We have a number of points championships. We have an overall classification, but we then have a classification within the drivers' groups. So we have a combined classification amongst the Pro and the Pro-Am drivers, and we also have a Pro and a Pro-Am championship within themselves. But we're still waiting for confirmation on the actual points coming out of Portimao. We hope to bring you those as today progresses. You can see the cars out on track again at the moment. So 11.5 minutes remaining. Look how busy it is as the cars head around turns 6 and 7 and towards turn 8. It is going to be quite tricky now, because you've got to find space on the track, and you've got to get the tyres into the window. You don't want to get the tyres too hot too soon. You want the tyres to be at the absolute optimum temperature when you come to do your push lap, but you don't want other cars getting in your way. So finding space is really important. Now, in theory, particularly in these conditions, the track will get faster as this session progresses. But if you leave your push lap too late in the session, you may well risk a yellow flag or a red flag, and then your lap will be ruined. So it's important to get a banker lap in nice and early. If that wasn't complicated enough, though, there are tyre regulations. Each driver is restricted to just 2 new sets of tyres that have to last them all day today. That is for both rounds 3 and rounds 4, race and qualifying. So looking after the tyres, making sure they've got rubber when it counts. And we saw that last week at Portimao. A number of drivers running out of grip as the race came to an end. It's a 30-minute race for each of the rounds this afternoon. and having a grip at the end of that is obviously critical. So strategically, do you put on the new rubber for qualifying? Do you wait until a bit later in the day to put fresh rubber on for the second qualifying session? Do you save it for the race? Lots of strategy calls by the teams, because if you go too hard in quali, you may well pay the price come the race. And of course, the points are all paid in the race, where no points awarded in qualifying. We look at the cars out on track at the moment, just looking to find a little bit of space. So the kind of time that we're going to be looking at is going to be in the low 140s. So we were into the mid to high 39s during free practice. And it would be expected that we'd see some of the drivers getting into the 139s. But a lot can change, and it's down to tyre wear, it's down to conditions on the track. Of course, if a driver goes off and rejoins and brings gravel onto the track, that can also be significant as well. But at the moment, we're looking good, and the car's out on track. The track looks to be in good condition. Car number 7 has been summoned to race control for speeding in the pit lane. So that's not a great start. That's one of the drivers that are in the club division. But of course, the rules across all of the session. Now, just looking, yellow flag was just briefly came out. We're back to green now. It's exactly what we said. You can get out there. You've got to get the space. You've got to get the heat into the tyres, but you need to get that lap in before you have any issues with red flags or yellow flags ongoing. Ariel Levy very much will be a driver to keep an eye on, the Israeli driver who was so quick. Was looking good for 2 out of 2 last weekend at Portimao, but for that incident in round 1, which saw him turned around. He managed to rejoin. He didn't get dropped to the back of the pack, so he was able to rejoin and fight his way back up into a podium position. It was very impressive, but also impressive was Alex Tauscher. Alex, who won round 1, had a difficult time in the second of the qualifying sessions. He was quickest of anybody, but he had his lap disallowed and had to start the second race of the day from the absolute back of the pack. He worked his way through, did a good job, a solid job to come through to 11th place, but it was all lost in qualifying. And that is why this session is critical. You need a good starting position on the grid if you want to be scoring good points, and certainly if you want to be on the podium, you need to be qualifying towards the front of the grid. The best overtaking opportunities here at Circuit de Estoril, very much into turn 1 and probably into turn 6 as well. We have a couple of hairpins, 3 hairpins in fact, on this circuit, but turn 6, it is out of turn 5 that the cars come, and we're looking now on the exit of turn 4 as they head around turn 5. You can see there they don't even lift off on that corner that you're looking at, absolutely flat out, picking up a bit of a curve, using all of the track, and then out towards turn 6. Then it's the heavy braking, and car 55, that's Sid Smith from the UK for Team Parker Racing. You can see the bonnet is lifting slightly on the car. Well, that could affect the aerodynamics slightly, but more importantly, it might be that race control, if they decide that that car is likely to start shedding bits of bodywork, they may well call him back into the pits. Right, we have some times on the board. It is Sebastian Freimert who jumps to the top at 139.091. Well, I said we were expecting mid to high 39s. That is almost into the 38. Sebastian Freimert, he turned 22 on Wednesday, so happy birthday to Sebastian. What a way to celebrate it. We said keep an eye on Huub van Eindhoven. He is just a little behind, 0.244 to be precise. So Huub van Eindhoven into second place, and that is instantly eclipsed because Pietro Armani now jumps up into second at 139.316. So the times now starting to tumble into the 138s. Hugo Ellis, Ariel Levy instantly eclipsing that, so the time's significantly quicker. It looks like the track has got very quick indeed. There is Pietro Armani in car number 10, using the track and a little bit more, just squeezing everything he can out of it. Be careful of track limits. That was very much a story from last time, but Ariel Levy now jumping to the top at 138.490, looking to continue the kind of form that we saw in Portimao. Alex Tauscher, another of the real performers last weekend up into second place of 138.697, so about 0.2 down. But Who van Eindhoven, you can see the times are tumbling. Tauscher, quickest of anybody in Sector 1 though, so keep an eye on Alex Tauscher in car number 13, the black and white car. He's the quickest of anybody in Sector 1. Another driver who's going very quickly at the moment, Jules Grell, he's the best of anybody in Sector 4 of the track, and so he is also pushing forward. And of course Jules Grell, who is in the Pro-Am category, and once again that is Jeff Machiels, who has had a bit of a moment. He's turned around, but he's now pointed back in the right direction. The fastest time in practice was in fact a 138.417. So the 138.417 was the fastest time in practice. So we are now close to that. And it's Ariel Levy who is setting the pace. There is Jeff Machiels pointing in the wrong direction again. Now, what is going to happen here? Are we going to see another yellow or red flag? Well, it would be a red flag in qualifying as he recovers. It looks as though he's getting it all together again. We're looking at Chenzik Ogyuzan. So in the number 8 car, as he circulates around car number 8, still looking to put a competitive time on the board. He's currently the slowest of anybody at the moment. It is Ariel Levy, 138.441, who's at the top of the timesheets. Now, Who van Eindhoven just 0.158 slower. Alex Tauscher in third place. So Alex, who'd had a quick Sector 1, hasn't been able to continue that into Sectors 2 and 3. But Alex Ryman, quickest in the Pro-Am, and he has gone purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So within his category, he is looking to increase that position, a 1:40.344, fastest of the Pro-Am drivers. So an awful lot going out on track. Just over 3 minutes remaining of this session. The benchmark of 138.441 from Ariel Levy. Who van Eindhoven, about 1.5 tenths behind. Alex Tauscher, 2.5 tenths behind him. You can see car 99, Jeff Machiels, has pulled the car out of the way, so no need for a yellow flag, but it does look as though his qualifying session is over. He's guesting here this weekend. It's his first time in this series. He's currently 27th out of the 28 runners, and he's not going to improve on that time. But we continue to look at the cars out on track. Alex Tauscher, quickest of anybody in Sector 3. So there is Hugo Ellis, car 54, another of the Team Parker drivers from the UK, and good to have him out on track, currently in P6. And Robin Knutsen, he was a driver who featured very well. He got a 12th and a 10th place at Portimao last time out, so he is also looking to improve on his current P8, some 6 tenths down from our current pole sitter, which is now Alex Tauscher, 138.372. Now that really is quicker than anybody has gone. So Alex Tauscher, we knew he was bubbling under a little bit, and he's finally put that to good use, of 138.372. Ariel Levy was looking to respond, but he's now into the pit, so it looks as though Ariel Levy is done and dusted as far as this qualifying session goes. So into the pits is Ariel Levy, also Who van Eindhoven. So looking at the timing screens, doesn't look as though anybody is going to get close to Alex Tauscher. Less than a minute and a half remaining of this, the first of 4 qualifying sessions this morning, and 2 qualifying sessions for the sport division. And Alex Tauscher looking to make up for what was a difficult time in the second race last time out in the qualifying at Portimao. Currently where he needs to be, at the top of the timing sheets. Brilliant stuff from Alex Tauscher. Ariel Levy, P2. Who van Eindhoven in P3. There is Alex Tauscher, still looking to improve past the number 99 car that is just out of harm's way up on the banking. But Alex Tauscher is now a 138.372. Doesn't look as though he's going to improve on it on this lap, but he's going to give it a try, isn't he? Ariel Levy, Who van Eindhoven, they are done. Horst Felix Felbermeyer up into 4th place. Great stuff from him. Senna van Solen up into P5. Sebastian Framert, our early pace setter, up into P6. And then it's Hugo Ellis and Robin Knutsen rounding out the top 8. The fastest of our Pro-Am drivers, Alex Ryman. He's 22nd overall, but he's the fastest in the Pro-Ams. Second in the Pro-Ams is Jules Grell. He is 25th overall, ahead of Christoph Langer and Chenzik Ogyuzan. There's Josh Stanton in car 95. He's currently in 17th place in the timing screens. He has done a personal best in the first sector, but is not improving on it at the moment. The clock strikes 0, so those who are out on track are able to continue to complete their lap, and that lap will count. But it doesn't look as though anybody's going to get anywhere near Alex Tauscher. Alex Tauscher picking up pole position. And if things remain as they are, which it looks like it's going to now, it will be a front row of Alex Tauscher, Ariel Levy, Huub van Eindhoven, and Horst Felix Felbermeyer, Senna van Soelen, and Sebastian Freimut, ahead of Hugo Ellis and Robin Knudsen. Then Louis Rosset, Marco Giltrap down in 10th place. I'm thinking he will probably be a little disappointed with that, having had a 5th and a 2nd place finish in the first 2 rounds at Portimao, but he's in a good position to be able to go forwards from there. Alberto Cerqui in 11th ahead of Pietro Armani, and they round out the top 12. So it really was an evolving picture as that qualifying session went on. The track was improving and the drivers finding the pace as the session went on. Question is, can we do it all again? Because we're going to have a 2nd qualifying session in just a few moments. It's time now for the cars to get back into the pit lane. The cars are in parc fermé conditions. There's a limit to how much the teams are able to do to the cars. They can't adjust too much on them. So it is the end of qualifying 1, and it's Alex Tauscher who has the fastest time ahead of Ariel Levy, Huub van Eindhoven, Horst Felix Felbermeyer, Senna van Soelen, and Sebastian Freimut rounding out the top 6. Hugo Ellis and Robin Knudsen are ahead of Louis Rosset, Marco Giltrap, Alberto Cerqui, Pietro Armani, Philip Ugren, and Sasha Norden. A quiet session for Sasha Norden down in P14, so he'll be looking to push forward from there. He's ahead of Angus Whiteside and Sid Smith, Josh Stanton, Dries Jansen and Thomas Cangro, Giuseppe Guerri and Fernando Monnier, and then the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers, Alex Ryman. He is so quick, ahead of Anthony Imperato, Jurien de Back in 24th, and then Jules Grau, Christoph Lange and Chenzik Oguzan rounding out the top 27. The last runner and rider was, of course, Jeff McHughes, who had that moment. We saw the car abandoned out on the circuit, and he does not post. But he has posted a 142.279, but it has been a steep learning curve for him as he joins this series as a guest driver here at Estoril. So down it's there, the car that you're looking at, Giuseppe Guerri in car number 27. And he qualified in 20th place. So now the teams get to work. To remind you what I was just saying, it is parc fermé conditions, so they can change the tyres, they can change some minor adjustments, but it's everything as it was in the first session. Pietro Armani in car number 10. He's qualified in 12th place, so a good towards the front of the grid, just a little above halfway point. So Pietro Armani in car number 10 for Ginzani Arco Motorsport, the Italian driver. A really welcome addition to the grid. We've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Italy as a pro driver. He's guested in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux at Spa-Francorchamps. He's a driver who's actually came through Formula 4 in 2020, 21 and 22. So switched from open wheel racing to saloon car racing. Was also in Formula Regional briefly as well, but at 18 years old, one of the many up and coming superstars. And that is exactly what Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is about. It's about encouraging and building up for these young drivers, many of these young drivers who are preparing for other championships during the year. The tagline, summer wins are made in the winter, never more true. Last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, it was the drivers who fared well in the Sprint Challenge who then went on to do exceptionally well in their respective series throughout 2023. None more so than Robert de Haan, who won last year's championship in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and then went on to be pretty dominant in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Also a 2nd place in a Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, one of the absolute superstars, up-and-coming superstars in Porsche Cup racing. So It looks as though we've got our eyes down in the pits, and it looks as though most of the teams are putting another set of sticker tires on now. So many of the teams and drivers are really focusing on getting the good grid position, getting the new rubber on the cars for qualifying, and getting the car in a good position. Of course, track position is everything. It does mean that there will be a real element of tyre preservation, even more so than normal, because those tyres will then have to go the distance in the race. We've had notification that there is a 5-minute delay expected before we are able to start the second qualifying session for round 4. That will be because you can see the Jeff McHeill's car needs to be removed and get that back into the garage so the crew can get that ready, and hopefully he's able to take part in the second of the qualifying sessions in the sport division. We are at the Circuit Estoril here on a glorious sunny day. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, a wonderful series that has gone from strength to strength. This second year of the season, and we're about to head over to the pit lane. So Andy McEwen, it's the first time we've spoken to you today. Hello Andy, how's it all going down there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Going really well down here. I'm loving this weather. I mean, as a northerner from the north of England, this is very, very warm indeed. The jacket will not be staying on for the rest of the day, I can assure you of that. But not just hot weather, hot out on the track as well. Some really, really fast times in that first session. And Alexander Tauscher, who we can just see over there, the white and grey car, fastest in that first part of qualifying. And that is a bit of a turn up for the books, really, given how quick Ariel Levi has been all weekend long so far. He was fastest in every practice session up to this point, and yet Alex Tauscher has managed to go quicker, so it's going to be competitive out there. As I just heard you mentioning, most teams are going for brand new tyres by the looks of it for this second part of qualifying, so there's not really any tyre saving going on now. I think they all realise the importance of track position. This is not Portimao, this track is a lot narrower, there are far fewer places to overtake, so track position absolutely key, and I don't think that's been lost on the teams and drivers. They want to try and get their car as close to the front of the grid as possible, and actually I think that factored into the practice session this morning as well. A lot of mock qualifying runs going on, lots of drivers going out, doing 3 or 4 laps, back into the pit lane, back out again, so they've really been focusing on these qualifying sessions. They know just how important this could be for the rest of their weekend. Probably not going to get much chance to chat to a driver. I might just have a quick wander though, see if I can stick the microphone through the door of Alex Tauscher, fastest in that first part of qualifying. He's just down here, and since he's got the door open already, maybe he fancies having a chat. Let's see. Are we all right to have a quick little chat with you, Alex? Congratulations, fastest in the first part of qualifying, and that's going to be really important round here, isn't it, starting near the front?
Well, yeah, I feel like it's a track where it's really hard to overtake. It's quite technical, very narrow. So, yeah, I'm happy with the pole, and we hope to repeat it now.
Obviously, Ariel has been fastest in the practice sessions earlier on this week. Have you been maybe keeping a little bit in reserve for qualifying? Did you always know that this pace was in you?
Well, to be honest, no. We've got no BOP here, so everyone is just going 100% all the time. Guess it just clicked now. I have no explanation, but I take it.
Obviously, that's half of the job done. Another qualifying session to come now. Are you confident that you can repeat that?
Well, we'll see, but I think I can, yeah.
Excellent, we'll leave you to it. Thank you very much, Alexander, for having a quick word with us. So there we go, Alexander Tauscher, fastest in the first part of qualifying. But now, Brian, he's got to do it all over again.
Top job, Andy. Thank you very much. Really interesting to hear from Alex. He's a very understated character. You talk to him, and he's never that complimentary about his own performances. But then you get him behind the wheel, and he is red hot. And we saw it in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany last year. He got quicker and quicker as the season went on, finished on the podium at Hockenheim, which is no mean feat. But interesting, the strategy, the drivers going for new rubber for the qualifying sessions because track position is everything. And Estoril, well, it's my first time at Estoril, so interesting to hear what people are saying about overtaking opportunities, i.e. there aren't that many. Say into turn 1, into turn 6, certainly the possibilities, but track position, very much everything. Of course, in Portimao just 6 days ago, there were plenty of overtaking opportunities. We are now getting ready for qualifying 2 for round 4 of the Sport Division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So once again, the cars are back out on track, getting ready for this, the second qualifying session. This will be for round 4, which will take place later on this afternoon. Same cars that you saw earlier back out on track, and this will be for those grid positions. So very much as it was before. 15 minutes, make that 14 because the clock is already ticking. So 14 minutes remaining, get out on track, get the heat into those tyres, the brand new rubber that many of the drivers are running. Now, I wonder how many drivers and teams will elect for older rubber for this session to give them an advantage in the actual race. I think it'd probably be a brave strategy when you listen to what people are saying at the moment. But the drivers now back out again. There's Hugo Ellis in car 54, the Team Parker Racing driver from the UK, preparing for his season in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. He's from Poole in Dorset, which is where I come from as well. So great to have him here on the grid, preparing for this, the next round. The rest of the cars just getting themselves together out there, getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes as well. So it is just a process of building the temperature up, getting them into the window. Of course, our eyes will be very much on Alex Tauscher to see if he can make it 2 out of 2. Ariel Levy will be looking to relieve him of that, and Huub van Eindhoven in the green and black car that's just passed through your screen as well. Marco Giltrap, a quiet qualifying session for him in car 84, so he's got a bit of work to do there, and he will be looking to push forwards a little bit and try and improve on his position for the next round. So, other cars coming out, Sebastian Framer, the birthday boy. We say birthday boy, it was actually back on Wednesday that it was his birthday, but happy birthday to him. A driver who has been in Carrera Cup and Porsche racing now for a couple of years, and another of the up-and-coming stars, and he's proven that with a great qualifying session in session 1. Now finding the space out on track. Now you can see cars just making room to allow other cars to get past, everybody just jostling for that position. I would remind you of the issue with track limits. It was very much a story last time out at Portimao. Drivers exceeding track limits is what cost Alex Tauscher his potentially pole position in round 2. And keeping it within the limits, really, really important. And if a driver exceeds track limits, not only will they lose that lap, but they will also lose the subsequent lap, because if you launch yourself off track limits and you get that extra speed, you can approach your next lap with an unfair advantage. So the stewards are being red hot on this. Track limits, they must be kept to, and the drivers are going to be wary of that in this session, because a track limits infringement on your push lap, you could use your tyres up and have nothing to show for it. There's Alex Tauscher, Horst Felix Felbermayr, another of the up-and-coming superstars. Horst Felix from the racing dynasty, the Felbermayrs, his dad and his granddad, legendary racers now, Horst Felix, following in their wake. Alex Tauscher, he's got a brother as well who is coming up through the racing ranks, very strong in the sim racing world. There is Ariel Levy, very much the driver who has been stealing headlines throughout certainly the practice and qualifying and race sessions at Portimao, and has been looking very quick indeed here at Estoril. You can see a lock-up from somebody, a bit of smoke in the air. It looks as though everybody's continuing on their way at the moment, but we still continue through this session, which is looking at any other interesting stuff. Andy's been reporting from the pit lanes, and he was just saying that a lot of drivers are in no hurry to get back on track at this time. Tauscher and Levi were sat in the pits quite late, but they now have gone out on track. So a lot of drivers just understanding that the track does get quicker, and whether we can exceed the time that was the pole position time that was set by Alex Tauscher in the first session, which was a 1:38.372. Well, if the track is getting quicker, then we would expect to see that. So 1:38.372 was the time in the first round of the day in the qualifying session. Look at this, it is so busy out there. This circuit, which is, well, 4.1 kilometers, that's not a lot of space to spread out 28 cars for a hot lap. So drivers jostling for their space and position out on track, getting that room. Of course, there is potentially the advantage to be had from a slipstream along the pit straight, but that's debatable whether you really want to be getting too close to the car in front. Was that Robin Knudsen? Looked like it, locking up into turn one. And his tyres with a flat spot, well, that is going to affect handling. We've got a yellow flag out on track at the moment. But a flat spot is disastrous, and you can see Knudsen there just getting out of the way, but that can really affect handling. The yellow flag is cleared. Currently at the top of the timing screens, Huub van Eindhoven at 1:39.033, and Louis Rosset at 1:41. So Huub van Eindhoven, the first of the drivers to put the hammer down, but still some 7/10 slower than the previous session. At the moment, flashing the lights to the car in front. Get out of the way, I'm coming through. Car in front, Sid Smith of Team Parker Racing. And it is clearly a push lap for Huub van Eindhoven now, with just over 8 minutes remaining of this session. And Huub van Eindhoven, you can see he's up with the back marking car in front of him, and that's going to frustrate him no end. So car 55 in front of him, and he's trying to find a route past him, because if he's stuck behind him, it's going to compromise his lap, and it has done that. So Huub van Eindhoven, he was purple in sector 2, so the quickest of anybody, but Alex Ryman also going very quickly. He's up to P4 in the Pro Am category, the fastest car by a long way, but it looks like Huub van Eindhoven has bailed out of that lap and getting caught up in the traffic. We're still pushing, maybe, as he crosses the line. Also across the line, Ariel Levy. So representative laps now coming in, but I should think that Huub van Eindhoven will be incredibly frustrated. He was on that push lap, and then he caught up with a back marking car, exactly what we said might happen. The traffic playing a big part here. Behind him is Fernando Monye. So keeping an eye on Huub van Eindhoven. He's got himself some space now, but has he taken too much out of those tyres? A little over 7 minutes remaining of this, the second qualifying session of the day. This is for round 4 in the sport division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024 here at Estoril. And Huub van Eindhoven, the man stealing the headlines. But Ariel Levy, quickest in sector 1, quickest of anybody in sector 2. Ariel Levy looking to improve on his P4 at the moment. Can he continue it for the remainder of this lap into sector 3 and sector 4 goes Ariel Levy. There's Robin Knudsen. Remember, he has a flat spotted tyre in that number 32 car. We saw him locking up. He's currently in 15th place and needs to push on up from there. So car 32 now down to 13th place, having been jumped by Sasha Norden, who's up into the top 10. So Sasha Norden, he's been a fairly quiet day by his standards. So into the top 10, Sasha Norden, he had a bit of damage at Portimao that put him on the back foot, but he's all back together again here. Louis Rosset to the top of the time screens, 1:38.632. Where did that come from? Hugo Ellis instantly eclipsing that, a 1:38.480. But Ariel Levy into the 1:37s. A 1:37.890, a phenomenal lap from Ariel Levy. Quickest of anybody in sectors 1, 2 and 4. Just sector 3, where he wasn't the quickest of anybody. But Ariel Levy, what a lap. 1:37, he goes wide. You can see him going out onto the gravel. He keeps his foot on it. Very important not to damage the splitter on that car, because that will significantly affect his handling. So, fastest man at the moment, with just over 5 minutes remaining of this session, it's Ariel Levy with a 1:37.890 ahead of Huub van Eindhoven. Hugo Ellis, what a great qualifying session from him, up into P3. Alex Tauscher, our early pace setter, 7/10 down and he is in P4, so he's got a bit of work to do from there. And now that is P5 because Sebastian Framer jumps up into second place in the timings. Alex Ryman is the quickest in the Pro-Am category, at least he was, because Jules Graul has now just overtaken him, 22nd overall, but Jules Graul is in the pole position in the Pro-Am category with a 140.026. Keep an eye on Ariel Levy, pushing hard, still looking to improve. Alex Tauscher responds, the quickest of anybody in Sector 1, looking to improve on his 5th place. So keep an eye on Alex Tauscher in 5th place. We're watching Ariel Levy now, the fastest man of all at the moment, a 137.890. What can Alex Tauscher do about that? A middle sector, or Sector 2, a 25.307 for Tauscher. So he is responding, not the quickest through Sector 2, but still very quick indeed. 22.588 in Sector 3 for Tauscher. So losing a bit of time in Sectors 2 and 3, but if he can pick it up in Sector 4, I think he's going to improve on his P5. So into the final sector, Alex Tauscher coming through, P5 at the moment. Here he is, the car number 13, the black and white car, the pole sitter for the round 3 race that starts first of all today. Now into the final sections of the track. Across the line, Alex Tauscher will go in just a few moments. He's going to close that gap up, not quite enough, 0.195. So Alex Tauscher up into second place. Here's Levy from Tauscher, Framer, Huub van Eindhoven down into P4, Hugo Ellis into P5. Horst Felix Felbermeyer in 6th, ahead of Louis Rosset. Marco Giltrap in 8th, ahead of Robert Knudsen. And he'll be wondering what he could have done had it not been for that lockup. And Philip Ugren rounding out the top 10. Fastest in the Pro-Am, Alex Ryman once again jumps to the top, a 139.833 in the Pro-Am category. So with 3 minutes remaining of this session, we've still got pretty well every car out on track looking to improve, but have we seen the best? To remind you, the drivers who have been pushing hard in this session is Alex Tauscher indicating left just to make space for the car to come through behind him, but to remind you, in this session, the drivers will have taken a certain amount out of the tyres. The question is, and what will they be carrying into the race? So Alex Tauscher now just backing out of it. Would expect to see him probably peel off into the pits at the end of this lap, as we see Driek Jansen coming through your picture as well. That looked like Anthony Imperato just behind him. But there is Alex Tauscher, pole sitter in race 1. P2 as things stand at the moment. If things remain as they are, Hugo Ellis is peeled off into the pit, so I think he is done for this session. Alex Tauscher not improving at the moment. So Ariel Levy looking solid, and car 27 just behind him, Giuseppe Guerrieri, and he'll be frustrated by Alex Tauscher there because he is on a push lap. He finds a route past, so Giuseppe Guerrieri looking to improve on a 17th place. He's done a personal best, but not improving enough to trouble the drivers at the front. It's just one car into the pits at the moment, and that is Hugo Ellis. And we have Jeff Machiels, who did not start this session, of course, the 99 car, who had the trauma in the first qualifying session. So as things stand at the moment, a minute and a half remaining. Doesn't look as though there are going to be any major changes. Ariel Levy, Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Framer, Huub van Eindhoven, Horst Felix Felbermeyer and Hugo Ellis. Sasha Norden, well, he's improved, he's up into 7th place, but still some 7/10 off the pole position time. There is Sasha Norden in his familiar car, circulating, just looking to improve as much as he can. As we look down towards the start-finish line, Anthony Imperato coming through in the 91 car. He's currently 22nd overall. So we're into the final 45 seconds of qualifying as before. Once the checkered flag comes out, any drivers who are on a hot lap will be able to continue that lap and it will count. But you can see now that Ariel Levy and Alex Tauscher now into the pits. There's Sebastian Framer out on track but not improving on his P3. Huub van Eindhoven also out. You can see the picture on your left-hand side, Ariel Levy there receiving congratulations from his crew, because it doesn't look like anybody is going to get anywhere near his time. The only driver into the 37s, a 137. 47.890. What a great time that was from Ariel Levy, and I think he really has extracted as much as he can out of this session. Now we'll be hoping that the tyres will go the distance of Christoph Langer, the number 44 car in the Pro-Am category. He's had a bit of a moment. He rejoins, but it doesn't look as though there has been any harm there. So car 44 continuing on his way, but a bit of a moment for Christoph Langer. Checkered flag is out to bring an end to this session. There are a few drivers out on track at the moment. There are no big improvements going on. So it looks like it's gonna be Ariel Levy from Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Freimert, Hugo van Eindhoven, Horst Felix Vogelmar, Hugo Ellis, Sasha Norden, Louis Rosset in P8 ahead of Marco Giltrap. Again, a fairly quiet session by his standards. And rounding out the top 10, Robin Knudsen, Philip Ugren and Senna van Solen rounding out the top 12. So we are going to take a look at the provisional results of this qualifying session. Ariel Levy for Team GP Elite, the team that are so strong from the Netherlands, and it was a 137.890 ahead of Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Freimert, Hugo van Eindhoven, Horst Felix Vogelmar, Hugo Ellis, Sasha Norden, Louis Rosset, Marco Giltrap, all the way from New Zealand ahead of Robin Knudsen, Philip Ugran, Senna van Solen, Sid Smith and Alberto Chirqui rounding out the top 14. In 15th place, Pietro Armani, Angus Whiteside, Giuseppe Ghieri, Fernando Monnier in 18th place ahead of Josh Stanton, Thomas Cangro, Urin de Bag, Anthony Imperato and Drik Janssen. They round out the top 23. Then we look at the Pro-Am drivers. It was a battle between Alex Ryman and Jules Grauls, and it became Alex Ryman who got that provisional and then ultimate pole position in the Pro-Am category. Jules Graul in 25th, and Christoph Langer was next, and then it was Chenzig Oguzan. The only driver who didn't record a time was Jeff Machiels, having had that moment in qualifying one. So that rounds out qualifying for the sport divisions, round 3 and round 4. Right, back down to the pit lane with Andy McEwen.
Well, what a exciting pair of qualifying sessions that was, and the battle between Alexander Tauscher and Ariel Levy is going to be extremely close, I think, over the course of the day. Ariel is here with me now. We can have a quick chat then with our round 4 pole sitter. And Ariel, Alexander pipped you in the first session, but you were determined, weren't you, to get that back from him in Q2?
Yeah, for sure. My goal always is to be first, and I saw that he was a little bit in front of me, and I said to myself, 1/10 for sure I can make it. And yeah, well, I tried and looked like it worked.
You've been fastest in almost every session now this weekend. What is it about this circuit that really seems to click with you?
I don't think it is about the circuit. I think it's about the car. I think my car is really, really well. And yeah, it makes my work a bit easier than usual.
Well, easier, but it's not going to be easy, is it? Because Alexander is quick. He really wants to try and get some points back this weekend. How important do you think the start of the 2 races is going to be? It's quite a long run into that first corner, and after that, a lot of drivers saying it's going to be difficult to overtake.
Well, for sure it's not going to be easy. Alexander is a super driver. The starts are super important as well, and as everyone could see on the last race, my starts are not the best, but I worked on those a little bit in the test days yesterday, and hopefully I can make it work.
It's going to be a warm one, obviously, out there. Tyre management is going to be key. What is your sort of tyre strategy been so far? Were you taking fresh tyres in both of those qualifying sessions?
Yes, I don't see any other strategy in this specific championship. I think all of us did the same thing. Each qualifying session we took a fresh set of tires, and but for sure tire management will be super crucial in such a technical track, and the sun is there, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go and debrief with the team. Massive congratulations then. Ariel Levy, pole position for round 4 a little bit later on. Next up, though, more qualifying action. The club division heading out on circuit.
Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. It's now time for the club division. You can see it was a lively old session in the sport division, wasn't it? The crew out on track, working hard at the ever hard-working team of marshals sweeping gravel that has been dragged onto the circuit. So, very much as it was in the previous session, this time we have the club division. Now, club division once again made up of 2 categories, the AM category and the GT4 category. The difference between these cars and what we saw in the previous session, well, the AM drivers, who are in Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, are allowed ABS on the car. So the cars are allowed a bit of help with the ABS. We also have the GT4 cars, which are not using the 911 cars. Obviously, it is the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, a wonderful car. But in the GT4 category, we have 3 drivers. And keep an eye especially on car Treble 2, Seb Hopkins, Team Parker Racing. He was red hot at Portimao, really mixing it. And he was mixing it amongst the GT3 cars as well. There is a driver that we welcome. Stanislav Minsky in car 23 here as a guest driver in the club division here for rounds 3 and 4. Great to have Stanislav here. He's a regular racer in GT3 racing in the 24-hour series. Was also in the 2024 Middle East Championship for Porsche. He is getting ready for this qualifying session. One of a few drivers guesting here in this session. It was great to also welcome Didier Gloria, and anyone who's following the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year will know that he finished 6th in the Pro-Am Championship. He will also be joining us out on track. So welcome addition, Didier Gloria, in the AM category. So we are now just waiting for the green light. It will be 15 minutes of qualifying. That will be for round 3, and then there will be a short gap of about 5 minutes, all being well, and then we will do it all again with the qualifying for round 4. Now, it was interesting, Andy talking to Ariel down in the pits, and he just said there is no other strategy. New rubber on the cars, so really interesting. We've got the green flag, the clock is ticking, but interesting that the drivers are all pretty well using new rubber, and you're going to expect the same because what we saw in the previous session is going to very much apply to this. Grid position is very, very important here in Estoril to getting the new rubber on the cars and getting out on the circuit, finding some space and getting a good qualifying position is going to be critical. So out on the circuit come the cars. A few less than we had in the previous session, about 16 cars in total. So hopefully traffic will not be so much of an issue, but it is still an issue. And we need to keep an eye on a number of drivers. Now, the winners in Portimao were Nicholas Salens and John Loggy, Ian Loggy, should I say. They took a win apiece out in Portimao. Neither of them are here this weekend. So Felipe Wills is going to be the driver very much to keep an eye on in the point standings. Also Robert Sulmer, so cars 50 and 63 very much leading the way in the AM categories. We've already said in the GT4s, keep an eye on Seb Hopkins because he is something very special indeed. Driver number treble 2, he's just 18 years old. He's come through British GT4 and he's come through Ginetta Championship, preparing for the Porsche Great Britain Sprint Series, so he will be out on track, but he was really mixing it with the GT3 runners. Very impressive indeed, car treble 2, so we'll have one eye on him as this session progresses. So the clock is ticking, and that 15 minutes, it doesn't half disappear quickly. Times are likely to be a little bit slower than we saw in the sport division, but you can see that the times are red hot. The track has been getting quicker. The sun is shining here in Estoril and conditions absolutely perfect. So how many drivers will risk it until late in the session before the push lap? Well, as far as I can see, there are no drivers in the pits. So we have 16 cars out on track at the moment, all on their out lap, all just gently circulating, bringing the tyres into the window, not too quickly. So we look at Alexander Dobik in car 33, the driver from Ukraine for Hadeka Racing, got a 19th and a 17th overall. And going straight on, that's Javier Ripoll Jr. for Est1 Racing. just getting it all wrong. He has kept it out the gravel trap. This is a tricky circuit to master, and I think this is something that we have discovered, that it's a track that can catch people out. Now, that's just going into the S's. That's towards turn 8 that he had that moment. A big uphill section as well into turn 9 and 10. So a technical circuit, a tricky piece of the circuit. It looks as though he's managed to escape any damage to the car. The splitter looks intact, so that's all good. So he continues on his way. But Javier Ripoll Jr., the Venezuelan driver, he got 2 5th places in Portimao. He was very quick, and we're talking 5th overall. And that was very, very good for Javier Ripoll Jr. So looking to repeat that, and whatever that moment was that caused him to have a little off there, I'm sure he will be analysing that in his head, and it can really throw your rhythm. You've got to get into the rhythm of the circuit and get into your stride as we look at Felipe Wills now starting to push a little bit for speed level. The Belgian driver who was so impressive, a 3rd and a 4th place overall in rounds 1 and 2 at Portimao, now out on track, starting to turn the wick up a little bit as he tries to get the tyres into the window, out of the final turn. He's going to come in a bit to record a time, and it will be Felipe Wills who will cross the line, and we'll see where he comes. He goes to the top of the timesheet, so 1:44.395, so still some to come out of that, but Felipe Wills turning the wick up, one of the first drivers to put a competitive time in. So Felipe Wills got a bit of space out on track. It looks as though the tyres are now in the window, starting to push. Car 50, the silver car, that was so quick in Portimao. And out he comes, running towards the flat-out turn 5, and then in towards turn 6, the Parabolica interior, which is turn 6. Here he comes, and it'll be the heavy braking here, and the left-hand turn. Car in front of him just locking up. You can see some smoke that he passed through, and the green and white car in front of him. Out of 6 he comes towards turn 7 to the inside, and the car that locked up in front of him was Didier Gloria. And out towards turn 8, Felipe Wills, 1:44.395. That is the benchmark at the moment, looking to improve dramatically on that in this lap. He's gone purple in sectors 1, 2 and 3, so this is his big push lap. Keeping out of the way of the back markers, into the S's he comes. Hitting all the apexes, being wary of track limits, and then out into the final corner and onto the pit straight. Felipe Wills will stop the clock in just a few moments. This is going to be an improvement, a 1:44.395 last time around. What's it going to be when he crosses the line this time around? It's a 1:42.161, so that's our real proper first benchmark time. There is the aforementioned Seb Hopkins. Well, we said he was quick. He's currently P2 overall in a GT4 car, although 150 last time around. But he's gone purple in all 4 sectors. Seb Hopkins looking incredibly quick as he crosses the line. Seb Hopkins, a 1:42.761. I remind you, he is in a GT4 car against the GT3 drivers, and he jumps up into P2, just 0.191 behind Felipe Wills. So great stuff from car treble 2. Such a quick driver in P3. It is the number 70 of Michal Majolov. He has got a 1:43.221, so a little over a second off the provisional pole position time. Now Felipe Wills just increasing the speed a bit more. It was not a personal best in sector 1, but sector 2, quickest of anybody. But keep an eye on this man here. He is absolutely going for it. Seb Hopkins, treble 2, pushing hard in that GT4 Porsche Cayman. Out wide he goes, not too wide. Brilliant stuff. Really, really competitive racing. One of the real superstars up and coming in Porsche racing. Car treble 2. He's out towards turn 9 at the moment. 8, 9, 10, the S's, and then into 11 and 12, and then he'll be on to the final corner, turn 13, which will be the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and that will be out onto the pit straight. What will he do here? At the moment, Murabi Mekvabishvili is up into pole position provisionally at 1:41.109. Where will Seb Hopkins go though in the GT4 car, the treble 2 car, out onto the pit straight? He will come to cross the line and Seb Hopkins will break the beam, and we'll see where that is. The 142, he's up into P3, so 141.830. Mikhal Mylov up in that pole position at the moment, a 140.885. Good time from him. Felipe Wills down into P2, 141.109. Less than 7 minutes remaining. This driver here very much stealing the headlines. He's dropped down into P5 now, but continues to push out on track. By far the quickest of the GT4 runners. Second in the GT4 is Henk van Norel. He's in 12th place, and he is 144.777 on the timing, so significantly slower than Seb Hopkins. Alexander Dobik, who had visited the pits, back out on track now. Driver Robert Solmer out quickest of anybody in Sector 1. He's currently in 3rd place as we look at Mikhal Mylov, currently our provisional pole sitter. But looking under threat, Robert Solmer might be a driver who's going to sneak up, although Sector 2 for Solmer was not especially quick. Another driver still pushing, Seb Hopkins. He was purple in his sector, in Sector 1, the quickest of any of the GT4 drivers, currently 5th overall. There is Mikhal Mylov, provisional pole sitter, looking to improve, 140.885, the only driver into the 40s. He goes past the P2 car, Felipe Wills, who keeps out of his way. So, car number 70 out into turn 13 for the final corner and out onto the pit straight. This is going to be probably the last of the big pushes before the tyres start to go off. Robert Solmer crosses the line. There goes Seb Hopkins, and Mylov continues in that pole position, 140.885. Felipe Wills in 2nd. Lee Mole now jumping up into 3rd place. Car number 56. He got 2 6th places at Portimao, so in a good position to improve on those if he can start in the top 3. We continue to follow our provisional pole sitter. Car number 70, Mikhal Mylov. The blue and black machine behind him, Felipe Wills, looking to improve, but nobody is going faster at the moment. There are no purples on the timing screen, so it's Mylov from Wills, from Lee Mole, Robert Solmer, Murabi Mekvabishvili in P5, and number 18, Yuka Irola, who is in amongst the action very much in Portimao. He's next, and then it is the GT4 Seb Hopkins, who is in the provisional pole in the GT4 category. So Mylov got a lot of empty track in front of him, so this is his best opportunity, but has he taken as much out of the tyres as he dare at this stage of the day? There is Seb Hopkins once again pressing on. Car treble 2, the 18-year-old driver from the UK here preparing for Porsche Great Britain Sprint Challenge in 2024. There is Didier Glorier. Car number 7, guesting here, making his first start of the year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Currently in 9th place, Didier Gloria. Seb Hopkins continuing to push away. Now Felipe Wills has been pushing hard in Sector 4, he's the quickest of anybody. Robert Solmer up into provisional pole position of 140.839, so now a second driver into the 140s, Robert Solmer in car number 63. Good stuff from him. He got a 4th and a 3rd at Portimao, and in a great position to improve on that further here in Estoril. So continuing out into Sector 2, 25.992 in Sector 2, so about a 100th of a second slower than where he really wants to be in that sector. But Robert Solmer pushing hard into the pits. Car 70, we thought he's probably taken as much out of the tyres as he dare. So Mikhal Mylov now into the pits. His session looks to be done. Solmer in amongst the traffic, into the S's, up the hill he comes. The left and then the right. Car 63 avoiding any traumas at the moment. A 140.839. Can he extend that further? His sector 3 was not especially good, but out into Sector 4. Car 63 for Proton Huber Racing. Christoph Huber's involvements. Great team with Robert Sulmer at the wheel, proving to be very useful indeed. Across the line comes Robert Sulmer. The 140.839. And looks as though he doesn't improve on that. So Michal Mylov still in that second place. Felipe Wills in third place. Lee Mole in fourth. And it's Henk van der Rel that we're looking at in the GT4 standings. Currently third in the GT4's 15th overall. Still looking to move his way up the grid. Seb Hopkins, well, he's into the pits, but he is a lot further up the grid than his other GT4 challengers. A minute and a half of this session remaining. There is Robert Sulmer once again, lights flashing to anybody in front of him. Get out of the way, I'm on a fast lap. At 19.627 in Sector 1, that is quick. Sector 2, at 26.022 into Sector 3 at the moment. The traffic in front of him, is it going to play a part? A little over a minute remaining. Robert Sulmer looking good. There doesn't look to be anybody challenging him at the moment, and he's set a personal, in fact an overall best in Sector 3 as well, so looking to stretch his legs even further at the front. Robert Sulmer in car number 63, out into the final section, around to turn 13 in just a few moments. He will come, and out to cross the beam, there's a GT4 car in front of him. Now will that play a part in this? Henk van der Rel is the car that's in front of him. So out of the final corner, he comes. Robert Sulmer crosses the line, 140.839. He doesn't improve any further, but that pole position now looking pretty secure, particularly with Michal Mylov into the pits. Felipe Wills in that third place. And Lee Mole suddenly jumping up. In fact, Felipe Wills at 140.684, so just when we thought that Sulmer had got it solid, now Felipe Wills up into provisional pole position. He didn't set any purples, but he was just consistently quick across all the sections. And it was car 50 suddenly in the closing stages, and also Lee Mole also jumping up. So car 50 and car 56, Felipe Wills and Lee Mole, who jump up into the top two, and Robert Sulmer, who is looking like a dead cert for that pole position, suddenly down to P3. He's out there, he's pushing hard, but has he got anything left? I don't think he has. Robert Sulmer out on track. Can he do anything about Felipe Wills, who came out of nowhere? Nothing spectacular in the sectors, but then an overall good lap. Lee Mole was purple in Sector 1 on this lap as well, but he's come up behind Felipe Wills. So those two cars, the two silver cars that are looking to suddenly be like front row starters, the checkered flag is out. We are on the final lap of this qualifying session. Now, can Felipe Wills improve? Can Lee Mole do anything about that? Robert Sulmer is also responding, purple in Sector 3. So it's between Wills, Mole and Sulmer for this pole position, because Mylov is into the pits. Here comes Felipe Wills, the first of the two silver cars. Behind him is Lee Mole into the final sector of the track. Brilliant stuff, the timing perfect, waiting for the track to come to him, for the tyres to come into temperature. Across the line goes Felipe Wills. Robert Sulmer up into pole position. Car 63 jumps up at 140.105. Then Felipe Wills, then Lee Mole. In the closing laps, it was all changed. Robert Sulmer, he pulled it out of the hat. How did he do that? We knew he was responding. He pulled it together in the closing sectors. What a fantastic qualifying session. Robert Sulmer, when it looked like all was gone, it looked like it was going the way of Felipe Wills and Lee Mole, but in the end it was Robert Sulmer who takes pole position. Felipe Wills in second ahead of Lee Mole. The fastest of the GT4 drivers, Seb Hopkins at 141.830, just 1.7 seconds off the fastest of the GT3 runners, and ahead of many other GT3 drivers. Here we go, provisional results of qualifying one of the day for the club division. Robert Sulmer pulling it out of the hat in the closing stages ahead of Felipe Wills and Lee Mole. Michal Mylov, the early pace setter, in fourth place ahead of Yuka Irola. Murabi Mekbabishvili in P6. Didier Glorier guesting here in seventh. And then the fastest of the GT4 drivers, Seb Hopkins ahead of Corrado Costa Javier Ripoll Jr. in 10th ahead of Ernst Indebitzin, and then it is Minsky Stanislav in 12th ahead of Alexander Dobik, and Andrea Barati rounding out the top 14. Great stuff. 15th place was Henk van Norel, and bringing up the rear Graham King, both of those in the GT4 category. But a very entertaining qualifying session. It went down to the absolute wire. The track clearly getting quicker and quicker, and it was spectacular stuff in the closing stages. Robert Sulmer just pulling it out of the bag pretty well on, well, not just pretty well, it was on the last lap that Robert Sulmer managed to get that pole position back again, and Felipe Wills will start alongside him. Those are provisional positions, of course, all subject to confirmation, but looking like that is going to be a spectacular race this afternoon. And once again, Seb Hopkins mixing it with the GT3 runners, splitting them in half as he qualifies in the middle of all the other GT4 runners around him. Really, really good stuff for the GT4 driver. So cars now into Parc Fermé, and they're allowed to use skates to move the car, but they're not allowed to do much else. No other work is allowed on the cars. Right, we're going to head back down to the pits, see what Andy's got for us.
Well, I mean, this is only qualifying, and already I feel like we've had a whole season's worth of entertainment. Fantastic stuff out there. 3 drivers, any of whom could easily have taken that pole position. Well, not easily, but were in position to take the pole. But in the end, it was Robert Sulmer who managed it, and we're going to have a very quick chat with him, I think, in a second. He's just talking to the team, debriefing after the session. You can see already they've actually got the tyres on the car for the next part of qualifying, and they are going to be good to go. But Robert Sulmer, I'm sure, will be very, very pleased with himself after what was a extremely hard-fought qualifying session. We're going to try after this as well to wander all the way down to Team Parker Racing, because I do want to have a word with Seb Hopkins, who put in just an incredible performance there. Robert Sulmer having quite an intense debrief. Bottle of water as well, important to stay hydrated, whether you're driving or just wandering around the pit lane. Let's see if we can dive in now and have a quick chat with Robert, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Robert, wow, what an incredible qualifying session that was. There were 3 of you trading times at the front, but you came out on top. Well done.
Yes, I had some traffic in the beginning, and I had to pass slower cars. So only the last lap I could really push, and I had a free lap. So, but I didn't achieve my goal. Maybe in the second qualifying.
That's interesting. So you think you can go quicker?
Yes, I want to do a 39 time.
Excellent. Well, we'll leave you to it, Robert. Well done, though. Congratulations. Pole position for round 3 for Robert Sulmer. Now, let's have a little wander down this way. We've already got cars. In fact, we've got a green flag. Never mind. So it is time for our final part of qualifying this morning, then. This is qualifying for round 4 of the Club Championship coming your way.
So here we go. It is round 4 qualifying of what is an 8-round season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. That was a spectacular qualifying session. Some great insights there. Thank you, Andy, for having a word with Robert, because really interesting. He felt as though traffic had a bit to play there. We said traffic might be an issue. He thinks he can go quicker. So the fresh rubber is on once again, and it's very much reset back to 0. So what will it look like at the end of this session? Well, we haven't got to wait 15 minutes because we're already just coming up to 13 minutes remaining. That clock doesn't have to tick down quickly when this session is running. How bold will the drivers be? Because will the track get quicker as the end of this session arrives? And if they do leave it till late in the session, they risk a yellow flag, a red flag, and that could really ruin their day. You need to get that banker in, I would say. Drivers out there. Now, there was the early pace setter in the previous session, Michal Mylov in car 70, the driver from the USA for lap time performance. Second in last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, and in the Cayman Pro-Am division, and very much a welcome addition here to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It is a wonderful day here in Estoril. We're getting ready for this qualifying session to kick off, and drivers who tripped up in the previous qualifying session will be looking to make amends in this. It's going to be a tough ask to get on terms with Robert Solmer, Philip Wills and Lee Mole. I have to say they were very much in a class of their own. Ernst Inderbitzen will be one of the drivers looking to do that, car number 15, and he was in this very championship last year, finished 7th place in the AM standings, and a very welcome addition again here in 2024. You can see that the conditions remain perfect out on track. Weaving to get the heat into the tyres, so you know you've got the grip. Weaving to get the heat into the brakes, so you know you can stop the thing once you get to the corner. And Ernst Inderbitzen out there, the driver from Switzerland, running for FAC Autotech, Alex Fack's team, the legendary team that we see also across other Porsche series, and Alex Fack Jr., one of the drivers who is racing in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup Junior, and he helps with his father, Alex Fack Senior and Junior, to run that team, and that is one of their drivers, Ernst Inderbitzen from Switzerland, who is running for them. So car 15 looking to improve on his previous session. He qualified in 11th place in the session that we just witnessed. But at the moment is that period of time, getting the heat into the tyres and the brakes. So, question is, will Michal Mylov push as hard in this session? He saw what happened. He was pushing relatively early compared to the other drivers, and he had that provisional pole, but it was in the later stages that the track seemed to come to the drivers. The rubber really switched on. And be interested to see whether he does the same again. We've got all cars out on track at the moment, so every driver currently building the heat into the tyres, and still Alexander Dobic and Henk van der Rel on their out laps. Everybody else now on their build laps and getting ready for the push laps, which will start to come thick and fast in a bit. Our times that we're aiming for is to remind you, of 1:40.105. That was our pole position time in the previous session, and if the sport division is ready to go by, and if the track is getting quicker, the drivers are getting quicker as well, we may well eclipse that. Can we get into the 39s during this qualifying session? Well, it's possible, but only time will tell. Car 70 still out there. Michal Mylov still building the temperature, getting ready to turn the heat up. At the moment, Robert Solmer is at the top of the time, but he is some 5 seconds off his pole position time in the previous session, so still very much building it up here at the Estoril circuit. But Michal Mylov is the driver we're looking at in the blue car, now looking down at the pit straight. Under the bridge they come on this circuit. Now this is where we would expect to see a bit of overtaking in the race later on today. It's a slight downhill as they head into the braking zone here. Quite easy to trip up to maybe lock a wheel into that corner, particularly going into turn 1. And that will be no doubt the scene of plenty of excitement, also the scene of track limits, so drivers need to keep it very much within the white lines so as to not incur the wrath of the stewards. Right, Lee Mole, a 1:42, so he's building as well, but still a couple of seconds off what we are going to expect to see as this session progresses. We've only got a little over 8 minutes remaining, so the time will tick away very quickly. The car's looking all fairly spaced out on the track. Michal Mylov has car 33, Alexander Dobic behind him, but everybody else pretty well spaced out. Robert Solmer, well, he said traffic was an issue, and he is out on his own at the moment in the 63 car. Up ahead of him is Stanislav Minsky, but he is quite a long way ahead. So Robert Solmer will be looking just to keep that gap at the moment. He'll hope that the car in front of him, the number 23 car that you saw flashing through your screens there, doesn't get under his feet, and that he can keep that gap, and he will be able to turn it up at 1:40.526. So Robert Solmer now putting in a representative time He's still 4/10 slower than he was in the previous session, so still more to come maybe. There is Lee Mole, currently in P2. Graham King currently the quickest in the GT4 runners, but I think Seb Hopkins is probably winding himself up as well to move up the order. But Solma currently a 140.526. That is the early benchmark in this, the final qualifying session of the day for this, which will be round 4 later on this afternoon here at Circuit Estoril for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. Across the line comes car 56, Lee Mole to the top of the time screens at 139.966. So into the 139s. 139.966, the quickest time of the day. Lee Mole, the first driver to really put the hammer down. Now, who is going to be able to improve on that? 6.5 minutes remaining. Felipe Wills also improving. Keep an eye on Michał Mylov. He's just gone purple in sector 2. So car 70, the next of the drivers to put a fast time in. Now, has Lee Mole gone too early, or is 139.966 the best that we can extract out of this today? Felipe Wills, some half a second back at the moment, but looking to improve. He's into sector 2 at the moment, but this man here, car number 70, Michał Mylov, in 5th place at the moment, but purple in sector 2. Sector 3 was not especially quick, but he can pick it all up in sector 4. It's all about being quick across all the sectors. And there, Michał Mylov in car number 70, out onto the final turn. He's going to cross the line. Will he improve on his 141.098 as he crosses the line? We're about to find out whether he moves up from P5. Robert Sulmer into P3 at the moment. Now up to P4 goes car 70. So Mylov has improved, but maybe not as much as he wants to. So a provisional second row start for car number 70. Michał Mylov, the driver who was on provisional pole for so much of the previous session. He was P4, is where he qualified in the previous round qualifying session. So currently it'll be 2 P4 starts if things remain as they are. Up to P4 he goes at the moment. Didier Gloria up to P6. Marabi Mekvabishvili up to P5. And Seb Hopkins once again showing a clean pair of heels. So many of the GT3 runners, the GT4 driver up to P7 overall, and on provisional pole for the GT4 category. Up the hill comes Robert Sulmer into the S's. Being careful to keep it within track limits. This is the response from Robert Sulmer. He was the quickest of anybody in sector 1, by 3/10 in fact over Lee Mole's sector 1 time last time around. So here comes Robert Sulmer, 3rd place at the moment. It's looking possible that he's going to improve on that 3rd place. Out of turn 13 he comes onto the pit straight. Robert Sulmer, he's going to break the timing beam in just a few moments. He's surely going to improve on the time that he had. It was 0.560 behind before he crosses the line, and 140.526, so he stays where he is. So lost a bit of time in the last section. In fact, he lost over a second in sector 4. So that last sector costing Robert Sulmer what looked like it could have been a challenge for pole position. He remains in P3 and has to do it all again, moving past the traffic, but time is running out. 3 3/4 minutes remaining of this, the final qualifying session of the day for round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Currently Lee Mole on provisional pole position, the only driver into the 39s. We're riding with Robert Sulmer in car 63. He wants to improve on that 3rd place. How's he going to do here now? So out of sector 1 he comes, and into sector 2. He's not doing anything at the moment that makes it look as though he may steal away the pole position, but that could all change in a moment. It is, again, as we mentioned before, about consistency across all the sectors, and a consistent time, not necessarily purples, but just consistently quick across all the sectors. Here he comes, Robert Sulmer into the S's, and it'll be out across the line in just a few moments, out onto the start-finish line now. So Robert Sulmer, 140.526 last time around. Is he going to improve on that? He's out onto the pit straight now. 140.526. That's the time he needed to beat, and he does that at 140.486. It moves him up to P2. Still nobody challenging Lee Mole. There are 2.5 minutes remaining. Now, to remind you what happened in the previous qualifying session, it all kicked off in the last minute or so, with drivers really turning the heat up with the temperature into the tyres as well. So Lee Mole currently a 139.966, but it could all change. Once again, Robert Sulmer continuing to improve on his times, a 140.486 last time around. Sector 2 looking quick. Not as quick as Sector 1 as he was in the previous Sector 1, but still tying it all together across the entire lap, across all the sectors. There is Robert Sulmer picking up the apex, allowing the car just to drift out wide on the exit of the corner. Goes out wide, keeps it out of the gravel. Now it's flat out towards the turn he comes. The right-hand turn coming up. Robert Sulmer, 140.486 into the final section of the lap. The S's, turn 9, turn 10, turn 11, and then turn 12, and then the sweeping Parabolica Ayrton Senna, which is turn 13, which will bring him out onto the pit straight in just a few moments. The only driver still in the 139 is Lee Mole, currently provisionally pole. This man here trying to beat him, Robert Sulmer. He said there was more to come out of the car after the previous session. At the moment, he's half a second down on the provisional pole sitter, 140.486. He goes quicker, but he stays in P2. A 140.169, so still Lee Mole, who's now into the pit, so he will not be responding. He's done all that he can. Felipe Wills is out on track in P3, car number 50. He is about half a second off the provisional pole position time, a 140.517. Lee Mole still very much the benchmark. Robert Sulmer continuing to press on, continuing to try and find a way up onto that pole position. At the moment, it's a front row start. 25 seconds of this session remaining, and then whatever's left of the lap that the drivers are on. Seb Hopkins is into the pits. He's done all that he needs to do. I think the pro and pole position looking pretty solid to him. Only Graham King, the other of the GT4 drivers, out on track at the moment. So Seb Hopkins on pole in the GT4 category. There is Robert Sulmer once again out pushing hard. Checker flag is out. Sulmer looking to improve, but not doing it at the moment. Only one driver into the 139.966. Sulmer, you can see how hard he's pushing, using the curb. The car bounces up the hill he comes, into the S's, into turn 12 he comes, and then round into the sweeping turn 13. In just a moment will come Robert Sulmer. Has he done enough? He's gone purple in Sector 2. So he has the potential here to take this pole position away from Lee Mole. This is his last opportunity. Out of the final corner comes Robert Sulmer. Across the line he comes. It was a 140.169 last time around. Does he do it? No! It is Lee Mole who will start on pole position for round 4 in the club division. It will be Robert Sulmer who starts alongside him. Felipe Wills doesn't improve either. He will start in third. Good qualifying for Michal Mayalov. He is in P4, the fastest of the GT4 drivers. Seb Hopkins, who is 8th overall, very impressive indeed, with a 141.519. Another spectacular qualifying session, but only one driver made it into the 39s. That driver, Lee Mole. Brilliant stuff in car number 56. And Robert Sulmer, he gave it everything he had to try and beat him, but it was going to be a P2, some 0.203 slower than that provisional pole position. In third place, Felipe Wills ahead of Michal Mayalov, who was 4th. Arami Mekbabishvili, a solid performance in P5, and on the third row outside, Didier Gloria lines up. And 7th place, it's Javier Ripoll Jr., and in 8th place, the fastest of the GT4 drivers, Seb Hopkins for Team Parker Racing, and he will start on pole in that category. Yuka Irola in 9th place ahead of Minsky Stanislav in 10th place. Alexander Domik in 11th ahead of Corrado Costa in 12th. Andrea Barati and Ernst Indovitsin round out the top 14. In 15th place, it is Henk van Norel and Graham King. They are in the GT4 category. So it is a spectacular performance once again from Seb Hopkins to qualify his GT4 up in 8th place. Great qualifying in the club division. That rounds out the qualifying for this rounds 3 and 4 in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're going to have 4 races coming up this afternoon, and this really is looking like it could be anybody, because so many drivers mixing it, finding the space, finding the grip. I think tyres could be the headline as we head through the racing here this afternoon, looking after the tyres and having some grip at the end. You'll remember last week in Portimao, at the end of the race, drivers were really struggling for traction. They've all played their joker, so to speak, by putting the new rubber on early, getting that grid position, and they now have nothing else they can do. It will be over to the races. We're going to head back down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen, what you got for us?
Well, I've located myself down near Team Parker Racing because they were well and truly on top in that final part of qualifying. The man right next to me, Lee Mole, pole position for round number 4 later on this afternoon. A really, really solid job there. The first qualifying session you were rapid as well. You clearly got a good feel for the track.
Yeah, I have. It's the first time I've been around here, so I think, I don't bring any bad habits. So, yeah, slowly progressed throughout the weekend, really. So I was really pleased to get in the 39s. That was my mission. So, yeah, royal chuffed with that.
Obviously, you're someone that I'm more familiar seeing racing back at home in the UK, things like British GT. Would you say that of some of the international circuits, this one perhaps is a little bit more similar to some of the tracks back home? It's quite technical, quite low speed. Does that maybe suit you?
Yeah, definitely. This is quite an old school circuit. When you drive in here, it feels a bit like Monza. Yeah, definitely. It's. I mean, we've got the certain track limits or certain corners, but actually, if you go too far out here, you're losing time anyway. So it's it's a good sort of UK feel to this.
Thoughts for the races later on then? Obviously it's going to be about tyre management, it's going to be about trying to almost pace yourself, isn't it, really, out there, because it is a technical track, but that will burn the rubber up.
I don't know, to be honest. This is my, I did British GT, as you said, for quite a few years, and I've had about 3 years out just doing historic stuff, so those tyres last forever and a day. So this is all a bit of a new experience for me, so second time out, Portimao was my first, so it's just learning for me. So I don't know what will happen to the tyres. I'll speak to the team, they'll tell me what I need to do, and then we'll kind of go from there. But take one lap at a time, I guess.
Excellent, learning on the job, but he stuck it on pole position. Not a bad start today. Thanks for having a chat, Lee. Now, a little bit further down here, also within Team Parker Racing, we've got one of the real stars of the show from those qualifying sessions, young Seb Hopkins. Welcome to Estoril. Pretty rapid out there in that GT4 Cayman, troubling some of the quick GT3 Cup spec cars. What is it, do you think, that's allowing you to do that? Is it that the track perhaps, the power disadvantage isn't such an issue, or are you just on it?
I'd hope it's a bit of both, really. I think, the Cayman in a straight line isn't actually too far off of the Cup cars. Obviously, we have quite a big disadvantage through the corners. So I think, hopefully, I think I might just be driving it okay. But, yeah, for sure, the track's going to help.
Obviously, class wins is the goal. We know that. You're only really competing against the other Caymans out there, but it looks like you've got the pace to do pretty well there. So what sort of other targets have you set yourself for the rest of the day? Yeah,
I think for sure, just gain as many positions as possible. It'd be nice to, we're knocking on the door of the top 5 overall in the race. So, that would be a pretty cool achievement.
Excellent stuff off there. Seb, we'll let you go and get some lunch. Just wanted to have a quick chat with Seb there because he was setting the timing sheet to place outright fastest sectors in a GT4 spec Cayman. That is seriously impressive stuff. Right then, qualifying done then here at Estoril. We've got racing to come a little bit later on this afternoon. And Brian, it's going to be an exciting day.
Thank you, Andy. It really is, isn't it? And really great to hear the comments of the drivers there. And yes, Seb Hopkins, he's fairly humble. Yeah, it might have been the driver a little bit. You think really good. But interesting, the GT4 car. He says it can keep up with the GT3s on the straights. It's through the corners that it loses it. So very interesting insight there from Seb Hopkins. Also good to speak to Lee Mole. He had a couple of 6th places in Portimao, driver who... he was racing the Lotus 78 in the Monaco historic race. There's a car that you'd love to drive, isn't it? A regular GT racer, but preparing for his Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain campaign. And we're looking forward to see how he gets on from that pole position. And he does look to have found some pace since Portimao just 6 days ago. So this race is going to be, or these races are going to be very exciting this afternoon. And once again, a very mixed up grid, not one driver dominating across the entire session. So lots of close racing, I should think, to remind you that we're missing Nicolas Salins and Ian Loggy, who were fighting for wins in Portimao last time out, and hopefully we're going to see them later on in the championship, and that will be really, really good because they were spectacular in Portimao, but the rest of the drivers, well, it gives them a bit of breathing room as well, with different names featuring at the top. But Lee Mole, Robert Sulmer, Felipe Wills, he's got a bit of work to do from third place, but that's a good position to attack. And he will no doubt be looking to make progress once this race gets underway, certainly in that opening lap. Of course, in the club division, the drivers have a rolling start, and in the sport division, it is a standing start. So the start less technically critical in the club division with the rolling start, just giving the drivers to get up alongside each other. But into that turn one, that is going to be a very interesting opening lap. And especially with this second round, or the fourth round of the season, second of the day in the club division. Some really interesting names, very close together, the times very evenly matched. So we are at the Circuit de Estoril. We are getting ready for the racing, which will come a little later on this afternoon, rounds 3 and 4 of the season. And after that, we will have a short break after today's racing. We'll be back on the 24th of February, where we head to Valencia. So we're going into Spain for rounds 5 and 6. And we will then head to Barcelona, where it all comes to a close on the 2nd of March, the legendary Barcelona circuit. This is the first time that we have visited Estoril with the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So really, really nice to be here. And this series, which is growing so much as it goes along. Last year, excuse me, last year was a very, very successful debut for the series, but this year has grown even more. Part of the Porsche pyramid, very much the tagline, summer wins are made in the winter. And of course the weather, well, just take a look at that glorious blue sky. In the UK, it's grey and rainy, not very good for testing. Last time I looked in Germany, there was snow on the ground, but here in Portugal and in Spain, a great opportunity for these drivers to get up to speed. But it's more than just a training championship. A lot of these drivers, all of these drivers, they want to win. They're not here just to make up the numbers. They want to win. The championship will be very much up for grabs, and being the champion in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is something that the drivers would dearly love, and that's what they're fighting for. Something that's part of the Porsche pyramid as well. The Porsche pyramid, which takes drivers, starts off with customer motorsports driving events, the Porsche Driving School and other club sport events. That's kind of the first step on the Porsche pyramid. Moving drivers up into the One Make series, you have the Carrera Cup and the Mobil 1 Super Cup, and the various GT3 Cup challenges. Then from there, the drivers are heading up towards the world of factory racing. And of course, we see Porsches featuring in World Endurance Racing, in Le Mans, in IMSA, 24 Hours of Daytona. Then the absolute top level, we're looking at the hypercar and LMP1 type racing. Porsche pyramid, a great way of just training drivers, promoting them up through the ranks. We see many young drivers joining Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and none more so than the likes of Alex Tauscher and Ariel Levy, Horst Felix Felbermeyer, Huub van Eindhoven. These are the names, the drivers that are really cutting their teeth in the world of GT3 racing and moving on up. And then, of course, we've seen the likes of Seb Hopkins as well, who is just so rapid in the GT4 category. And a lot of gentleman drivers as well. And just because the drivers are not in their teen years doesn't mean that they're any less of superstars. Some wonderful talent And none more so, you saw Lee Mole, who took that pole position for round 4. The driver who has raced in GT racing and was 3rd in the 2015 British GT Championship, and he still looking as eager and as hungry as ever. Right, we're going to head towards the lunch break, back down to the pits now. Hello, Andy. It's all over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brian. I tell you what, I got the good job this weekend, didn't I? Get to come and spend a weekend in the Portuguese sunshine, and I'm loving every moment of it. And those qualifying sessions that we've just had, boy, have they set us up for a phenomenal set of races. You don't want to miss the 4 races, rounds 3 and 4 for both divisions, coming up a bit later on this afternoon. Right now here at Estoril, it is the lunch break, which means that it's all fallen quiet for a moment. These are the only races taking place here at this event. A lot of the drivers are taking advantage of the very swanky Porsche hospitality upstairs, and they're getting themselves a bite to eat and some refreshments before they go racing. But we're going to do our very, very best to find a handful of drivers, and I think we might well have our first one. Horst Felix Felbermeier, I believe, wandering out of the Huber Racing Garage. Thank you for having a word with us. Tell us a little bit about how your qualifying sessions went this morning.
Yeah, so qualifying went quite good. Finished P4 and P5 for race 1 and race 2. Really looking forward to the races, and let's see what we can do.
And that means that you can hopefully build on what was, I think, a positive start to the season back in Portimao. Decent results from the first 2 rounds. How different is this kind of track, though, as far as your driving style is concerned? Were you confident that you'd be as competitive here?
Yeah, so it's a lot of understeer here. You have to just get into a corner with lots of understeer and then turn the car and get on throttle. That's something really special here. And yeah, especially in the last corner, the understeer is crazy.
And is that the nature of the circuit or the design of the car? Of course, these cars are known for being a little understeery, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's just a combination of both. The track is a little bit understeer and also the car.
Tell us a bit about yourself then, and the racing that you've done before you've come and raced with us here. How many years have you been racing cars for now?
So last year was basically my first year in the Cup car. We started off with the Southern Europe, so Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Then went to Benelux, Carrera Cup Benelux and Carrera Cup Germany. And yeah, we want to do Southern Europe this year and Carrera Cup Germany again, and also Italy.
With a mind, I presume, to then moving into GT racing, is that where you see your career going?
Yeah, for sure. In GT3 or LMP cars, in WEC or ELMS will be really nice.
Well, you're with a good team that can certainly prepare you and hopefully move you on up that racing ladder. Let's talk about today then. 2 races coming up later on this afternoon. Everybody's talking about 2 things: overtaking and how difficult it will be, and tyres and how difficult it will be to look after those tyres. Are you concerned about either of those things?
Yeah, for sure, about both things. So start and lap 1 will be really interesting on this track, especially in the chicane. And also the tire, the left front, due to the last corner, will be working a lot. And yeah, we will see how we will do this.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having a chat with us then, Hurst. We'll let you enjoy the rest of your lunch, but there we go. Our first driver down, and fascinating. It's always fascinating to speak to the drivers because there is so much that goes into being competitive out there, be it in a qualifying session or a race session, or a race, as they're more commonly known. It's not just about getting in the car and going as fast as you can. You've got to be thinking about 1,000 different things at 1,000 times. I heard Brian referencing in the qualifying sessions earlier on, someone locking up, they flat spotted the tyre. That can ruin your whole day, actually, because as we've also heard, there are tyre limitations in this series. You only get a certain number of tyres to last you the entirety of the weekend. So if you start damaging those tyres, not only does it affect that qualifying session, but then also can have a knock-on effect into the race later on. Bit of activity behind us in the Huber Racing Garage, although the majority of these cars actually racing within the sport division, so a lot of their pre-race 1 prep has actually already been done, but each team will have a list, a to-do to-do list between the sessions, basically, to make sure that the car's ready. Quite a lot that will change setup-wise between one session and the next, and that is the job of the teams to get the cars ready. Right, next garage that we're coming to then, this is the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing garage. They've got a trio of almost identically liveried cars. This is a commentator's worst nightmare. There are slight differences somewhere, probably, on the wing mirrors. I think that does appear to be just about the only thing that is different. Spotting those cars out on circuit won't be too difficult because they are among the brightest things here, but spotting them from between each other, perhaps not all that easy. But we've got the number 24 car, that's Corrado Costa, racing for the team. We've got number 23, which is one of the cars that didn't actually race last time, I believe, at Portimao. Quite a few drivers, actually, who didn't race at Portimao, making their debut here. And I believe we've got one of the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing drivers. Tell the viewers at home a little bit about yourself and how you're enjoying your day so far.
Well, I've been doing some stuff with Porsche for years already. Unfortunately, I had a quite big break for almost 5 years because of the corona and some other issues. But now I'm trying to be a little bit back this season. And yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to be here in winter to run this beautiful track. It's a bit challenging, narrow at times, a lot of gravel from the previous sessions. So, but overall, yeah, I think we had a good run today and looking forward for the race.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that you make, actually. This is a winter series. There isn't really any racing going on at the moment. You could go out and test, I suppose, and just do private testing. Why race? Why is that a better way to prepare yourself for the new season?
Well, I think actually there are a few series because there's something called GT Winter Series as well, but it's a mix of cars, and I think here's a good platform because you have one make series and always you can compare yourself to other drivers, and at the same time I think things like quali and race, they actually push you because testing is, especially for bronze drivers like me, sometimes you can't get yourself really focused, but when you have to push against the others. That's the thing.
How did qualifying go for you earlier on this morning then? It was busy out there, wasn't it? Lots of drivers saying it was difficult to get a clean lap in. Did you struggle with that?
No, luckily I think we had a good timing to go out of the pit, so I had actually quite a clean run, couldn't complain too much. No, I think the quali actually was better than the previous session. No, it was okay. I think I could also improve a bit. Still a few things to learn, but yeah, we're working on it.
Looking at the team behind you, it's all very relaxed, not a lot of work going on to the cars right now. I'm sure there will have been setup changes that had to be made. What are the basic things that you look to change on a car between qualifying and the race?
Well, I think, to be honest, we were not super aggressive on setup because anyway, we're not the pro drivers. So we tried to get the most stable car so that we get enough confidence. So I think, unlike pros, we don't really change too much between the sessions. I think we just have a good base and we just work on it. So not really an aggressive thing, not really.
So you and the team can enjoy your lunch break and relax ahead of what's going to be a busy afternoon of racing. Thank you for having a chat with us then. Very best of luck for the races later on.
Thank you, guys.
So there we go. So yeah, that's interesting actually then. The pros and the AMs with a very different approach to how they go into a qualifying session versus a race session. The pros will go for a more aggressive setup. What does that mean? Well, the more aggressive the setup is, the harder the car becomes to drive. But generally, the faster the car will go as well. If the car's on edge, if it's twitching around all over the place, that does make it easier to lose control. But that's the only way, realistically, that you're going to drag a really impressive lap time out of it. So interesting to hear there that the AM drivers perhaps don't take those sort of risks. They just go for a comfortable car and a comfortable feeling underneath them. We arrive now at GP Elite, a bit light on drivers at the moment. We're going to try and drag some out if we can, but this was a team that was getting all of the headlines really in the first part of qualifying, the Sport Division qualifying sessions, with Ariel Levy in particular looking really, really rapid, and he is going to have a fight on his hands if he wants to win the two races today. We saw Alexander Tauscher was every bit as quick as him, in fact pipped him in one of the qualifying sessions earlier on, and we've already spoken to him, but it's always nice to have a chat with Ariel Levy, who looks a little bit less sweaty now than the last time I saw you. You've had a chance now to relax and I'm sure go over the data from that qualifying session, because I think maybe the viewers don't understand, when you guys get out of the cars, you're not done with work, are you?
Yeah, for sure we're not. We need to analyze what was working and what was not. The work never stops, unless maybe you're on a vacation or something. But in the end, we do what we love, so it's not real work, you know.
And that's it, and it's supposed to be fun, isn't it, really? And I think that's a big part of why a series like this is a great place to be over the winter. I've just said to another driver, you could go out and do winter testing on your own, running around in circles. You probably learn quite a lot, but it's not as fun. And actually, racecraft, it's important to keep that part of your brain sharp as well, isn't it?
Well, for sure, winter testing and testing in general is a really good thing, and you can learn a lot, but there's an element in racing that you cannot express in test days, which is stuff, for example, like the competition and the pressure and all those mental stuff, that this is something you cannot replicate in any other circumstance.
Exactly, and that is one of the unique things about this. You're certainly going to be feeling some pressure, I think, in the races later on. It's going to be tight, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be super tight. It has been since the beginning of the season, but in the end, because it's so tight, it's so fun, I guess, no?
And of course there's a championship to win as well. The points are pretty tight too. It's a short championship though, only 4 events, 8 rounds, so you can't really afford to have a bad day, can you?
Yeah, for sure you're not. But I think statistically I already had a spin, so hopefully this time it will not happen again.
Yes, I wasn't going to remind you of that, but yeah, that did happen back at Portimao. Hopefully no repeat of that today. So it's lunch break now. Everything's quite quiet for you. Obviously you've been over the data. Do you get any chance to relax and just sort of put yourself in the zone for the race? How do you go about mentally preparing yourself?
Well, yeah, for sure. I do have this, let's say, half an hour that I go to prepare myself mentally before the race. Usually I would start now, but here I am talking to you. Yeah, but that's completely fine. Yeah, we'll see, yeah.
We will let you go. One more question though, very important one. How was the hospitality? Well, how would you rate the food in hospitality today? Careful.
I would say it is an 8.5 out of 10.
What did you go for today?
Today I only, well, in the morning or now?
For lunch.
For lunch I only ate some pasta and vegetables.
Because he's an athlete, everyone. This is what athletes do. Right, we're going to let you go and prepare for the races. Thanks for having another chat with us. Best of luck to Ariel Levy then, who we'll see out on track a little bit later on. I'm always fascinated to try and get into the mindset of a racing driver, and the downtime between races can often be just as intense as it would be when they're actually out on track. There's so much to do. They pore over the data and try and prepare themselves as best they can for the 2 races to come. Now, this is an interesting car, actually. This is Drek Jensen's car, number 17. I don't think that Drek is here, but if you just pan over to the front left corner, Laura, this car's had quite a bit of damage on it all day long, actually. The damage was there back in the first free practice session earlier on today, so this car's been in the wars a little bit. The team have been actually working on it between the sessions to try and fully perfect it, and they've done a really good job of that, and you can tell that they're nearly done fixing it because they're now completing the very important task of polishing the side of the car, not the side that had the damage either, so I don't think they're overly concerned about any damage lingering. Then we get to the HWM Motorsport garage. Again, a lot of polishing going on, very relaxed here in the pit lane, but we do have another driver to have a chat with. Sasha, thank you very much for popping out into the sunshine to have a word. You are not dressed for sunny weather. You've got your fireproof overalls on, you've got a jacket on as well. Don't tell me you're feeling cold.
No, it's definitely nice to be back in the sun here, but yeah, it's good. I need to wear the team clothing, represent them a little bit, so yeah.
Nicely done, nicely done. It is warm out there. I mean, inside the cars, I think the viewers at home probably struggle to understand just how tough it is there, because it's physically demanding, mentally it's demanding as well, and all the time you're getting more and more uncomfortable as the race goes on.
Yeah, you lose about a kilogram of liquid during the race, so yeah, it's definitely warm. You need to drink a lot of water before the race, and then especially when you get out of the car, back to hydration. But yeah, it's good. It's fun, it's enjoyable, so pushes you a little bit to go a little bit further every single time, so it's nice.
It's one of those tracks, Estoril, it doesn't look that physically demanding, I suppose, on a map, but because it's quite stop-start, is this one of those places where you do feel quite tired at the end?
I think Portimao is definitely a little bit more tricky with all the elevation changes, but yeah, it's also every single race is demanding, especially mentally. It's tricky to overtake here, so you definitely need to keep pushing, stay fit, stay ready, so yeah, it's still very demanding.
Let's talk about that then. A lot of drivers have mentioned how difficult it will be to overtake around Estoril. There are places, turn one being the obvious one, but on a circuit where there aren't as many obvious overtaking spots, what other tools does a racing driver have to try and make a place up? Because you don't always have to force the issue, do you?
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't force the issue. It creates a lot of dangerous situations where you could end your race just because you make a simple mistake. So yeah, it's definitely good to maybe stay behind someone, force them into an issue or force them on a different line. So yeah, you need to try your hardest to get into their head, and they're doing the same to you. So yeah, you always have to be ready for it.
How's your season been going so far then? Second event of this Southern Europe season. And you've been pretty pacey, I think, haven't you, really? Are you satisfied with how it's going so far?
Yeah, I think qualifying one could be a little bit better, but still very happy with how it's going and the results I'm showing at the moment. I'm happy to improve here during the winter and get ready for Benelux in the summer. So yeah, feeling good.
Excellent stuff. Your team, by the way, one of the only teams that actually appears to be working on the car. Do you know what they're doing here? Can you explain to the viewers what's going on?
Yeah, they're just checking the setup a little bit, so making sure that everything's still properly aligned, and then after that I have to sit in the car a little bit to make sure that the balance is completely correct, and then yeah, we get ready for the race.
Excellent. I'm sure they'll get the car ready for you. Thank you very much for having a chat with us. Very best of luck for the two races a little bit later on. Right then, we're about halfway down the pit lane. We've found a handful of drivers. We've got some more as well then. And we arrive now down at the Est Racing garage, and Mr. Ripple Jr. coming out to have a chat with us. Qualifying, happy with how your day's going so far?
Not really. We had problems with my actual car yesterday, so we're using the spare car. A little bit of traffic in the quality Q1, and then Q2 I wasn't able to actually get the proper lap. We're still about a second from the first of the class, so let's see what can we do, you know.
It's so frustrating though, isn't it? Because qualifying is important around here. How do you sort of get yourself out of that frustrated mindset? Because it's important, isn't it? If you're frustrated going into the race, then it's easy to overdrive.
No, understandable. Once you get it, race is a different story. You know, it's a 30 minutes race plus a lap. You have to be careful. The start is very important, so just keeping up the pace. People will get tired, so try to push onto the last lap and keep the tires in a good pressure. That's it.
You mentioned the start of the race then. Are these cars tricky to get off the line? Is there a certain sort of technique that seems to work?
Well, now we're in the M class. Actually, it's a rolling start, so it's not complicated, but you have to be careful. We're rolling 2 lines, do not open before the light turns off. So it's a little bit tricky, and you have to be careful, you know.
What sort of progress do you think you can make in the race then? Because we've seen drivers have bad qualifying in the past and they've managed to race their way to the front. So what results would you be satisfied with today?
Well, top 5 will be amazing. I mean, podium, of course, is a goal, but top 5 will be a good result for us today. Yeah.
Excellent. I think that's probably achievable. I'll let you carry on with enjoying your lunch break. Javier there in the 191 car again. 2 cars almost identical in livery. There are different coloured wing mirrors, which is fine until the wing mirrors get knocked off, which does occasionally happen. Right then, next up we've got actually 2 very differently liveried cars running within the same team then. This is the Genzani Arco Motorsports squad. We've got the number 10 there, Pietro Armani. Now he has been catching our attention a little bit in the early rounds this season back at Portimao, so I'm interested to see what he can do when he gets out on track for the races later on. And then right next door we've got Ombra, and I think we are going to get one of their drivers. We've got the number 9 car of Philippe Ugram on the left, and on the right, which is the number 91 car, that is Anthony Imperato. Again, both pretty rapid drivers who I don't think we necessarily saw the very best of in the qualifying sessions earlier on this morning, so they'll both be keen to try and improve. And we've got Anthony making his way out to have a chat with us now. Anthony, thank you so much. We're dragging you away from your lunch break to have a little word, but we want to hear how your day's going so far.
Not how I would have liked, but we'll see what we could do in the race and try our best. Happy to be here at this historic track, so we'll give it our best in a little while.
Sensing a bit of disappointment after qualifying, where do you think things could have gone better?
A little bit of everywhere through the lap, but it's how it goes sometimes, but we're going to give it a good shot now.
Hey, look, we're in the sunshine, you get to go racing. It's a nice place to race this as well, isn't it? Is there a particular part of the track that you've found has been the most challenging?
Probably the last sector for me has been the hardest.
And that's that really tricky uphill chicane, isn't it? It's difficult, I suppose, to spot your apexes there because there's such a big elevation change.
Yeah, exactly.
What sort of setup changes then are you asking for from the team for the races later on? Are you one of those drivers that likes to keep things the same, or are you going to try and mix things up?
I think we've got to a pretty good place where we're comfortable and we're going to stay there. We'll see what happens in race 1 and then we'll go from there.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much for having a word with us then. So that is Anthony Imperato, who's going to be racing within the Ombra team for this second event of the Winter Series. And we're making our way almost now towards the very end of the pit garages. And we've got another driver lined up here in the next one. I believe we're almost getting down to Team Parker Racing, who I also want to try and stop off with again. Now, Roberto, I believe we're joined by here. Roberto, thank you for having a word with us then. Tell us a little bit, remind me which class you're racing in again?
Yes, not good pace during the quali. I have a little bit problem with the balance of the car, but still work for have a good speed now in the race 1.
When you say a problem with the balance, too much oversteer, understeer, what was it?
A lot of oversteer in the entry in the corner, and I have a lot understeer in the exit in the last corner. Maybe it's normal, the temperature, I don't know.
Well, it's only getting hotter now as well, so that's not going to make life any easier for you. That's always difficult, isn't it? When you have oversteer and understeer, it's difficult to know what you need to change. I'm sure the team have been trying to guide you through what should be done.
Yes, maybe now change the rack of the car, so and also the pressure of the tires, because the race is long, so maybe it's a good chance for the race.
Excellent, thank you very much. Best of luck for the two races to come a bit later on. Now, next garage up, this is the Team Parker Racing garage, I believe, and we've had quite a lot of mentions of Team Parker Racing today, I have to say, and quite a few mentions of Hugo Ellis, who joins me now in the pit lane. Hugo, so close in those qualifying sessions, you were right up there, you were setting really quick lap times, and there just always seemed to be someone else who had an even faster lap time waiting.
Yeah, we just messed up really, like we didn't quite piece it together. But I think, we got the race pace, so it should be good.
How, you say you've got the race pace, I mean, that's all well and good. Track positions are going to be tricky to try and gain there, but you're a driver who you can overtake, can't you? Are you feeling pretty confident that you can get your elbows out here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, never raced there before, but I'm sure there'll be opportunities.
How aggressive are you willing to be then? I mean, obviously it's a championship, you want to try and do well. It is a winter series though, but you're not really going to be racing against most of these guys, I guess, too much more this year, so you can afford to make a few enemies.
Well, yeah, for sure, but you got to be clean, haven't you? So,
Yes, obviously we condone clean racing here in this championship. But Hugo, what brings you to this series then? Obviously you've been racing in the UK quite a bit of late. Is this sort of a natural next stepping stone on where your career path's going to take you?
Yeah, I think we will try and go abroad more, but it's more just to get some laps under our belt for the English Championship, really.
So that's going to be your focus. Is that Carrera Cup GB this year?
Yeah, correct.
And how confident are you of that one then? I mean, again, we know you're a quick driver, but that's a talented grid of drivers out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we'll have to see, but hopefully we should be one of the front runners this year, but we'll just, again, we'll have to see.
Excellent stuff. Right then, Hugo, race 1 coming up, round 3 of the championship, I should say, coming up very, very shortly, and that is going to be coming your way live here from Estoril. 4 races to come over the course of the afternoon, 2 for the sport division, 2 for the club division, which is the one that's split into the 2 classes. You've got the Cup class cars and the GT4 Caymans as well. There's the Team Parker garage behind, everyone looking nice and relaxed, I believe, ahead of what is going to be an interesting race. Sid Smith, a driver worth watching for. We chatted to him actually earlier on today, and Sid Smith is someone who's raced in the junior ranks of British racing back in the Fiesta Juniors, then moved into single-seaters, and he said GT racing is absolutely where he wants to be. Got himself in a bit of trouble last time at Portimao with track limits. He said he's learnt his lesson, and hopefully he's going to be able to race to the front. Seems a bit quicker as well, actually, here this weekend. Right, I think we've pretty much exhausted our supply of drivers. We've had a chance to chat to a number of them. That is good news. We have got racing coming your way actually in the not too distant future. You can hear a few engines being fired in the garages behind me. It's round 3 of the sport division that will be your first racing action here from Estoril. It is going to be a fascinating afternoon. All of the qualifying sessions were nip and tuck. I've no idea who is going to come out on top in the races, but I'm certainly going to have fun watching.
Thank you, Andy. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024 This is going to be an excellent afternoon of racing. 4 half-hour races coming your way. 2 for the sport division and 2 for the club division. We're kicking off with round 3 of this 8-round championship for the sport division, and that will be coming up very, very shortly. Then we will have round 3 in the club division. Then we will come back to the sport division for round 4. For their second race of the afternoon, and then it'll all wind up with a second race from the club division as well. And it really is anybody's guess. I think Andy was just saying, well, he doesn't know who is going to win. You and me both, not a clue. And really interesting grid. Well, the 2 real protagonists at Portimao back on Sunday of last week, was it only 6 days ago? Alex Tauscher starting on pole position, Ariel Levy alongside. That is going to be really interesting. Huub van Eindhoven, keep an eye open for him. He will be starting in 3rd place. I wouldn't mind betting he will be having eyes on potentially trying to get into the lead. Coming round turns 1 and 2. Of course, it's his teammate is Ariel Levy, so quite important they don't take each other out. But Huub, a driver who does not back off for anybody. Horst Felix Felbermayr, we heard from him during the lunch break, and he did a great job to qualify on the 2nd row. Already mentioned the Felbermayrs, a name that is very familiar for those of you who follow German and Austrian motorsport. And Horst Felix, one of the drivers coming up through the ranks, and I dare say that starting on the outside 2nd row, he might have some plans to try and jump in front into that first corner as well. So those first 2 rows definitely to watch out for. Senna van Serlen, who lines up 5th on the grid. Now, he's a driver who's come from single mate racing. He is very rapid indeed. I've been watching him throughout this year. Real young talent who's stepping up into GT3 Cup racing to prepare for Carrera Cup in 2024. He is going to be there or thereabouts. And then Sebastian Freimert on the 6th position on the grid. Another driver who is on the move through the ranks. He was in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, finished in joint 3rd. We've also seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He was 6th in the rookies in 2022. And last year he was 16th overall. And Sebastian Freimert, another driver who is improving. So directly behind him, Hugo Ellis. We've heard from him as well. One of the very quick British drivers. And then alongside him, Robin Knutsen, who was very rapid when we saw him at Portimao only 6 days ago. So lots to play for, lots going on, and it is going to be a very exciting race, the first of 2. Of course, the drivers need to look after themselves, need to look after the cars. At the risk of repeating what we were talking about this morning, the tyres will be absolutely critical here. A circuit that we've discovered is not great for overtaking. A couple of overtaking opportunities, but it's not like Portimao where you had just numerous opportunities. So there is that temptation in the opening lap of a race to really push hard, because you know this is your opportunity to make up those places. But of course, it's also the perfect opportunity to lose a lot of places, or worse still, to end up in one of those gravel traps. I have to tell you, those gravel traps do what they say on the tin. They trap the car, and once you are in them, you probably ain't coming out of them. So if you end up in the gravel trap, your afternoon, or certainly your race, could be over. So the drivers needing to have a bit of strategy, look after the tyres, make sure you've got some grip at the end of the race, make sure the car's got 4 wheels on the wagon and it's pointing in the right direction when it counts, and it counts when the checkered flag comes out, because that is when the points are paid. So the car's now heading round to the grid for the grid lap, and they will come to a stop on the grid, and in a bit we're hoping to head back down to Andy, who will be having a word with a few of the drivers. But this is a good cycle lap, actually, a good opportunity for the drivers to check that everything still feels okay on the car. If they've locked up tyres in quali, to see what kind of state they're going to be in for the race, how much vibration is there going to be. Of course, any damage you do in qualifying either to the car or to the tyres, you're going to be carrying that into the race, because it would seem that most of the drivers, if not all of them, put new tyres on their cars for qualifying, and so they're going to be carrying those same tyres into this race. So this little sight lap as they come round to the grid, just finding out how it's looking. The teams have not been able to work on the cars in the time between qualifying and the race, part firme conditions, and like Anthony Imperato grabbing a bit of curb as he came over the hill. So yes, not able to make adjustments to the cars. Literally, just that's Anthony Imperato. So it was the other of the Ombra cars that we saw getting a bit of air there. Very impressive indeed. That would have been Philip Ugran. But yes, teams are not able to make adjustments to the cars. Tyre pressures, fuel the thing up, and apart from that, they are in parc fermé conditions. So it really is very much carry over what you had in qualifying, and it will be that you're carrying all the way through for the rest of the afternoon. Just looking at Sid Smith in the number 55 car. He's from Malden in Essex, 17 years old. He started in the world of mini stocks racing, in British stock car racing, and has worked his way up. Comes through and preparing for Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. Right, we're going to head back down to Andy, who's on the grid. Good afternoon, Andy.
Good afternoon, Brian. Yes, been a busy bee this morning and this afternoon. Great little pit walk that we just did there. Had a chance to chat to a lot of drivers, but we're now going to try and chat to some more because we're out on the grid ahead of round number 3 of the Sport Division, and most of the front runners starting to get themselves down onto the grid. We've got Ariel Levy, who's going to be starting on pole position. Chatted to him a couple of times today. He was feeling pretty calm, pretty chill about how his prospects shaped up, and then he will actually be starting second on the grid. Of course, it is going to be Alexander Tauscher who will take up this position here, pole position. That's the outside line going into turn 1, which is interesting because usually you would see pole on the inside. The reason for that is that this here is the racing line. There's lots more rubber down on this side of the racetrack. There's a lot less rubbish and dirt and debris on the left-hand side, so it's supposed to give a little bit of an advantage to the drivers starting on that side of the grid. Right, Huub van Eindhoven is going to be my first victim. I think we're going to try and dive in here, have a little chat with the driver of car number 28. He's just chatting to one of his engineers now, but if you don't mind, I'm just going to slip in and have a word with the man who will be starting third on the grid for this third round of the championship. Huub, solid qualifying session, I think it's fair to say. Third place is not bad, but what's it going to take to beat those two in front of you today?
To be honest, I was quite disappointed with third, but yeah, we lacked some pace and now we have to make up for it for the race.
It's always difficult that. Did you at least manage to find where that pace was going missing, and are you confident that you've found it now?
Not completely, but I think for the race we're looking strong, and I will give my all to overtake 2 cars.
And we hope that you will, because that will provide lots of entertainment. Huub van Eindhoven then starting third on the grid. Still actually no sign of Alexander Tauscher, our pole sitter, in no rush to get out onto the grid. And you can understand why, because the drivers are sat in their cars. They're slowly baking at the moment. It's so warm. Even just popping my head in there, I was feeling the sweat. So no wonder really that some of them are taking their time to get out onto the circuit. Senna van Solen starting on the next row. This would be 5th on the grid. And I'm going to see if I can have a quick chat with Senna. Just going to pull the door open. There we go. Nice light doors on these racing Porsches. Senna, 5th place on the grid. Happy with that? And how confident are you that you can improve in the race?
Yeah, I'm very happy with P5. Best qualifying position so far. Yeah, we are going to see what I'm going to do in the race. So let's push, let's fight, and go to the podium maybe.
Well, to get on the podium, I think you're going to need a good start, aren't you? It's quite a long run into that first corner and quite a big braking zone. How feisty are you feeling today?
Yeah, of course, first race here in Estoril. Yeah, so we are going to see it. Let's enjoy it and let's push, of course.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for having a chat then. Senna starting P5 on the grid. I didn't shut that door properly. There we go. Give it a good slam. And Senna is good to go. Right then, next up we have got Sebastian Freymuth starting 6th on the grid for round number 3 of the championship. And see, it's all right if we just dive in and have a quick little chat with him. Looking very relaxed here, arm out of the cockpit, because I tell you what, Sebastian, it's pretty toasty in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty warm. Even though it's winter, it's pretty warm, yeah.
Doesn't feel like winter to me, I can assure you. 6th place on the grid. Do you feel like maybe you could have done better than that, or is this sort of where you expected to be?
Yeah, I messed up Q1 a little bit. Q2 I'm P3, so the pace is there. I just have to get to the front and then we'll see.
Was that a mistake on your part, or were you just struggling with traffic? A few drivers said it was difficult to get a clean lap.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Fair enough. You're definitely going to have traffic in the race, though, aren't you? Lots of people try and overtake in front of you, but got to try and keep the car in one piece because it's a short turnaround between the two races.
Yeah, you have to keep it clean in this championship because there's no time between the sessions.
Excellent. So there we go. That's the game plan. Keep it clean, but try and get on to the podium. So that's our first few rows done. I'm already falling over people. I just want to dive down a couple more rows. There's Hugo Ellis. Just had a chat with him during our lunchtime pit walk. He's going to be starting perhaps a bit further back than we might have expected to see, but there are a couple of other drivers further back than we thought. One of them is Robert Knutson, who I did want to try and have a chat with. West Coast Racing is his team. Now, I haven't encountered West Coast Racing in a number of years since their TCR UK days, but Robert is a driver who has TCR experience, don't you, over in Scandinavia. This is a bit different, isn't it? You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, very. I like the Porsche. It's very difficult to drive, but yeah, once you get used to it, it's nothing compared to the TCR. I like it way much more.
These cars are a real handful, aren't they? Not a lot in the way of driver aids, and that makes it particularly challenging on cold tyres. It won't take long to get the heat in the tyres today, but do you have to sort of have that in your mind in the early laps? Yeah, for sure. You really need to be aggressive on the way to the grid and on the warm-up lap to really get the tyres in. Otherwise, when you have cold tyres, you really struggle with understeer and much more prone to locking. So yeah, really difficult. Good stuff, Robert Knutson then for West Coast Racing, starting from the 5th row of the grid. And the other driver that I really did want to try and have a word with is actually starting directly behind him, Marco Giltrap, who will be starting from the outside, or the inside of row 5, that's 10th on the grid. But Marco is actually second within the Pro Championship standings after Portimao. I think it's fair to say that Marco, qualifying didn't really go to plan this morning, did it?
Yeah, no, not at all. Hopefully we can sort of repeat Portimao and move forward quite a bit. I think the start and the first couple laps will be crucial for that. So frustrating because it is a short championship this. You're obviously a contender. We saw that from your pace in Portimao, but one off weekend can really derail your championship hopes. So it's down to you now to dig deep, isn't it, and sort of get yourself back up there. Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of damage limitation, just trying to get as much points as we can. So I think if we can move towards that top 5, that'd be a really good result. Tyre management, key in the races here this weekend. Lots of drivers talking about that. You can't really think like that, though, can you? You've just got to go for it. I think you're just going to have to go as hard as you can in those first couple laps and then see where you end up. And if you're in a solid position, then maybe start thinking about the tyres. But yeah, just after those first 2 laps, get them out of the way. Excellent. Well, thank you for having a word with us then. Marco Giltrap, one to watch, most definitely, starting from the 5th row of the grid. We've got, I think, 4 minutes before the green flag lap gets underway, so we might just have chance to chat to one more driver. And I've got a particular driver in mind. We're going to walk and talk a bit because I want to try and get down to a driver who is on, well, outside the top 10, actually, and that is Angus Whiteside. Angus Whiteside, a really, really talented driver within UK motor racing. And he is certainly going to be looking forward, I think, in this race and hoping that he can break into the top 10. We have to be very quick because we've got about a minute before we get kicked off the grid, but that should just give me enough time, hopefully, to jump in and have a word with Angus. I'm interrupting his, what is it, pre-race meditation? How do you get yourself psyched up for these things?
I was doing mindfulness, yes. It's okay, don't worry.
We just wanted to hear from you because obviously you're a driver that I've followed your career within the UK. Nice to see you out here now in Europe. Is this sort of where you think that your career path sort of lies for you?
What, as in, where do I think it's going?
Yeah.
Well, I think I've got a lot of unfinished business with Porsches, so hopefully I'll get faster and faster as the season goes on. I'll be competing in GB this year, so this is like my my prep for that, basically.
Excellent stuff. Right, we will now leave you to it. Get back in the zone then, Angus, because we need to get ourselves off the grid because round number 3 of the Sport Division is coming your way in just a few moments.
Thank you, Andy. Great stuff down on the grid. Some great insight. Very good to see Angus Whiteside doing his mindfulness there. I've been doing the same here in the commentary box. I've just had my legs crossed and my eyes closed, but now we are ready because this is going to be spectacular. This is going to be loud. This is going to be noisy. This is going to be explosive. It will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of pure elbows out racing. Now, it was interesting to hear different drivers' strategies there, what they were thinking about as they sat on the grid, how they are planning this race out. And very much, I thought that Marco Giltrap, when he said that he was kind of really just going to go hell for leather for the first few laps and see what he had left at the end. And I think if you've qualified a little bit further down than maybe the first couple of rows, that can only be your strategy. If you want to get points, if you want to get a podium, then that can be the only strategy that you can have, really. Right, we are getting ready for round 3 of an 8-round season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The grid is cleared. Let's take a look at the lineup. It's Alex Tauscher, a fantastic lap that put him on pole position with Ariel Levy alongside Huub van Eindhoven and Horst Felix Velbermeyer occupy row 2. And on row 3, Senna Van Solen, keep an eye on him, he ready to do something from there. And Sebastian Framer lining up 6th on the grid. 7th on the grid, Hugo Ellis and Robin Knudsen line up alongside each other. Louis Rosset and Marco Giltrap, disappointed to be down in 10th. Alberto Cerqui and Pietro Armani lined up on row 6. On row 7, Philip Ugran and Sasha Norden, he's also a long way back. Angus Whiteside, complete with mindfulness, and Sid Smith alongside him. Josh Stanton and Drik Janssen line up on row 9. On row 10, Thomas Cangro and Fernando Montier, Anthony Imperato for Ombra Racing, Giuseppe Guerreri alongside, and then you're in the back, and Alex Ryman, the leading of the Pro-Am qualifiers on row 12. Row 13, it's Jules Grohl. Keep an eye on him. He will be moving forward. Christoph Langer, great to have him here after a difficult time in Portimao. Then Chenzing Oguzhan and Jeff Mekiels on the back row of the grid. Of course, Jeff had a difficult time in qualifying. We'll be looking to make up for that during this race. So the cars now on their formation lap, being careful not to smoke the tyres, don't do any damage on this lap. This is a very critical moment. The drivers are not just tootling around in the sunshine, enjoying the scenery. This is an important lap time to make sure that everything is working on the car, everything is doing what it should, but most importantly, time to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes as we look at the cars looking down towards turn 4. Turn 5 is where they are going to be running flat out. This is Circuito de Estoril, a 4.182 kilometre circuit, 2.599 miles around if you want that in real money. 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right. Cars running in a clockwise direction. The main straight is about 14 metres wide, and the track does stretch out to 18 metres wide in turns 9 and 10, but track limits are always an issue here. Not as much undulation as we saw at Portimao, but still the highest climb of 6.75% and the biggest descent of 5.56%. We are located in the hills just behind the coastal town of Estoril, and the sun is shining. It is the perfect day for a spot of racing. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the championship that has been making the headlines certainly since its inception in 2023. And last weekend in Portimao, it did nothing to harm its reputation. We had fantastic racing all afternoon long. Our expectations are high here at Estoril because of that, and we have so many top quality drivers in this field, none more so than your pole sitter Alex Tauscher. Now he's on the grid already, he's come to a stop. He has the advantage of an open track in front of him. He has the disadvantage of the fact that he is now sat on the tarmac waiting for the rest of the grid to form up, and during that time his tyres will be cooling down and his brakes will be cooling down. But Alex has done a fair few formation laps in his time. He came through ADAC GT4 Germany. We've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany over the last couple of years, and now here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. This is where he is getting his 2024 season started the way that he wants to. But that man to the side of him on the left hand side of your screens, Ariel Levy, wants to stop him. Ariel Levy, the driver who won for the first time in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, he will be looking to be the first man into that turn 1. It's going to be a drag race. We need to see all the cars around turn 1. We have indication from the back that all is ready. This is round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here in Estoril. Looked like some drivers at the back had a fairly rapid getaway. Now, I hope that wasn't a jump start, but it's Alex Tausch who leads the way into turn 1. Keep an eye on Huub van Eindhoven round the outside of Ariel Levy. Around turn 1 they come. It's a big gaggle of cars all fighting for position. This opening lap is where they're going to be trying to make up places. Tausch goes wide, Huub van Eindhoven to the inside. There's a car off into the gravel trap behind, but it looks as though Huub van Eindhoven may have found a route past into the lead. The driver into the gravel keeps it all going is Eindhoven, and Horst Felix Felbermayr up into second place. Tausch has lost it. Tausch wide out of turn 3 onto the gravel. He drops back through the pack, but Felbermayr, what a start from him, challenging the Dutch driver in front of him. Horst Felix Felbermayr looking to the inside, and Huub van Eindhoven, he's got it covered up. Sebastian Freeman into third place. Not a great start for Ariel Levy, as well as he has dropped back into fourth place. But Alex Tausch, a problem in the opening few corners, has seen him drop back through the pack. He's going to have a long afternoon ahead of him. You can see him there in amongst the drivers at the very back. He's about 4th or 5th from the back at the moment. But what a run from Horst Felix Felbermayr. Up the inside, Robin Knudsen. That's a dive bomb in towards the S's. Coming forwards in the number 32 car. Marco Giltrap also there trying to make up places. Robin Knudsen, we'll keep an eye on him. He's moved up a position. Sebastian Freeman just ahead of him. The rest of the cars filtering through the S's. So much drama in this opening lap. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing for these cars. And it's all absolutely kicking off. The headline as they cross the start-finish line for the first time. Huub van Eindhoven leads the way from Horst Felix Felbermayr. Ariel Levy in third place, then Sebastian Freeman. In the background, Senna van Solen having a little look to the inside. There is Sasha Norden as well. He had a little look to the outside, ducked back in again. Marco Giltrap in there as well. So where is Giltrap in the 84 car? He's in 11th place, so he's not made the progress that he needed to at the start. Huub van Eindhoven said he was going to go for it. Said he was disappointed with qualifying, and he's done exactly what he said. But Felbermayr stealing the headlines, jumping up into second place, and Alex Tausch, after such a strong showing in quali, as cars go wide out of the corner, Tausch is down in 20th place. He's going to have to go like the clappers just to even get in the points this afternoon. So into the hairpin we come. Senna van Solen looking under pressure from Hugo Ellis, who's behind him. There's Marco Giltrap, Sasha Norden. So Norden in 10th place, Giltrap in 11th. The rest of the cars now settling down. Huub van Eindhoven has stretched his legs at the front. 1.2 seconds the last time we looked. Car 88 has been noted for a false start. That is Horst Felix Felbermayr. The second place car is under investigation for a false start. We may well see a penalty incoming for Horst Felix Felbermayr. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens with that one. But Felbermayr in second place, third place, under investigation by the stewards. We thought that maybe some cars had got going. We didn't have a view of the lights, but there were certainly some cars that were moving quicker than others. And Felbermayr under investigation by our race stewards. No doubt at all about our leader at the moment. It is Huub van Eindhoven, Ariel Levy, the front two breaking clear. Now Felbermayr, if he gets a penalty with the cars this closed up together, he may well find himself relegated down the order, but we'll keep an eye on that. Sebastian Freeman looking strong in that 4th place. Robin Knudsen, he had a great start from 8th on the grid, and he's up into 5th place. Then Senna van Solen, Hugo Ellis, Louis Rosset, Alberto Cerqui and Marco Giltrap rounding out the top 10. Our leading driver in the Pro-Am category is Alex Ryman in 20th place. Christoph Langer is second in the Pro-Ams. He is in 22nd. Between them is Jeff Machiels in the number 99 car. So we settle down a bit now. 25 minutes and 3/4 remaining of this race. It is Huub van Eindhoven who leads the way from Ariel Levy. So what is going to happen with Horst Felix Felbermayr? It did look like a jump start from car number 88. And the stewards will be looking at all the angles. There's Senna van Solen and Robin Knudsen up to the S's. They come just behind them is Hugo Ellis. Of course, with every driver, you have an opportunity to challenge in front, but when you've got a car just behind you, if you make the move and it doesn't stick, you are going to get relegated down the order. So every move has to be calculated. These cars are all absolutely identical. No massive advantages, no BOPs. Now, Ario Levy, last time around, was the quickest man on the track, so he is catching up with our race leader, Huub van Eindhoven. Third place, Horst Felix Felbermayr, the driver whose start is under investigation. And it might be, of course, that the stewards take a look at it and find out that he was just got great reaction times and there were no problems, but we will wait to see on that one. So into the two turns 3 and 4 we come here, and the cars running and challenging all the way up and down the pack. It is Ario Levy who now jumps into the lead. So Ario Levy has taken the lead of the race. So what has happened to Huub van Eindhoven? We saw some dust being kicked up into the air. What has happened to Huub van Eindhoven? He's suddenly down into second place. Ario Levy, who was the quickest man on the track at that point, has found a route past car 28. He now leads this race. See the front wheel of the car just lifting up as he uses all the curb. Up the hill he comes, up towards the S's once again. So what has happened to Huub van Eindhoven? Whatever it is, he is now fighting back. I think Eindhoven had gone wide, but now he fights back. So Ario Levy leading the way, but under incredible pressure from Huub van Eindhoven. Levy will have to be as defensive as he possibly can as he tries to hold off the number 28 car, Horst Felix Felbermayr, also there behind. Now, an incident involving car 28 and 13 in turn 2 is under investigation. That would have been early on. That's when Alex Tauscher and Huub van Eindhoven went wide on turn 2. We saw that's where Tauscher dropped to the back of the pack. So we wondered what happened to him. Well, it looks as though it might have been Huub van Eindhoven who had something to do with that. And the stewards are going to take a look at that after the race. Clearly, there is more than just a basic incident. They'll want to look at it from all angles. So, Huub van Eindhoven in second place, who is under investigation as well. So, 22.5 minutes remaining of this race. Ario Levy, 0.6 of a second from Huub van Eindhoven, who has been looking quicker. Horst Felix Felbermayr setting purple in sector 1. Sebastian Freymer purple in sector 2. Purple on our timing screens means they are the quickest of anybody, but Marco Giltrap is up to 10th place, so he has found a route past Angus Whiteside and he is pushing forwards. Into the top 10 comes car number 84. We'll keep an eye on him as he tries to close down. Still, Ario Levy leads away. Senna van Soelen challenging Robin Knudsen. Knudsen in 5th, Soelen in 6th. Behind him, Hugo Ellis. That is Robin Knudsen in the red and white car. Now, Senna van Soelen, he's got a bit of a gap behind him, so this could be his opportunity. He said he thought he had the machinery to make a challenge for possibly a podium position. Well, the podium is disappearing a bit up the road at the moment, so Knudsen, who is in front of him, will be looking to fend off the number 12 car as best as he can. Senna van Soelen, without Hugo Ellis right up his back bumper, will be ready to make that challenge without the risk of losing a position at the moment, but of course it could change in a moment. Here comes our race leader, Ario Levy, Huub van Eindhoven, and that is Horst Felix Felbermayr going wide out of turn 1 in towards turn 2. You saw the car out onto the dirt. Sebastian Freymer has his opportunity to jump. The tyres on the Felbermayr car will have dirt on them, so if Freyman is going to make his move, this could be the opportunity. Out of turn 4, flat out towards turn 5. Is he going to make a challenge into turn 6? We're looking at turn 5 at the moment. Sebastian Freyman knows that this is an opportunity to get past. Meanwhile, Robin Knudsen looking to the outside of Senna van Soelen. Suddenly, he's got Hugo Ellis behind him. Also joining the battle behind them is Louis Rosset. So the car's closing up behind him. There's Alberto Cherqui in there as well. So suddenly, if these drivers make the move, they risk being relegated down the order. Felbermayr did well to hold on to that second place after that mistake. Senna van Soelen and Robin Knudsen. Soelen in front, Knudsen in front. They are chopping and changing. It's Knudsen who's into 5th place. Senna van Soelen down into 6th. behind them. The battle rages on with 54. Hugo Ellis also there as well. Louis Rosset in the battle. 20 minutes remaining of this race, and the places are changing with every lap. But still in the lead, Ariel Levy. He's opened up a gap of about 1.3 seconds. Huub van Eindhoven, whatever happened that caused him to lose that lead, he will be kicking himself inside the car. He really felt as though he could win this race. He was in that lead position, and suddenly it all fell apart, and Ariel Levy came through. Horst Felix Felbermayr a little way back in third place, holding off Sebastian Freymet, and behind them that epic battle with Robin Knudsen at the front of Senna van Seulen and Hugo Ellis and Louis Rosset and Alberto Cerqui. They are all in there in the queue. Now Marco Giltrap also joining that queue. You get the feeling this fight is going to kick off in a bit. So looking out once again towards turn 4. The cars come around under the bridge. They come. Senna van Seulen now looking increasingly vulnerable to Hugo Ellis. He takes the left-hand corner. Hugo Ellis has a little look to the outside, not really a part of the circuit where you can overtake. And now towards turn 7 they come. Knudsen, he's there at the front of that queue, looks to have it under control, as does Ariel Levy. In the Pro-Am race, Alex Ryman well clear of his rivals who are well further back from him, and it's Ryman who is in the 21st place, and then the next is Jules Grohl, who's in 26th place. So 4 of the pro drivers between first and second in the Pro-Am race. So Alex Ryman doing what he needs to do just to stay on top of it and to take that top step of the podium in the Pro-Am race. Alberto Cerqui in the very distinctive car that is prepared by B Driver there at the back of that queue, ready to pounce. Robin Knudsen doing a good job for West Coast Racing. Behind him, Senna van Seulen in Team Race Arts, the gold car, tracking his moves, looking for a route pass. Now drivers dropping back, Giuseppe Guerri and Anthony Imperato, both drivers that have dropped back through the pack. So they are in the bottom positions, but may have had issues as they look to get as many points from this as they can. So a 5-second time penalty has been awarded to Horst Felix Felbermayr. 5 seconds, and that is for a jump start. So Felbermayr in third place, a 5-second time penalty which will be added at the end of the race. So we need to remember that. He's currently in third place, and he is some 4.8 seconds ahead of Sebastian Freymet. So if he can keep the gap, if Horst Felix Felbermayr can keep the gap, sorry, that's behind the leader, so let me just double check the gap on that. No, sorry, I beg your pardon, because Horst Felix Felbermayr is actually a lot less. He's only 2.3 seconds ahead. Car 17 just coming to a stop there, locking up, just looking away. It's Driek Jansen in the Red Ant Racing car. He's got it all wrong. He spins it around, points it in the right direction, but Driek Jansen having a bit of a moment there from 17th place, car number, the 17 car, rejoining in 27th place. So Driek Jansen getting it wrong, but keeping it out of trouble. So Horst Felix Felbermayr, as we mentioned before, not the gap that we thought. It is just 0.693 ahead of Sebastian Freymet. So that 5 second, when it's applied, will drop him down to probably about 7th or 8th place. So he will be very eager to open up a gap. But of course, ahead of him is Huub van Eindhoven, who is tracking down Ariel Levy, who leads this race. It's Team GP Elite, who are 1 and 2 in this round 3 of 8 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it is Ariel Levy leading the way from Huub van Eindhoven, Horst Felix Felbermayr, with that 5 second time penalty hovering over his head. Then Sebastian Freymet, Robin Knudsen, Senna van Seulen, Hugo Ellis and Louis Rosset rounding out the top 8. Still trying to push forwards, Marco Giltrap in 10th place. He will be frustrated. He really wanted to see if he could push forwards in the opening laps of the race, but 10th is where he started and 10th is where he is at the moment. He's got Angus Whiteside filling his mirrors, and there is Alex Tauscher, who is fighting his way back. He's into 15th place. So Tauscher, who has been trying to pick himself back up after the opening lap incident, Marco Giltrap there with Angus Whiteside in the purple car, tracking the car that is in front of him, Marco Giltrap. There is Alex Tauscher. So Tauscher, after that opening incident, now with the bit between his teeth. We saw in the second race at Portimao that he was very good at coming from the back, but of course he's using up tyres and he needs to have that traction at the end to hold on to that position. Sebastian Framer now filling the mirrors of Horst Felix Felbermayr in that third place, with the 5-second time penalty hanging over him like an axe. It's Horst Felix Felbermayr who will be relegated down the order pretty well. Any chance of winning this race is going to be over, barring a major disaster. And you can see from the gaps on the side of your screen there that it will drop him down to about 7th or 8th place once that 5 seconds has been applied. Ariel Levy has now stretched his legs out the front. 2.2 seconds between himself and Huub van Eindhoven. Van Eindhoven in a solid second place. And Felbermayr, well, as long as he's holding off Sebastian Framer, well, that would be great news for Huub van Eindhoven, because Framer, having got caught up behind Horst Felix Felbermayr, cannot close in and cannot do anything about Huub van Eindhoven ahead of him. So looking at the cars as they settle down, there's Alex Tauscher running on his own at the moment, down in 14th place. Ahead of him is Sid Smith in the number 55 Team Parker car. Towards the S's we come once again. Felbermayr in that third place. Sebastian Framer, who will inherit that third place if things remain as they are now. Robin Knudsen just behind him. So very much settled at the moment, but it could all change in the blink of an eye. And of course, Ariel Levy, he's got to keep it on the track. Can't be exceeding track limits. He's got to have tyres at the end. Keep an eye on the gap, 2.583 between first and second at the moment. This is the fight that's occupying us. It is for third place, but Framer is already in that net third place. To remind you, Horst Felix Felbermayr, a little bit eager out of the blocks, and has got himself a 5-second penalty for a jump start. So I wonder whether Sebastian Framer will have been informed of that decision, and will have that in mind. Framer probably not going to have what it takes to catch Huub van Eindhoven and Ariel Levy up ahead of him, but a podium would be a result. Right, we've got a yellow flag out at the moment. Car 10 is into the gravel. Pietro Armani, he keeps it going. So there's a yellow flag also showing. Now, whether it's for that, I think it is for that incident. So, car 10, Pietro Armani was showing in 20th place, but a little excursion into the gravel. Didn't go in too deep. Once you're properly into that gravel track, the only way you're coming out is on a tow rope. So he's done well to keep it going, and not too much damage done there, but he is well out of the points. Just looking at other noticeables, well, we saw Sasha Norden coming through our screen there. He's down in 20th place, so he's not had a great race by his standards. Just behind him is Alex Ryman, who still leads in the Pro-Am category. He's 21st on the track, but the Est1 racing car, the number 47 car, has Giuseppe Guerri and Anthony Imperato between himself and second in the Pro-Ams, which is Jules Grauls, who is 24th overall. Sebastian Framer looking to the inside of Felbermayr. Now he needs to not take any risks, because he needs to get this to the end of the race. As things stand at the moment, he has the position. He would, of course, dearly love to pass him on the tarmac, but not at the expense of ending up in the gravel trap or with damage to the car. So, very much making that challenge. In the background, Robin Knudsen, well, he's 1.3 seconds behind at the moment. We'll see how that's doing. 1.398 he is behind Sebastian Framer. Be interesting to see whether that closes in or not. So we've got one eye on that, and yes, he is. So he's taken about 100th of a second off, so it's now about 1.281. So he is closing on Framer, but probably not quick enough. He's got 10 minutes, so it'll be interesting to see what the tyres do at the end of this. But 10.5 minutes of this race remaining. Round 3 of an 8-round series for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. First of 2 races for these cars this afternoon. Ariel Levy 2.7 seconds ahead of Huub van Eindhoven. Uphill, once again they come into the S's, that is turn 9 and turn 10. Now, Felbermeyer, it looked like there may have been a pass, was there? Looks as though, was Framert in front? Yes, he was. So Framert now having made that move past into third place. So Felbermeyer, even though he's got that 5-second gap, and Robin Knudsen has closed in. So suddenly it's all to play for, because Knudsen, having been a second and a half behind, is now on the back bumper of Horst Felix Felbermeyer. Senna van Soelen also sniffing the possibility of a podium here. So Senna van Soelen at the back of that queue, although with him he's got Hugo Ellis, so not quite at the back, but Horst Felix Felbermeyer starting to look vulnerable. Has he taken too much out of the tyres? Sebastian Framert, well, he hasn't broken clear of Felbermeyer yet. Out on 2. Turn 5 they come. A yellow flag is showing once again. You can see some smoke coming across, so that's tyre smoke. So somebody's had a bit of a moment. I think that's out on turn 1. I think that was Alex Ryman. So Alex Ryman, the leader in the Pro-Am race, looks as though he might have had a bit of an excursion. He has, and suddenly Jules Grohl has taken over the lead of the Pro-Am race. So after such a dominant display, Alex Ryman has had a moment. He's gone off into the gravel. Also there, another driver, that is Chenzig Ogyuzan, who's also had a spin. He rejoins a little way down the order. So car number 8 also having a moment. Felbermeyer has been passed by Robin Knudsen, also in there. Marco of Senna van Soelen there as well, and Hugo Ellis. We've got a full course yellow, so suddenly everybody's lifting off. That's why it looked a little bit confusing, because the full course yellow rules say the drivers must lift off the accelerator but not brake. So we had cars slowing at what felt like different times, but you saw some passes there. Horst Felix Felbermeyer getting swallowed up by the pack. Now the full course yellow is out. We had seen a number of cars getting into strife, and we saw the tyre smoke drifting across the circuit. So the full course yellow means that the drivers must drop to 60 kilometers an hour, no more than 60 kilometers an hour. So the full course yellow is for fluid on the track. So somebody has dropped something wet on the surface, and the marshals are now needing to get onto that and have a look and clean it up, because safety is everything. So how quickly can they do that? So with a full course yellow, everybody releases the throttle without braking, well, in theory at about the same time, but we saw it last week in Portimao that actually everybody accelerates, decelerates at slightly different levels depending on the gradient on the track as well, and also the restart. So when we get back into green, we saw last week a number of drivers who gained positions, or indeed a number of drivers who lost positions as a result of anticipating or not anticipating the green flag. So the end of this full course yellow will be critical. It was Horst Felix Felbermeyer we were looking at the time, who had been passed by Senna van Soelen and Robin Knudsen. So Knudsen up into 4th place. Now Knudsen, according to the timing screens, is just a little under 4 seconds behind Sebastian Framert. So he's got a bit of work to do there. Senna van Soelen behind him, and Horst Felix Felbermeyer. Of course, strictly no overtaking. The cars should be going at the same speed. But as we've already mentioned, when this goes back to green flag, that is going to be the opportunity. The drivers will be watching the marshals like an absolute hawk, waiting for any indication that the green flag is coming out so that they can get that jump. But of course, if you go too early, you may well find yourself in trouble with the stewards. How's Alex Tauscher doing? Car 13 is in 13th place after the excursion at the start. Our pole sitter, it looks like he got together with Hoop van Eindhoven, and hopefully we can find out some more details of that as the afternoon progresses. But it does mean that Van Eindhoven in 2nd place is under investigation. There is a car that has been pulled back into safety, and that is just double checking who that is. We can do the marshal moving just so that we can check the number 48. Oh, it is. It's Thomas Cangro. And Cangro, with smoke coming from the car, I'm guessing that is where the fluid came from. So he's been pushed back to safety by our marshals, who do a wonderful job in this boiling hot sunshine. No speedos here, thank you very much, but they do a wonderful job keeping this all going. And Kangro out of the car. So I've got one eye on the timing screen. When does this go green? And who is going to anticipate this well? At the time of the full course yellow, Ariel Levy has 1.9 seconds, a little under 2 seconds over Huub van Eindhoven. Sebastian Framer a long way back, some 21 seconds back, nearly 22 seconds behind the lead battle. Robin Knudsen about 5.3 seconds behind him, and Senna van Soorlen 2.6 seconds behind him. Horst Felix Felbermayr about 1.4 seconds back. So a lot of work to do. We've got green. This is exactly what we thought might happen. The anticipation of the start. It looked to me as though Hugo Ellis had got a good jump there, as indeed has Huub van Eindhoven. You can see him tucked up with Ariel Levy. In the background, Sebastian Framer down into turn one. Huub van Eindhoven, he's got a little over 4 minutes plus 1 lap to find a route past Ariel Levy. Can he do anything about it? It is Ariel Levy leading the way at the moment, less than a second. So anticipating the start has gained Huub van Eindhoven a second on the race leader. Sebastian Framer running very much on his own in that third place. Senna van Soorlen and Horst Felix Felbermayr anticipating it well. The big loser in all of that, Robin Knudsen, down to 9th place. See somebody smoking a tyre into the corner. That's Senna van Soorlen. No, it isn't. It's Marco Giltrap on the inside. Coming up through the pack as well. So Giltrap, one of the big gainers. Alberto Cherqui was in front of him, but Marco Giltrap making good progress at the restart of this race. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining of this race. Turn one is slippery. The drivers will know that. There is fluid still down there. This could be an opportunity to force somebody into a mistake. The number 37 car, Alberto Cherqui, with Angus Whiteside behind him. The two cars running very close together, both purple cars, but in different teams. Ahead of them, Robin Knudsen smoking the tyres. You get the feeling he's running out of grip. There's another yellow flag showing that's Knudsen. He has no grip whatsoever after such a strong showing. He goes out wide onto the gravel. He's dropping back through the order. We're back into green flag racing all around the circuit now, but Knudsen is struggling so much. He's now down into 13th place. He's got Sid Smith for company, but clearly he's run out of traction. Ariel Levy, no such problems, 1.4 seconds in front. So looks as though he's fended off Huub van Eindhoven for the time being. Less than 2.5 minutes remaining. Sebastian Framer out on his own. Senna van Soorlen, great progress up into 4th place. Horst Felix Felbermayr, to remind you, he has a 5-second penalty. So Hugo Ellis and Louis Rosset will be promoted. Marco Giltrap may be promoted too. He's in 8th place. He's got past Alberto Cherqui. Angus Whiteside rounding out the top 10. Jules Grau still leads the way in the Pro-Am race ahead of Alex Ryman. Somebody else smoking a tyre in front as well. Driek Jansen separates Ryman from Christoph Langer and Chenzik Oxuzan in 25th and 26th place. So into the last minute and 3/4 of this race, which has been enthralling. Ariel Levy has done everything that he needs to do. Huub van Eindhoven is under investigation. Just to remind you of that, after a potential incident with Alex Tauscher. Tauscher, our pole sitter, got together with somebody potentially. He's now in 12th place, having fought his way back through the pack as we look at Josh Stanton in the 95 car, currently in 11th place. So the minute and a quarter remaining of this race, plus the 1 lap once the cars cross the line. Once the clock strikes 0, then they'll have the additional lap on that. Ariel Levy will be pleased to see the checkered flag because he has done everything that he needs to do. Van Eindhoven doesn't look as though he's got anything else that he can bring to the table. Sebastian Framer in that 3rd place, running very much on his own, but still Senna van Soorlen pushing as hard as he can ahead of Horst Felix Felbermayr, who has that 5-second time penalty. Across the line we come once again, so a couple more laps remaining of this race. Out towards turn 1 once again. Ariel Levy leading the pack, 1.7 seconds, so he has fended off the attentions of Huub van Eindhoven. Cars now struggling with grip as they try to keep it all pointing in the right direction. Robin Knudsen, who had been so strong for so long, down into 13th place. You can see smoke coming up from a number of these drivers. They lock up into the corner. Marco Giltrap in the 84 car in 8th place. Good progress, probably not quite what he wanted. So the clock now strikes 0. So the leader will cross the line one more time and then he will be on to the last lap. It'll be Ariel Levy who leads the way. Currently, he's up around at turn 10 and 11. And then he will start his final lap of the race. Alex Tauscher continuing his charge forwards. He's now past Josh Stanton, so up into 11th place. Ahead of him will be Angus Whiteside, but probably too much to do now with a little over 1 lap of this race remaining. Ariel Levy now crossing the line and will be very shortly starting what will be his last lap. Robin Knudsen, after a difficult few laps, now fighting his way forwards. This is Ariel Levy starting his last lap of the race. Huub van Eindhoven has run out of ideas as to how he can pass him. In the backhand, Sebastian Framer looking solid in 3rd place. Then Senna van Soelen in that 4th place. Horst Felix Felbermayr with the 5-second penalty in 5th place ahead of Hugo Ellis, Louis Rosset and Marco Giltrap, Alberto Chirqui and Angus Whiteside rounding out the top 10. And it's Jules Grohl who leads the way in the Pro-Am race ahead of Alex Ryman. Ryman is just 7/10 behind Jules Grohl, but he is running out of time to try and find a route past. Ariel Levy finding his way out towards turn 6 at the moment. The left-hand turn 6, and then it's past all the overtaking opportunities. He just needs to keep it all together. No mistakes. Don't exceed the track limits. Don't put it in the gravel trap. Look after the car and bring it home. Ariel Levy looking like a man reborn in 2024. Looking for his 2nd win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. Huub van Eindhoven, who joins the series here for this rounds 3 and 4, has been looking strong, but he hasn't got anything for Ariel Levy. The number 78 car, he started on the outside front row. He worked his way up into the lead, and he has led ever since, despite the full course yellow. He anticipated the restart, and he holds on to the lead, and now he comes out of turn 13 to see the checkered flag. It's Ariel Levy who wins round 3 in the sport division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Huub van Eindhoven next across the line, 2nd place, and he'll be disappointed with that. He really felt as though the win was his. Now we wait for Sebastian Framer, who crosses the line. Then Senna van Soelen, a good 4th place. Horst Felix Felbermayr in 5th, but he will be dropped. Hugo Ellis in 6th. 7th, Louis Rosset, Marco Giltrap, Alberto Chirqui and Angus Whiteside rounding out the top 10. 11th was the best that Tauscher was going to get. Knudsen, after that difficult couple of laps where he was struggling for grip, coming home in 12th place ahead of Josh Stanton. And the rest of the cars crossing the line. I'm waiting for our Pro-Am cars to cross the line. It will be Jules Grohl who wins in the Pro-Am race ahead of Alex Ryman. We're still waiting for him to cross the line, and there they go. And Jules Grohl crossing the line to take the win in the Pro-Am race. Alex Ryman, now what happened to him? He dropped back through the order. Drik Jansen will be next across the line in the number 17 car. And then we wait for 3rd in the Pro-Am race, the silver and green car of Christoph Langer for Iris Doors IED Racing, crossing the line for 3rd in the Pro-Am race. Brilliant stuff. Entertaining as always. The bar was high, but the entertainment came thick and fast. The remaining cars crossing the line. Wonderful stuff. And here we go with our provisional results of race 1 of the day, round 3 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the sport division. Ariel Levy taking the win ahead of Huub van Eindhoven. Sebastian Framer, the 1-2-3. Senna van Soelen, Horst Felix Felbermayr, who will have a 5-second time penalty applied ahead of Hugo Ellis. Louis Rosset, Marco Giltrap, Alberto Chirqui, Angus Whiteside, Alex Tauscher coming back from that opening lap incident ahead of Robin Knudsen, who's clearly struggling for traction, ahead of Josh Stanton, Fernando Monnier, and then the last of the point scorers, it's Philippe Hubran in 15th place. Sid Smith, the first of the non-point scorers ahead of Joran de Back. It is Jeff Mahiels in 18th place. A good result from him from the back of the pack after a difficult qualifying session. Sasha Norden not really getting it dialed up this weekend so far. Anthony Imperato in 20th ahead of Giuseppe Guerri. Then the winner in the Pro-Am race, Jules Grau ahead of Alex Ryman. Driek Janssen splits Christoph Langer and Chenzing Oguzan in 3rd and 4th in the Pro-Ams. And Thomas Gangro rounding out the top 27 cars. It was a lively race. Pietro Armani was a non-finisher, as indeed was Thomas Gangro. He only did 4 laps, so will probably be recorded as a non-classified. Ariel Levy, job done. Out of the car he gets, and just held it all together. So Ariel Levy, he'll be delighted with that. He's stepped up to Team GP Elite this year as a new team to him, and it certainly feels like it's the step that he was looking for in his career. He has been hovering there or thereabouts for the last couple of years. We've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, but it really feels as though 2024 is the year that Ariel Levy takes it up a level and becomes a race winner. Well, he's certainly done it in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, taking his 2nd win in 3 races. And a great display. 2nd place, Huub van Eindhoven. We always knew he was going to be strong. I can see Andy there in front of the camera, so let's head down to Andy and let's see what's happening in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brian. Fantastic scenes down here. Always one of the highlights of a weekend is getting the chance to come down here, soak in some of the atmosphere immediately after the race. Obviously, 3 very happy drivers, in fact 6 happy drivers, because we've also got our AM class podium finishes, but I really do want to try and dive in and have a word with the man of the moment, Ariel Levy. Congratulations. A pretty convincing win in the end, but we always knew it was going to be hard work to get to the front, and you knew you had to do that early.
Yeah, definitely. My start was, again, not the best, especially in corner 1. I got hit, so the whole race I had to drive with a bent steering. But in the end, it didn't really affect anything. Maybe even came to my advantage with the conditions that was. But anyway, it felt like, yeah, everything was happening for me, actually.
Yeah, luck shining on you today, definitely. But then once you got into the front, you had the pace, you pulled a bit of a gap, and then we had a code 60, and all of a sudden that gap came right back down. You must have been thinking, surely not.
Honestly, in the code 60, it felt like, yeah, the gap that I had behind got smaller. I'm not exactly sure why, but it didn't really matter because in the end, the moment that the code 60 went away, I had the better start, and I could, yeah, get a gap each lap. So yeah, I was okay.
Excellent stuff. We'll let you go get ready for the podium. Congratulations then. Ariel Levy victorious in round number 3 here in the Sport Division. We'll be having our podium presentations in just a few moments' time.
Well, if that's what you can do with bent steering, I hate to think what it's going to be like when it's all pointing in the right direction, because that was a great display by any stretch of the imagination. A really strong showing from Ariel Levy, and held it all together. Didn't just go too ballistic, and proved why he is one of the real up-and-coming stars in Porsche Cup racing. He and Huub van Eindhoven and Sebastian Framer have had many battles over the years. Great to watch them here. We're going to have a little look at some of the highlights here from this, which was round 3 of the season. Here in Estoril, so it was a good start initially for Alex Tauscher, and he protected the inside line into turn 1. Huub van Eindhoven, though, great start for him. Horst Felix Feldmeier a little bit eager out of the blocks, and that was going to earn him a 5-second time penalty later on in the race. You could see there was an awful lot of fighting up and down the pack. This is where Tauscher went wide. Huub van Eindhoven to the inside, and there was cars going deep into the gravel trap. Tauscher, one of them, going wide and into the gravel. And that is something that will be investigated. Robin Knutsen, he did well not to make contact with Sebastian Framer. A dive bomb up the inside of Senna van Surlen. Keeping the car on the grey stuff was the challenge for many of the drivers, with grip clearly at a premium. Robin Knutsen was one of them that was struggling for that grip. Senna van Sørlen, well, he was confident at the start of the race, and he continued to press forwards as the rest of the cars ran out of that grip. There was Horst Felix Feldmayer experiencing a little bit of gravel. He left himself vulnerable to Sebastian Freymer, but Freymer at that point couldn't find a route past. Knutsen was in the traffic. He had Hugo Ellis for company in there as well. And that was Pietro Armani who went off into the gravel trap. Sebastian Freymer continued to press Horst Felix Feldmayer, pressuring him for that position. Eventually, it was all going to kick off as the race went on. The leaders had broken clear, but look at this. The fight for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth. Chenzik Oguzhan had a bit of a moment as well. He rejoined to finish a long way down the order. But again, the lack of traction affecting so many drivers and showing that keeping the tyres in a good nick to the end of the race was always going to be critical. Horst Felix Feldmayer suddenly getting mugged, but then the Code 60, the full course yellow, came out. Everybody lifted off, and it was the restart that was going to be very, very important as the stricken car of Thomas Cangro was moved into safety. We got back under green flag conditions, and suddenly it was an opportunity for everybody to move forwards, none more so than Marco Giltrap, the 84 car, pushing forwards into what would ultimately be a 7th place. But Robin Knutsen, this was the point where he had run out of grip. No such problems to Ariel Levy ahead of Huub van Eindhoven by a couple of seconds. He crossed the line, and Ariel Levy took the second win in 3 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Looking at the timing screens, Horst Felix Feldmayer's time penalty has now been applied, and he is being relegated down into 9th place. He will be very disappointed about that, but we get to do it all again in a bit. I would just say that I've had a notification from Race Control that some of the drivers are under investigation for speeding under a Code 60. Well, the clue's in the title with Code 60. You may call it a full course yellow, you may call it a Code 60, whichever way you want to call it. It is a 60 km/h speed limit when the Code 60 is out. Full course yellow is out, and any drivers who go above that are going to pick up a penalty. So the stewards are just taking a look, so the results are very much provisional there. As I was about to say before we went to the highlights, Ariel Levy, Huub van Eindhoven, Sebastian Freymer, they're all running in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. They have been competing against each other for the last 2 years in Carrera Cup Germany, so they certainly know each other well, as indeed is the case with Alex Tauscher and Horst Felix Feldmayer as well. They've all had a fair share of door rubbing with each other over the last couple of years. All of them raising their game, very much getting better. Just all of those drivers, every time we see them, they seem to be better than the time before. Ariel Levy certainly on the ascendancy, and when he made the move into Team GP Elite, he announced that at the beginning of the year. He felt as though this was the final piece of the jigsaw that he needed to move himself to the top step. Well, he's proving that in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we're going to remain to be seen as the season progresses, whether that is the case in both Porsche Carrera Cup Germany and also Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. We are just waiting for the podium presentation on this glorious day. So we're stretching out in the sunshine. It could be a whole lot worse. And if you enjoyed that race, well, don't go anywhere, because not only have we got 3 more races coming this afternoon, we've got 2 races in the club division. We've got the sport division, who will be doing it all again a little later on this afternoon. And there will be an element of revenge, I have no doubt. So we're going to be heading over to Francisco, who is now down on the podium for the podium presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to the podium ceremony of Race 1 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division Pro Class. In 3rd place, Sebastian Freymuth. And Huub van Eindhoven. And the winner, Ariel Levy. And now let's hear the national anthem of Israel for race winner Ariel Levy. A big hands of applause to Ariel Levy, our race winner. And now let's present the trophy. Presented the trophies is Mr. Lars Plato, series manager. Presented the trophy to the third place finisher Sebastian Freimuth. Presented the trophy to the second place finisher Ub van Eindhoven. And now presented the trophy to the race winner Ariel Levy. Okay, time to the photo podium picture. Okay, give us a big smile. Great, awesome, mate. Okay, congratulations. And now let's proceed with our podium ceremony. Just a little bit time to compose the podium again. Great race from the pro class guys, and another great race with the Pro-Am, who will have their podium in a short bit. Okay, so let's start the podium ceremony of Pro-Am class for Sport Division. And in third place, Christoph Langer. And in second place, Alexander Reimann. And the winner of Pro-Am Race 1, Jules Grauwels. And now let's listen to the national anthem of the Netherlands for the winner, Jules Grauwels. Just a little bit. Anytime soon is coming, though, the national anthem of the Netherlands. Okay, let's hear. Congratulations, Jules Grauwels, and now let's present the trophy.
Well then, fantastic stuff from our opening race of the day here at Circuit Estoril. The sport division keeping us thoroughly entertained, and the good news is we get to do that all over again a little bit later on this afternoon. In the meantime though, we've got the club division drivers heading out onto the circuit for round 3 of their championship.
Back here at Circuit du Estoril, ready for what will be round 3 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. And if the sport division is anything to go by, we are in for a treat. In fact, if the last 2 races we've seen in the club division are anything to go by, we're in for a treat, because they have done nothing but entertain whenever we've seen them. It's going to be an exciting race because qualifying was very exciting, and we saw Robert Sulmer beat Felipe Wills to that pole position. Pole will be on the other side of the track for this race because, unlike the previous race, in the sport division, which was a standing start, this will be a rolling start, so the cars will run side by side. To remind you, once again, we have two categories within this race. We have the AM category and we have the GT4 category. Seb Hopkins in the Treble 2 car has done nothing but impress, and he lines up 7th on the grid for this race, and that would be pole in the GT4 category, and that is very, very impressive indeed. The cars in these races separated by such a small margin, and it just shows how close the racing is in the Porsche series. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we saw side-by-side racing when we saw them in Portimao, and we're going to see the same again today. I've no doubt about that. Well, the story so far has been tyres, and that continues to be the story here. These drivers, well, they would have done qualifying on these tyres. They now have to do 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. The track is mighty slippery when you've run out of grip. It's pretty slippery when you've got a fair bit of grip. So making it to the end will be critical. You can see the cars just forming up on the grid at the moment, and in a bit we're going to hand over to Andy, who will be doing a grid walk, but we're just waiting for the cars to get into position, and Robert Sulmer on that pole position in the number 63 car will be looking to lead the pack into the first corner. Of course, once again, on the opening lap, that opportunity to gain places, but also the opportunity to get mugged, and very easy to do. So conditions remain perfect here at Estoril, ready for this race. After this, we will have a break where the cars will be able to go back and get ready for round 4, but they've got to think about round 3 first. So let's head back down to the grid, and your reporter there, Andy McEwen.
Yep, thank you very much, Brian. Back out on the Estoril pit straight, where we've got slowly drivers starting to greet us. We've actually still got some leaving their pit garages now, so a little bit of downtime between the races. So we might run up and down this grid a little bit as we try and find some drivers to have a little chat with. But actually, neither of our front row starters yet in position. Philippe Wills or Robert Sulmer. Remember, we had that fantastic battle for pole position between those two, and Lee Mole also very much a part of that battle as well. Lee is on the grid. We chatted to him briefly after the qualifying session earlier on, but it'll be interesting to get his thoughts now before we move into this race. I think it's about as warm right now as it has been any day as well. The conditions definitely now starting to ramp up. Heard a few drivers saying in that previous race, the Sport Division race, that it was going to be a bit tricky out there to manage the tyres. Some drivers seem to be losing grip in the latter stages, and I'm sure we're going to see a similar sort of story in this one. Right then, we're going to dive in and have a chat with one of the few drivers who've actually made it to the grid. Lee, the rest of them can't be bothered to get out here. You're ready and raring to go, aren't you?
Yeah. I kind of just went out the pits, followed the road round, and you come out here, so it's fine.
Keep doing that for another half hour or so. I think you'll be in a good place. All jokes aside, eager to get going with this, aren't you? I think you know you've got the pace to go up there and challenge them. Do you think it's one of those races where you have to get the job done early, or is patience going to be the key?
I'm not very patient, if you ask most people. Look, I don't know. I think you just keep an open mind and just see what happens in front, really.
Saw a couple of penalties as well in that previous Sport Division race too. That's something that has to be on your mind. Of course, there are a couple of places where it's easy to run wide, especially when the tyres start going off.
Yeah. No, not really. I kind of just try and keep my eyes, focused forwards, and try and keep it neat and tidy.
There we go, confident predictions, no track limits penalties here. We'll leave Lee to it because we have just got a couple of other drivers making their way into position. Got the number 70 car here just coming past us. Now that is Michal Milov, who's gone way too far up the grid because he's actually supposed to be starting alongside Lee Mole, so a little bit of confusion. This is what happens, you see, because when you arrive on an empty grid like this, it can be a bit tricky actually to figure out exactly where it is you're supposed to be going. What we'll do, we'll wait till he's rolled into position and maybe try and have a a little word with Michal, because he was almost on the pace of those front row drivers in qualifying. Should be, I think, a contender in this one. Remember that this is the club division. These are generally less experienced drivers, some of the gentleman drivers running in this class, drivers who don't do this for a living necessarily. So you do sometimes see a little bit more action out on track, perhaps a few more mistakes and inconsistency, and for us that is terrific news, because that provides lots of exciting racing. And well, the most important tool in the toolkit, I think, today is the umbrella, not for rain, which we've had in the past here at Estoril, but for the sunshine. Right, we're going to see if I can just have a quick word with Michal, who is sat here now in the correct position on the grid now. Well done for that. You, I think, have got the right idea. It's very sunny, very warm in this car. Describe to us just how uncomfortable it can get on a day like this.
How uncomfortable, you said?
With the heat.
Oh, with the heat. Well, I have a cooling system in my car, so I feel actually pretty good. You can see hear the system, so, you know, I don't have a problem with that.
Excellent. So you've got a car built for comfort as well as speed. How fast is your car? Do you think you've got the pace for a podium?
I hope so. I hope so. I'll do my best, and we'll see what happens. You know, I like to have a clean race and the pace as well to be on the podium, so we'll see.
Obviously, a lot of practice yesterday. You had a practice session this morning too. Were you focusing more on race pace or qualifying?
Yeah, yesterday it was more focused on race pace, and today, you know, actually I did pretty well, you know, in qualifying, so I think our race pace is pretty good.
Excellent. We'll leave you to it. Thank you for having a chat there. Michal will be starting from that second row of the grid alongside Lee Mole. We have got on the front row now Robert Sulmer in position. Still waiting for our pole sitter, though, on what feels like a very leisurely grid walk, this, doesn't it? Compared to the sport division, where they were all out here straight away, ready and raring to go. This time around, a little bit more sedate. We've got more cars starting to arrive. Now, this is our pole sitter, actually making his way through, or front row starter, I should say, Philippe Wills. Gives us a nice little rev as he pulls into his grid position up on the front row. But we've spoken to both of those, so we're going to keep on moving a little bit further back as more people arrive in their positions. Didier Glorieux here in the number 7 car. Very good looking car, and we haven't yet had a chance to speak to Didier, so we're going to try and put that right now and see if we can swoop in and have a chat. Waves for the camera, and already a couple of little tyre pressure adjustments going on. Didier, thank you for opening the door. I cannot get over how light those doors are. These cars are proper bits of kit, aren't they? And Didier, I know you enjoy racing them. You'd like to be a bit closer to the front, I'm sure, but pretty solid start to your day.
It is. It's really nice to be this ahead, up close to the front. Qualifying went well. I'm happy with the time. The car feels very good. It feels like I can attack. Okay. So that gives confidence for the race. I'll try to stay calm, to stay out of trouble, and we'll see. We'll try to make some wise decisions, not to be swept away or taken away in the excitement, and get to the finish line.
That sounds like a good plan. Didier, thank you. Well done. Best of luck for the race to come. Well, he's feeling confident. Could be a driver to watch for, maybe, in the early stages. Right, we have a couple of cars apparently starting from the pit lane. One is number 23, Minsky Stanislav. The other, I think I heard there, was number 24 machine. So a couple of cars, 22 machine, excuse me, which is Andrea Barati. So those two were both due to be starting a bit further back down the order. They're going to be taking the start of this race from the pit lane. Not sure why. We might head over there in a second and see if we can find out. But in the meantime, the grid is clearing and the drivers are getting themselves ready to go. We've got less than 3 minutes now before they're released onto their green flag lap.
Thank you, Andy. Good job there. Yes, we just had notification. Car 22, 23 and 24, all for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. That is Andrea Barati, Minsky Stanislav, I beg your pardon, I called him Stanislav Minsky earlier on, and Corrado Costa. They are all having to start from the pit lane for going through the pit lane a second time before they start procedure. Drivers, it's very strict rules going to the grid, and they went through the pit lane twice, and that's a safety issue. So those three drivers, that is Minsky, Stanislav Andrea Baratti and Corrado Costa, well, they are on the back foot because they are going to be starting from the pit lane, which means they are going to be stone last. Well, they were starting on the 5th, 6th and 7th row. They were all starting in a row originally. Corrado Costa had qualified 9th. Minsky Stanislav had qualified in 11th, and Andrea Baratti 13th. So that has put them on the back foot for the first few laps of the afternoon. Of course, some would say it could be an advantage because they may be well away from any dramas that might occur on turn 1, but I think they would rather be on the grid, and you can see them there on the left-hand side of your screen. So let's take a look at the grid for this round 3 in the club division. And it is Robert Sulmer starts on pole position with Philippe Wills alongside Lee Mole and Mihail Mylov on row 2, ahead of Murabi Mekvabishvili and Didier Gloria, who have each other company on row 3 of the grid. Row 4, great qualifying. The highest GT4 qualifier, Seb Hopkins, has Yuka Irola alongside. And then the first of those pit lane starters, Corrado Costa, would have had Javier Ripoll Jr. He starts still on the row 5, 10th position. Row 11, Minsky Stanislav, also from the pit lane, and on row 12th on the grid, Alexander Dobik, and that's on row 6. Row 7 of the grid, Andrea Baratti, another of the drivers starting from the pit lane, and Henk van Norrel on the 14th position, ahead of Graham King and Ernst Inderbitzen. So this is going to be something of an unusual start, because we're going to have a number of the cars that are starting there from the pit lane. Of course, they don't get to do the formation lap, so they don't get to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes, so that is another disadvantage. You can see them waiting there, and they will have to wait for the whole field to pass through before they are allowed to rejoin at the back. So big mistake there, and you get the feeling that was potentially team instruction where maybe the rules weren't quite understood, and they all passed through the pit lane that second time before the start procedure. There they are, the identical cars, like we need any confusion, together at the end of the pit lane, and they will only be able to go when the lights go green. The rest of the cars out on circuit. To remind you what we said earlier, it is a 4.182 kilometre circuit. That's just over 2.5 miles around, 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right. And the widest part of the circuit, turns 9, 10, 18 metres wide, 14 metres wide down the main straight. A little bit of undulation, but nowhere near as much as we saw in Portimao last weekend. The highest climb, 6.75%, biggest descent, 5.56%. You can see a little bit of a descent there, or an ascent, as they head around to turn 7 and towards turn 8, the windy S's. And there's a very steep uphill bit as they head in towards turn 9. And into what is a fairly windy part of the track, which probably explains why it's called the S's, I guess. So there we go, cars getting the heat into the tyres. There is the very impressive Seb Hopkins. We never fail to be impressed by what he's doing, mixing it in a GT4 with the GT3 runners, and of the GT4 runners in this race, certainly showing the rest a clean pair of heels. There are only 3 GT4 runners in this race, so all of them will score a podium, but they need to get to the end in order to do that. Obviously, if they crash out early on in the race, then that won't be the case. Right, rolling start here. Cars side by side. In a few moments, the safety car will duck off into the pit lane, and we will be ready for 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. It's Robert Sulmer alongside Philippe Wills, who head down the pit straight. And we are ready to go racing, and it is Robert Sulmer who leads the way, heading down towards turn 1. Philippe Wills has the 56 car, Lee Mole on the inside. Mole, who was so impressive in qualifying, and he looks to the inside of Wills, but that's allowed Sulmer just to break clear. Now the 3 cars from the pit lane are given the green flag. They've got a long afternoon ahead of them as they now join the track and start their race. But Robert Sulmer, a great start from him, already breaking clear of Philippe Wills and Lee Mole in the 2 silver cars. It's the number 70 car of Michal Mylov, who slots in behind them. Didier Glory up there as well. Didier Gloria now out towards turn 5, the corner that is taken absolutely flat out as they head towards the heavy braking of turn 6. That is turn 5. No lifting off there. It's flat out down towards this hairpin, and then the braking, and it is the left-hand turn. Robert Sulmer leading the way, the rest of the cars slotting on in, and there are the GT4 runners towards the back of the pack, but of course they've got a big advantage because there are now 4 cars behind them, because Ernst Inderbitzens also had a poor start in the FAC Autotech car. He's down into 13th place and behind the GT4 runners, so clearly he's had a bit of a moment on the opening lap as well. Keep an eye on Seb Hopkins. Alexander Dobik ahead of him. GT4 versus GT3, and there is Michal Mylov, who himself is under pressure, this time from Didier Gloria, who qualified further back than he had hoped for, so he is fighting forwards in that 5th place at the moment. Mylov in 4th place just ahead of him. Our race leader, Robert Sulmer, back across the line to complete a lap. Robert Sulmer leading the way. Keep an eye on Philippe Wills. He was so quick in the second part of both races in Portimao, and he's looking very eager there as well. To the inside, Javier Ripoll, or maybe that's to the outside for Yuka Irola, as he looks to make position on the 191 car. So Yuka Irola up into that 6th place. This is the 1-2-3 though. The fight for the lead. Robert Sulmer, Philippe Wills, now Lee Mole, looking very eager. Lee Mole, potentially the man on a mission to get past here. Number 56, the car in 3rd place from the UK for Team Parker Racing. In 3rd place, looking, by my reckoning, the quicker of the 3. And that is borne out by the fact that he is purple in Sector 1, the quickest of anybody on the track. And he's in that 3rd place, trying to put that to good use. The quickest in Sector 2 is actually Yuka Irola in the number 18 car, so keep an eye on number 18 as well. He is going very quickly, and he is the quickest of anybody on the circuit in Sector 2 on this lap. Race leader Robert Sulmer, the quickest of anybody in Sector 3, so he is clearly responding to any pressure from behind. There is the aforementioned Yuka Irola with Javier Ripoll Jr. just behind him, but this is the fight for the lead. Robert Sulmer now with Philippe Wills all over him, but Lee Mole there ready to pounce. If either of these 2 cars get together or make a mistake, they use up all of the track. Out of turn 13 they come along the pit straight. Robert Sulmer, he is going to have his mirrors absolutely full of silver cars. To the inside, Lee Mole has a little look, he ducks back, but Felipe Wills to the inside, under braking, slowing the thing down the hill into turn 1. It's still Sulmer at the moment, but Wills, how much longer can Sulmer hold off Philippe Wills? Behind them, Lee Mole just drops back a little. Now up the hill they come towards turn 3 and up around to turn 4. And then the flat out section. This could be an opportunity heading in towards turn 6. We're looking down from the perspective of turn 5 towards 4. Sulmer has the legs at the moment. Wills in 2nd place. Mole in 3rd. Didier Gloria up to 4th place. So, having found the route past Michal Mylov, and a lock-up, a massive lock-up for Didier Gloria going into the corner. That's going to hurt him because a flat spot on the tyres will vibrate the car, it will affect the handling, it will affect the pace, and that could leave him vulnerable to the 5th place car. But he has got his own problems because it is Yuka Irola who is challenging Mylov. It is Philippe Wills who is challenging Robert Sulmer for the lead of this race. Lee Mole just keeping a watch. We've got 25 minutes of this. This could all explode. So a start procedure infringement has been reported to the race director for car number 50. 2nd place, Philippe Wills, has been reported for a start procedure infringement. Now, it might have been that there were people working on the car too late. It could have been anything, but car 50, 2nd place, is under investigation. He will want to get in front now of Robert Sulmer, get a gap, because if there is a time penalty incoming, he will want as much time as possible. In the background, you can see Seb Hopkins, who's dropped to 10th place. He's got Henk van der Rel and Graham King behind him, so he's fallen back from Alexander Dobic briefly. Here's our race leader, using all of the track, being careful not to exceed track limits. Out once again of turn 4 from the perspective of turn 5. There's our race leader. It is Robert Sulmer, Philippe Wills behind him. They've broken clear of Lee Mole just a little. Now towards turn 7. And then it's turn 8 with that little runoff area on it. Here comes our race leader. So the first two having broken clear a little. Now this is the opportunity for Philippe Wills to get past Robert Sulmer without the pressure of Lee Mole behind. Maybe Lee Mole is thinking about the bigger picture. Maybe he's thinking about tyres. The 1, 2, 3. In the background, Didier Gloria. Remember, he had that massive lockup. He will have vibrations running through the car. And onto the pit straight once again. The 18 car, UK Roller, looking to the inside of Marabi Mekvabishvili. So UK Roller has dropped back through the pack, so he's clearly had a moment as well. There's the 1, 2, 3, then 4th, then in the background there is Michal Mylov, then a gap back to Javier Ripoll Jr., Marabi Mekvabishvili, and then UK Roller down into 8th place, Alexander Dobic in 9th, and then we have the GT4 runners together, Seb Hopkins, Henk van der Rel and Graham King. But it's the lead battle that is so intense. There is the leader in the GT4 category, Seb Hopkins, with Alexander Dobic for company. Looking down again from turn 5, you can see how flat out they take it. You need the traction to be able to do that flat out. Then it's the braking of turn 6, the left-hander going deep into the corner. Alexander Dobic looks like he might be struggling a bit for grip. We heard Seb Hopkins, when Andy spoke to him on the grid earlier, saying that in a straight line, there's not a lot between them. On a circuit such as this, it's through the corners where the GT3 cars have the advantage over the GT4s. There is UK Roller in number 18. We're back to the leaders. Robert Sulmer, how close is this? The timing screen says 0.547. I think that is closing up at certain parts of the circuit to something a lot closer than that. Across the line they come once again. Sulmer leading the way. Philippe Wills in 2nd place. He's taken a couple of hundredths out of it. Now has a little look to the inside. In the background, Lee Mole, Didier Gloria running on his own. Then a gap back to Michal Mylov, Javier Ripoll Jr., Marabi Mekvabishvili and UK Roller behind them. The 1, 2, 3. You can see how hard Philippe Wills is pushing. He goes wide on the corner. Still, no change. Flashing the lights. Philippe Wills trying to distract the race leader. Anything to try and move him off course, force him to go wide, force him to make a mistake. Still, it is Robert Sulmer holding on to that position. He's not looking at his mirrors. He's focusing on what's ahead. He's looking after the car. Half a second between 1st and 2nd place. Lee Mole, but he's closed up that 8/10 now that was shown on the timing screens. He's also the quickest of anybody in Sector 1. So Lee Mole on the move. Michal Mylov is the quickest of anybody in Sector 2. But Lee Mole, the quickest man on the track at the moment, a 141.886 last time around. The race leader was a 142.079. So you get the feeling that Lee Mole is now starting to put the pressure on. Not that he wasn't in the first place, but maybe just turning it up a little bit more. Sulmer, Wills, Mole in a line. Here come the rest of them. Michal Mylov, and behind them, Marabi Mekvabishvili and UK Roller, Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 6th place. This is intense. The concentration for these drivers. You can see the car just snaking slightly under braking. trying to push it as late as possible, but you can't afford to go deep. You can't afford to leave a gap on the inside, otherwise the car behind will be through. The 1, 2, 3 still running together. Out of turn 3, up the hill into turn 4 and 5, which will be coming up shortly. Out of 4 they come. And then once again flat out. You saw Sulma just the back end, just stepping out slightly. Lee Mole still the quickest man on the track. 3rd place is the quickest man. In fact, of the 3, Robert Sulma is showing as the slowest of the 3. It's all about thousandths of a second. But Lee Mole appears to have the quicker car, but he doesn't have the position on the track. Javier Ripoll Jr. drops a place. He's been overtaken by Marabi Mekvabishvili. That is for 6th place. So running out on his own is Seb Hopkins. He's broken clear of Alexander Dobic, so he continues his charge forward into 9th place. Next up ahead of him is Javier Ripoll Jr. And he'll be looking to close in on him as soon as possible. He's at the front of the GT4 category, but it's all about position. It's all about getting as far forwards in the overall race as possible. So here comes our race leader once again. Looking at the gap to the inside, Philip Wills sees it on the inside. Robert Sulma tries to shut the door. Car 50 on the inside. It's Philippe Wills. Somehow Sulma holds on to it. Sulma still leading the way. Felipe Wills looked like he'd got through, but he hasn't managed it. Now he has another look to the inside. Lee Mole looks to the outside. Can he take advantage of these 2 cars running together? But it's still Robert Sulma. He came so close to losing that position in just a couple of corners, but he clawed it back, and it's Robert Sulma who continues to lead. Felipe Wills still, remember, he is under investigation for a potential start procedure infringement. He wants to get in front, he wants to open up a gap, but Lee Mole has plans to get past both of them. So still, we remain as we were. Robert Sulma leading the way, about half a second. There was that moment where it looked as though Felipe Wills was going to get through, but now Wills suddenly looking vulnerable to Lee Mole. So 2nd and 3rd look to be fighting. If they can fight with each other, that will allow Robert Sulma to break clear. But now Wills has responded. He has another look to the inside. It does appear to be around turns 9 and 10 where he's very strong. The setup of that car looking particularly strong through the S's. Out of the S's they come. Out into turn 13. It's still Robert Sulma at the moment, holding on. About 0.3 of a second. Over 2nd place, Philippe Wills. Wills goes wide out of the corner, or was that, it was Mole in fact, the other of the silver cars. So, Lee Mole going wide out of the corner. That's allowed him to fall back into the clutches of Didier Gloria. Suddenly Gloria is into the fight to the inside into turn 1, and he steals 3rd position away after such a strong run for Lee Mole. He goes wide out of turn 13, gets onto the gravel. Suddenly, that is all that Didier Gloria needs, and he's into the podium position. Suddenly Lee Mole, who was looking like a challenger for the lead at the halfway point, is now fighting to get back into a podium position. Didier Gloria, after that big lockup early on, has got his teammate in front of him. So Didier Gloria, for Speed Lover, has Felipe Wills in front. Now what can he do to reel in the number 50 car that's in front of him? Lee Mole relegated down into 4th place. It's still Michal Mylov behind him, but he's a little way back, some 5.9 seconds back from Lee Mole. So he's got a bit of breathing room, but he would dearly love to get past Didier Gloria. There's your leader, 1, 2, 3, 4, passing through your picture. Then that gap back to Mylov in the 5th place, and then another gap back to Marabi Mekvabishvili. So that is Gloria in the green and white car. Lee Mole. Now what has happened there? A yellow flag is showing, and that is for a car. There's flames coming from the back of it. It is the 33 car of Alexander Dobic, and it looks as though the car might be burning. Now this is across the track. Now where is he? Out on the track. We may well get a full course yellow or even a safety car here. Can he get it moving? I don't know how sighted he is out on the track there, but a yellow flag is waving furiously. He's trying to keep it going, and that is out towards, oh, he's got the thing going, so I don't know where the flames were coming from on the car, but it looks as though he's got it clear. It was out on turn 7 and 8. You've got that little blind crest there. What an awful place to come to a stop. That would have been a heart-stopping moment for the drivers as they approached it. And now another challenge for the lead. Felipe Wills did get past Robert Sulmer whilst that was all going on, but Sulmer has got him back. So we did have a very brief change for the lead. Sulmer has got him back though. We didn't see it, but Felipe Wills had a brief moment in the lead of this race. Didier Gloria, after such an awful start to the race, could potentially take a top step of the podium. Brilliant comeback from Didier. So the green and white car trailing the silver car. The silver car being driven by Felipe Wills. The green and white car, Didier Gloria. Lee Mole, having been so strong early on, now fighting a comeback. Then a gap back to Michal Milov, who's running on his own. Behind them though, Murabi Mekbabishvili coming under pressure from Yuka Irola. So that is for 6th place. To remind you, points are paid down to 15th place in each category. So every place is worth fighting for in the championship hunt. Felipe Wills suddenly looking vulnerable to Didier Gloria. We've got 13 minutes remaining of this race. Robert Sulmer is leading. He surrendered the lead briefly while we were looking at the Alexander Dobic car that had flames belching from the back of it briefly. Didier Gloria has a look. You can see the Wills car just twitching under braking. Downhill section into that corner. Of course, with the engine in the back of the car, it's quite easy to lock up with the weight transfer into the corner. Very easy to lock up a wheel and to throw it all away. And with the tyres wearing out as well, it's taking all the driver's skill to hold on to positions. So there's your leader, Robert Sulmer, Felipe Wills, Didier Gloria and Lee Mole. The 1, 2, 3, 4. The 1, 2, 3 now breaking clear a bit. The gap last time across the line, Sulmer to Wills was 9.5 tenths of a second. I think Sulmer looks like he's got this in hand at the moment. Track limits flag has been shown to Lee Mole. So it looks like he may be running out of grip. So he's had a track limits warning in turn 13 and in turn 4. So Lee Mole, if he does that again, tends to be 3 strikes and you're out with our race steward. So any more exceeding of track limits, he may well get a time penalty. I would also remind you that Felipe Wills is still under investigation for a start procedure infringement, and that may well be something that comes back to bite him once this race is done and dusted, if not before. But at the moment, all he can do is focus on what's ahead, and what's ahead of him at the moment is Robert Sulmer, and Sulmer has opened up the gap, and now Wills is not focusing on what's in front, he's focusing on what's behind, because Didier Gloria is a man on a mission. He will have some flat spots on that tyre, courtesy of a lock-up early on, but he's still very much in contention for second place, even for the lead. You wonder what Gloria can do if he can get past Wills, whether he can reel in Robert Sulmer. Lee Mole's challenge appears to have faded. 10.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. He's having to be careful, Lee Mole. Remember, the stewards are watching him for track limits. Didier Gloria in the last of the podium positions. Ahead of him, Felipe Wills. Seb Hopkins is in 8th place, leading the GT4 race. Second in the GT4 race, Henk van der Rel. He's in 11th. Graham King in 13th. He is 3rd in the GT4 race. You can see how close Didier Gloria is to Felipe Wills now. Out into the S's once again. We've got another yellow flag out on track. I haven't seen anybody who's stopping. Yes, I have. It's the 24 car of Corrado Costa, the car that started from the pit lane. Looks as though he's still running. Robert Sulmer, you saw him going wide, just picking up some dirt on the corner. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down, but Sulmer clearly pushing hard. yellow flag has cleared. Less than 10 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Here come the 1, 2, 3. Fourth place now running on his own. Robert Sulmer across the line. Philippe Wills behind him. Didier Gloria looking aggressive to the inside into turn 1. Under braking. Philippe Wills slams the door in his face. He holds on to second place. So Didier Gloria still in that third place. Lee Mole too far back to do anything about the 2 cars in front of him. Robert Sulmer leading the way still. 1.186 seconds last time around. So he's just stretching his legs 1,000th by 1,000th. Here he comes. There's our leader, looking more comfortable now. Wills, having been the attacker, now having to be the defender as he fights off Didier Gloria behind. Gloria, who wasn't at Portimao, but dearly loves racing in this series. Finished 6th in the Pro-Am category last year. Under braking, Gloria locks it up, a massive plume of smoke. So another lockup for Didier Gloria. That's going to cause another vibration in the Speed Lover Porsche. That allows Wills to break clear. In the background, Lee Mole will have seen that as well. He will see that there's an opportunity to potentially close in and regain a podium position, but it's a long way to go yet. Still a little over 8.25 minutes plus 1 lap. Another lockup from Gloria. He really is struggling now for traction. You saw the back end sliding as he headed up around turns 9 and 10. So Gloria suddenly running out of rubber. We always said that tyres were going to be the key to winning this race, and that is very much the case here, because keeping the rubber, keeping the car on the track is proving to be a challenge for many of these drivers. Robert Sulmer, he's been taking it reasonably carefully at the start. He's got a second lead. The 23 car coming back. It's Minsky Stanislav, who fights to the inside of car 11, Graham King. That is in a different category, the GT4 category. So although it's position on track, it would not make any difference to points awarded. So Minsky Stanislav pushing his way forwards in his debut in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here this weekend. You can see how wide Robert Sulmer went out of turn 4, and that shows you that he really is having to work hard to keep the car on the track. Into turn 6. Sulmer, he's opened up a gap, 1.2 seconds over Felipe Wills. Didier Gloria in third place, 0.8 of a second behind Wills. Still pushing on, still pushing fast. And then behind them, Lee Mole. And then a big gap, some 10 seconds back to Michal Mayalov in that 5th place. Here comes our race leader. 6.5 minutes. He and his tyres will be pleased to see the checkered flag. Robert Sulmer, he got a 4th place and a 3rd place in Portimao. Will this be his first podium of this year's season? He finished 4th in the AM category last year. An experienced gentleman driver. He's also raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux and in the Middle East Series as well. But a win here in Estoril would be a real shot in the arm for his championship chances. There's Lee Mole. He's had the warnings. Now it doesn't look as though he's had any more. I continue to look at the screens and don't see any more warnings, so all good at the moment. But he's, by the very nature of that, having to back off things slightly to keep the car onto the grey stuff, make sure he doesn't exceed those track limits. His car's a little bit spaced out down in the field. Out of turn 4 towards turn 5 once again. A little over 5 minutes remaining. There is Seb Hopkins, the treble 2 car, up to 8th place in a GT4. Porsche Cayman GT4 in amongst all the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. Seb Hopkins continuing to push forwards. He has Yuki Irola behind him by some distance, some 6 seconds. And Stinda Bitsin is in the 10th place behind Irola. So Seb Hopkins, would love to see him in a GT3 car at some point or the other. I really hope that he continues not only racing in the UK but in Europe, because he clearly has some immense talent. Robert Sulmer, 1.5 seconds, just under 1.5 seconds ahead of Felipe Wills. Didier Gloria in that third place. That's your 1, 2, 3. Lee Mole back from them a bit. So it looks as though Wills has fended off Gloria, and Sulmer has fended off Wills. The cars that started from the pit lane having to work their way back up through the pack. We've lost Corrado Costa, he's into the pits. We saw him having that moment earlier. There is the number 70 car, Michał Majlov, and Marabi Mekvabishvili, who was so strong in Portimao in the number 39 car. He had a couple of 8th places, so this would be his best result of the year so far. A 6th place if things finish as they are now. Continuing to improve in the number 39 car. So it's all about preservation. 3.5 minutes remaining of this race. And just about looking after the tyres and the brakes. Car 63, Robert Sulmer, has been given a warning for track limits. Our race leader has been watched by the stewards and has been given a warning about track limits. Ernst Blitzen in the number 15 car, he's in 10th place overall. 3 minutes remaining, that is our race leader. He's clearly pushing hard because of the fact he's been given a warning for track limits, and that was out on turn 4, where he exceeded track limits last time around. Again, a couple more warnings and he could have a penalty. He's got 2 3/4 minutes. Felipe Wills looks like he's winding himself up for one last attack. He's taken a second out of the leader on that last lap. Felipe Wills is not done yet. He wants to have another pop at the lead. He can see there's only 2.5 minutes remaining. Has he got more rubber left on his tyres than the cars in front and the car behind? Suddenly, Felipe Wills, the driver who has a habit of coming on strong at the end of every race we've seen him in. You can see Sulmer is struggling for traction as he heads up around turn 9. Wills has a look to the inside. That wasn't turn 1, that was turn 2 and 3. So, Sulmer in the lead, but now Wills putting the pressure on. Didier Gloria's dropped back from the lead battle, but Sulmer clearly struggling. He's had a second warning for track limits. Our race leader under investigation. Turn 4, he's had 2 warnings for track limits. One more, he may well pick up a penalty. Felipe Wills will see that in front of him. He'll want to pressure him into going wide, see if he can make a mistake. Felipe Wills in 2nd place. Now, 0.3 of a second was between them. He's closed it up even further. Robert Sulmer holding on for all he's worth. The tyres cry enough. Wills sees a gap on the inside. Sulmer closes the door. Into the S's they come. Car 63 still leading the way. Can he hold on for another minute and 20 seconds plus 1 lap? Out towards the Parabolica, turn 13. The Ayrton Senna turn once again, and then out onto the pit straight. This could be the opportunity for Felipe Wills. Out along the pit straight they come. Will we see him duck out of the slipstream? Will we see him make a challenge for the lead? Sulmer will be ready for it. Wills, he looks to the outside, he looks to the inside. Is there a gap on the inside? Under braking, he makes the move. Felipe Wills, side by side. Robert Sulmer trying to come back round the outside. He goes wide into turn 1. He falls back into the clutches of Didier Gloria. We have a new race leader. Felipe Wills is leading the way. Now, Robert Sulmer, having led for so long, having to defend from Didier Gloria. Can he do anything to get back in the lead? Time is running out. Wills immediately opens up a gap in the lead of this race. Robert Sulmer, having led for so long, gets mugged with less than a minute plus 1 lap of this race remaining. Now he's struggling to hold on to 2nd place. He clearly has no grip left in those tyres. Didier Gloria, he locks up once again. Didier Gloria smoking the inside tyre into the corner. Sulmer coming back at Wills. That's allowed Gloria to drop back. That's allowed Sulmer to make the challenge. He's having another look and Felipe Wills. So the clock has struck 0. Once the race leaders reach the start-finish line, it will be one more lap. This is a dash for the cash. It is Felipe Wills. He picked his time. He waited. He saved the car. He saved the tyres. He found a route past Robert Solmer. Now he's got to hold on for one more lap. Solmer isn't done yet. Neither is Didier Gloria. There must be vibrations going through that car after several lockups during this race. Gloria in that 3rd place. This has been such an epic battle. Into the last lap very shortly. Here we come across the line for the last time. Felipe Wills now starts the last lap of the race. Robert Solmer suddenly defending again. Didier Gloria, is he going to do a repeat of Wills into turn 1? No. This time Solmer anticipates it, shuts the door. Didier Gloria looks to the inside, looks to the outside, in towards turn 2 they come. Then it'll be up towards turn 3, up the hill they'll come. Here we go again for a battle for position. This is Felipe Wills going past the back-marking Alexander Dobic car, trying not to trip over him. Robert Solmer there as well. That's split them up a little bit. And now Didier Gloria has a back marker between himself and Robert Solmer. That's exactly what Solmer needed. It's given him breathing room. The back marker there opened up the gap, and maybe that means that the fight for 2nd place is well and truly over. Finally, Didier Gloria clears the back marking car of Alexander Dobic, and he smokes the tyres once again. He is out of grip in that 3rd place. It's now just getting the car home, bringing it home in one piece. Felipe Wills looks to have this tied up, but he's still got a few more corners left. Robert Solmer in that 2nd place, having led for so long into the Essen section of the circuit for the very last time, up towards turns 11, turns 12. It'll be one more corner for Felipe Wills. He picked his time perfectly around that final corner they're about to come. It will be Felipe Wills ahead of Robert Solmer. The 1-2, Didier Gloria dropping back, but here he comes, Felipe Wills. What a drive! Out of the final corner, he goes wide, he sees the checkered flag, and it's Felipe Wills who wins round 3 of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Robert Solmer holding on to that 2nd place. Didier Gloria clearly with 0 grip into 3rd place. Lee Mole, after such a strong challenge, into 4th place. Now we wait for the number 70 car of Michal Mylov to cross the line. Here he comes, ahead of Murabi Mekvabishvili in the number 39 car. Javier Ripoll Jr. next across the line in 7th, and another win for Seb Hopkins in the GT4 category. 8th on the track, 1st across the line in category, ahead of UK Roller. Ernst Inderbitsen in 10th place will be next across the line. We wait for him to come out of turn 13. And that will be shortly. Here we come. There's Ernst Inderbitsen powering out of that final corner. And then Andrea Baratti will be the next person we wait for. And that's for the 11th place overall. And then it's Henk van der El, 2nd in the GT4 category. He's in 12th on the track. And then Minsky Stanislav comes home in 13th place. His first race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Graham King doesn't look to have crossed. There he is, Graham King in 14th place. And then Alexander Dobic will be the last of the runners. Of course, we lost Corrado Costa. What a fantastic race. Brilliant stuff from the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Felipe Wills taking the lead, 3/10 ahead of Robert Solmer. He tried so hard. Didier Gloria in 3rd, Lee Mole. Michal Mylov in 5th place ahead of Murabi Mekvabishvili. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 7th place. Seb Hopkins, 8th overall, GT4 winner ahead of UK Roller. Ernst Inderbitsen in 10th ahead of Andrea Baratti. Henk van der El, 2nd in the GT4 ahead of Minsky Stanislav in 13th. Graham King, 3rd in the GT4 and 14th across the line. And then it's just Alexander Dobic in that 15th place, who was a little way back, and the non-finisher was, of course, Corrado Costa, who had that moment that we saw out on track. Wow, wonderful stuff, just once again, wonderful racing here from these drivers. Good, clean, solid racing. and it really was spectacular. And Felipe Wills, this is what he does. He seems to just bide his time when everybody else is going hell for leather. He's a man who really knows how to look after the tyres. We saw it in both races at Portimao. We've seen it again here in Estoril, that he just waits for his moment and then the race comes to him. A mature racer with that attitude, he knows exactly how to look after the car and how to bring it back to himself at the end of the race. That's exactly what he did. A masterful display of how to drive one of these cars and to get it to the end. Brilliant stuff from Felipe Wills, but hats off to Robert Sulmer. He really did give it his all. Looked like he was going to run away with it at one point. Didier Gloria, on his debut this year, he was in the series last year, but his debut this year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, looked like he could be even a contender for a step further up the podium at one point. But of course, it was the tyres that ran out on him. Right down to Andy McKeown in the pit lane. Get your head round that one, Andy. Stunning.
What a race. What a fantastic first race of the day, third round of the Club Division Championship that was. Kept us guessing throughout. We had no idea who was going to win that. We said that before the race, and right down until the very last corner, it proved to be true. A heart-stopping moment for Philippe Wills at the final turn, and we'll get his thoughts on that now, shall we? Let's wander around and have a chat with our race winner, who made life very difficult for himself. Philippe, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have to start with the finish. What happened at the last corner?
Yeah, I was a little bit too aggressive and instead of taking it slow. But I wanted absolutely to win. And I was well prepared. I know it was difficult, but he was a little bit slower than me. I passed him once in the corner, I lost the car, and then he passed me again. And then it was a few seconds away, so I think I'm faster, so I have to catch him again. And it was a struggle at the first corner. We had a little bit contact, but he didn't want to go on the side, so I helped him a little bit.
It's one of those races that we were on the edge of our seats watching it. Were you enjoying it out there, or was it just a bit stressful?
No, it was great. I had no stress at all. I was waiting my moment to see how I could pass him. I thought it has to be done, and it will be done. So I'm happy I made it.
Well, huge congratulations. Thank you for entertaining us all over the last half an hour or so. Philippe and the rest of the podium drivers are going to head upstairs, and we will be seeing them on the podium in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Andy. Brilliant stuff. I'm just going to go and have a little lie down in the corner, if that's all right with the rest of you. We're looking at the Porsche Brand Centre there. Porsche, absolutely entertaining. I've said it in the past, I'll say it again. My favourite kind of racing, because it is proper elbows out stuff. Let's take another look at some of the highlights from round 3 in the Club Division here at Estoril. It was a stunning race, a rolling start. It was Robert Sulmer who led into the first lap, and Philippe Wills, well, he was round the outside and Lee Mole was on the inside, and they were running together for much of the race. But as before, lots of challenges all the way through the race. Philippe Wills, well, he had a look to the inside, but Sulmer looked to have this covered off. And it looked like Sulmer had got the measure of tyres and everything throughout this race. You can see the first of several monstrous lockups from Didier Gloria, but Philippe Wills on the inside of Robert Sulmer. Sulmer had that quicker line around the outside. Outside became the inside. Sulmer was able to hold off, but this was a premonition of what was going to happen. Look how wide Lee Mole went out of turn 13, picking up the gravel, and that allowed him to fall back into the clutches of Didier Gloria. Gloria saw this as an opportunity, through on the inside and relegated Lee Mole. Lee Mole, struggling for traction, was attracting the attention of the race stewards and getting track warning flags. Then there was Alexander Dobik's moment, and a very vulnerable position out on the track, a fairly blind part of the circuit. There were flames coming out the back briefly. He got the thing going, which is great news. The lead battle continued on and on. We wondered how this was going to end. Robert Sulmer versus Philippe Wills, with Didier Gloria in there as well. Didier Gloria once again smoking those tyres. If anybody wants some giant 50p pieces, they'll be available as souvenirs afterwards. And he somehow gets to the end in a podium position. But the lead fight was going on. This time, Robert Solmer suddenly vulnerable to Felipe Wills. Wills saw his opportunity, he closed in, it saved enough of the car, he could make a challenge into turn one. He muscled his way past, the elbows were out, and finally he found a route past and took the lead. And Solmer was relegated down into that second place. Didier Gloria, well, it's the smoking tyres. It's a display that we were getting used to, but he's still hanging on in there. Despite the worn out tyres, he was fighting hard. They were fighting through the traffic as well. Felipe Wills going out wide, out of turn 13, leaving himself a bit vulnerable to Robert Solmer, but he kept it all together. And Didier Gloria was there as well. It was a fantastic race. We've said that about all three of the rounds that we've had in the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're not lying. They just know how to entertain. This is why we love Porsche Cup racing. It's proper, elbows out, old school racing. No BOPs, no pit stops, no equations. It is just flat out side-by-side racing, and that's why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe so much, because it is proper racing. And guess what? We get to do it all again later on this afternoon, because we have a second race in the club division. It'll be round 4 of the season, and that will be the race that takes us to the halfway point of the season. Coming up next, we're going to have another race from the sport division. But before all of that, we're going to have the podium in a bit, where hopefully we're going to see the 1, 2, 3s in both categories climbing on to the podium. But yes, absolute entertainment. Thank you, Porsche. Thank you, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The Winter Championship is alive and kicking, and the way this is going, it could potentially overshadow the summer championships that are yet to come, because it has been some great racing, both in Portimao and now here in Estoril. And under these beautiful conditions, with the sun shining, we've been able to see these cars on a level playing field. And the drivers who are doing well in this series, you watch them as they carry on throughout 2024, and you'll see them at the top half of their respective championships that they go on to do. And of course, the likes of Ariel Levy and Alex Tauscher will be in Porsche Mobile One, Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and Levy, certainly he'll be in Porsche Mobile One Super Cup. Huub van Eindhoven will be there as well. And all the drivers who are just pushing forwards, looking for that experience over the winter. Keep an eye, especially on Seb Hopkins. I'm going to have one eye on him throughout 2024 to see how he does in the GB Sprint Series, the Porsche GB Sprint Series. This was, I believe, his first trip last weekend at Portimao. Was his first international race. So this will be his second weekend in an international circuit, and showing what potential he has. Great stuff. And the Points Championship, well, we're going to have to take our shoes and socks off to work that one out, because there is plenty of working out to do, because I haven't got a clue who's going to be at the top. I think Felipe Wills will be certainly at the top, if not towards the top in the club division. Right, we're going to head over to Francisco now on the podium with our race winners.
And now, time to race 1, podium ceremony of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division AM class. In third place, Didier Glorio. In second place, Robert Sulma. And the race 1 winner, Philippe Will. And now, let's listen to the Belgium national anthems for race winner Philippe Will. Big hand of applause. And now presenting the trophies to the podium, the finishers, Mr. Lars Plato, series manager, presenting the trophy to the third place finisher Didier Glorio, now to the second place finisher Robert Sulma. And to race 1 winner, Philippe Will. Big hand of applause. Group photo, guys. Give us a smile. Congratulations once again. What a cracking race.
Was it exciting, the race? Yeah? Was it good? Yeah?
On the screen, I'm down in the Belgian license. Always the license last year. No, you have to. What's your license? UK now. Okay. The last year was Belgium. As soon as they are ready.
Okay, in short, we'll start the podium ceremony of the GT4 Race 1 Club Division. Just preparing the final bits to get on with the podium ceremony of the GT4 class. Okay, so I think we can start. Yes, okay. So I think we can start. Yeah, the flags are climbing, and yeah, let's go. So, race 1 of the GT4 class for this first race of Estoril. In third place, Graham King. And in second place, Hank van Nagel. And the winner, Seb Hopkins. And now let's hear the British national anthem for race winner Seb Hopkins. Congratulations to you all, Seb Hopkins. And now presenting the trophies is Mr. Lars Plato, Series Manager, presenting the trophy to the third place finisher, Graham King. Now to the second place finisher, Henk van Nagel. And to race winner, Seb Hopkins. A big hand of applause. To the Race 1 Club Division GT4 class podium finishers, race winner Seb Hopkins, second place finisher Henk van Nagel, and third place finisher Graham King. Thank you, gentlemen.
Probably wouldn't do worse.
Going to have quite a job on their hands to live up to what was a spectacular third round of the Club Division Championship. They'll be back out again right at the end of the day, so make sure you stick around for that. But right now, the pros are heading out of the pit lane. They're heading onto the grid, ready for round 4 of their championship. We'll be down there with them in just a few moments.
Round 3 of the Sport Division is done and dusted. We're now heading into round 4. The first race, well, we saw a win for Ariel Levy. We saw a second place for Huub van Eindhoven and a third for Sebastian Fremert. In this race, Ariel Levy has the benefit of starting on pole position, but we've already seen and heard from him that his starts are not his strongest points. And alongside him will be Alex Tauscher starting on that front row. We saw him in qualifying this morning with that very, very quick time, and he will be looking to beat Ariel Levy off the line and get into that first corner ahead of him. And he's got a good chance of doing that if Ariel Levy carries on with the form that he says that he's got, because he can almost talk himself into a corner, can't he? He says that he's slow off the line, and well, he'll be rehearsing in his head, and he'll be desperate to hold on to that lead and not have to fight back. Tauscher will be wanting to make up for what was that disappointing first race where he ended up going wide into the gravel and having to fight his way back. The grid is incredibly close. The top 13 on the grid separated by 1 second. That's how close it is. That's why qualifying was so important. That's why all the drivers that we're aware of put new rubber on the cars for the qualifying session, because track position is everything here, and starting at the front of the grid is absolutely crucial. So Ariel Levy on that pole position, Alex Tauscher hoping he can psych him into making a poor start. Sebastian Freeman, who finished third in the earlier race today, is starting third on the grid. Huub van Eindhoven, who finished second in round 3 that we saw earlier on today, is starting fourth. And Horst Felix Felbermayr, well, he got done for a jump start in the previous race. He's in 5th place, so he's in good position to make up for that in this race from 5th on the grid. And Hugo Ellis, he was very rapid in that last race, so he will be starting from 6th on the grid ahead of Sasha Norden. Now, Sasha Norden, one of the drivers who has been very much a one to watch in everything that he's done. He was 7th in the Pro-Am in this series last year, but he's not really had the start to the season he wanted. So he will be looking to push it forward from there. He's the Pro-Am champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, but he will no doubt be disappointed. I mean, 7th place on the grid is pretty good by anybody's standards, but he'll be wanting to push forward from there. The car behind him, Marco Giltrap, keep an eye on him as well. We've already heard from him today, and he said that he is to be disappointed with qualifying. So 9th place on the grid. He'll want to push forwards from that position as well. Robin Knudsen starts in 10th place. We saw him having a very lively first race of the day in round 3. Looked like he had run out of tyres, so he will be looking to maybe preserve them a bit better. Now, any of the drivers who locked up in qualifying earlier this morning, they will be carrying that potential flat spot in the tyres as they head into this race, because tyre restrictions are in place. There are 2 new sets of tyres allowed for the entire day. That's 2 quali sessions and 2 races for each car. They're not allowed to exceed that, so you can't just chuck a load of rubber at these cars to outfox everybody else. It's about preservation. Okay, we're going to head down to the grid now. Andy McEwen with the grid walk.
Yeah, back down on the grid now then for round 4 of the sport division. We've got our round 3 winner, Ariel Levy, alongside us here, gunning for a 2nd victory of the day to add to his points tally, an impressive points tally that he's built up so far. Had a bit of a fight on his hands in that first race, but of course Alexander Tauscher, he made life a bit easier for Ariel by going off at the start of the race. Tauscher will be pulling up momentarily alongside him on the front row of the grid, so it's going to be a fascinating battle between the 2. Tauscher knows that he lost points in that race earlier on today, and he'll be desperate to try and get those back. 3rd on the grid, just behind me here, is Sebastian Freimmuth. He ended up on the podium in round number 3 earlier on, partly because of the issue for Tauscher, but also partly because of some really, really good racecraft that he demonstrated. And we can hopefully ask him about that now. Sebastian, congratulations on the podium earlier on today. That was a nice start to your day. It'd be nice to get another one now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, hopefully, yes. I will just try my best to keep the tires fresh. That's one of the key points here, just tire management, and then we'll see.
It is a little bit cooler now maybe than it was before, but I think everyone's in the same boat really as far as tyre management is concerned. The 2 drivers ahead of you, they're developing a bit of a rivalry now, aren't they? Do you think maybe you can take advantage of that in this race?
I hope so, but I will just see what happens, and my teammate is there as well, so I just have to be a bit careful as well.
Sounds like a good plan. Sebastian Freimmuth starting 3rd on the grid, aiming to replicate the 3rd place finish that he had in the race earlier on today. It was Huub van Eindhoven who finished 2nd in round number 3 earlier on, and he's starting right alongside Sebastian, but 1 place further back on the grid for this one. 4th place for Huub. Happy with the podium, I'm sure, after race number 1. What are your chances of getting back up there again in this one?
have a good start and then do my own race. Try to take over as many cars as I can, and then see what we can do.
Any major setup changes from race 1 to race 2? The conditions have changed maybe a little bit. Have you anticipated that?
No, we didn't change anything. So confident with what we have, and now just need to get best out of it myself.
Excellent stuff. Who will be starting 4th on the grid then for this round number 4 of the championship. Next in line then, we spoke to him I think a little bit earlier on today. This is Horst Felix Felbermayr, who the famous Felbermayr name, sort of synonymous with Porsche really through the years, and Horst starting 5th position. Race 1 for you could have gone better though, I think, couldn't it really? It wasn't, the potential was there, but you're back near the pointy end again for round 4. So what are the hopes for this one?
Yeah, just have a good start, then a good first lap, maybe gain some positions, and yeah, the rest we will see.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because, we just watched the club division race. Those are amateur drivers. They make mistakes. There's a bit more overtaking. You pros, you're all so evenly matched, aren't you? And so that means you've got to look for any tiny advantage you can find.
Yeah, of course. If someone makes a mistake, the other one gains. So if you make a mistake and get out or brake too late, outbrake yourself, and the guy behind you gains the advantage.
Absolutely. Well, we hope that doesn't happen to you then. We'll leave you to it now. 5th position on the grid then for Horst, who is going to be piloting that beautiful blue number 88 car. He hopes to a podium finish. Next in line then, Hugo Ellis. He's going to be starting 6th on the grid just alongside me there, just chatting to one of the Team Parker engineers. And then next in line, Sasha Norden. We haven't spoken to Sasha yet, so let's put that right. 7th place on the grid for him. And thank you very much, guys. Sasha, good to have a chance to speak to you here then. What are your hopes for this 4th round of the championship?
Yeah, definitely hope to have a little bit of a better race than race 2. Unfortunate incident, but fought my way forward. So yeah, time to focus back up and go for it this time.
Was there any major damage done to the car in that?
No, the car's fine. The mechanics are really good, so instantly was fixed.
Excellent stuff, Thel. Thank you for saying that. So there we go. Yeah, that incident in race 1 unfortunately robbed him of a good result, because I think he's got good pace actually here at Estoril. Then we have got Louis Rousset, who gained quite a few places in the early stages of that race earlier on. But I do just want to try and wander back a little bit further. Maybe give a bit of love to a few drivers we haven't really spoken to. Marco Giltrap, we saw, he did make good progress in round number 3 earlier on. Neither of his qualifying efforts were brilliant, but we know that he's a better racer perhaps than he is a qualifier. The same true, arguably, of Robert Knudsen there in the number 32 car. Again, got his elbows out. He comes from a touring car racing background. He is not afraid to get stuck in. Right, my destination, I'm hoping, is this green and white car just behind me, Sid Smith. I've spoken to Sid a few times off camera today, but I did want to try and give him a little bit of airtime, because Sid is one of the rising stars of British motorsport, making a bit of a name for himself now out here in Southern Europe. Sid, you were had high hopes this morning when I spoke to you off camera. I think it's fair to say, race 1 was okay, wasn't it? But could be better.
Yeah, definitely. Qualifying's tough like normal. Obviously, these guys are all absolutely on it, so it was tough. But the first qualifying, we had an issue with the bonnet where it was lifting, so it just created more drag for myself. So we started a bit further back than we liked, and then just got unlucky with a few things. But here, we're more of where we should be. I obviously like to be further up there, but as you know, it's quite hard to get the pace out of the car sometimes. So just got a bit unlucky, but definitely hoping to come forward and get some good result out of this.
It's a massive learning curve, this, for you, though, isn't it? You've come out of junior front-wheel drive racing, a little bit of single-seater racing as well, but this is a completely different animal. How much do you feel that you're learning through each of these weekends that you do?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, my eyes have always been set on GT racing and the whole atmosphere around it, so doing those things were only preparation for it. But jumping into this is, as you know, quite different to the stuff I've done. So every time I go out in the car, I'm learning and getting better. And you can see the results. We're getting better, we're fighting better. And yeah, I'm trying to keep up with these boys, because obviously they've been doing it for quite a long time. But I'm really enjoying it. And yeah, we're getting better and better.
Not doing a bad job at all, Sid. We'll leave you to it, because you've just had the 3-minute countdown, which means it's time for us to get ourselves off the grid. I'm losing my radio, which I think means it's about time to get ourselves ready for round number 4 of the Sport Division.
So, round 4 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Lovely crowd out on the terraces, enjoying the late afternoon sunshine here at Circuit Estoril, and they have been thoroughly entertained. This has been, a day so far, as was Portimao, of just action all the way. There have been no boring sessions or races whatsoever this season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe really providing some fantastic action. And you can see the cars now on the grid, ready to go in the late afternoon sunshine. And you wonder what's going through Ariel Levy's head. He said earlier on he always makes a poor start, and you do wonder whether that could ultimately become a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's going to have to do a little bit of self-talk there because Alex Tauscher is very quick out of the blocks. We're going to take a look at the grid now for this round 4 of the season. It's Ariel Levy who starts on pole position, the only driver to get into the 37th in qualifying, ahead of Alex Tauscher. Sebastian Freimert and Huban Eindhoven occupy row 2, with Horst Felix Feldmeier and Hugo Ellis alongside each other on row 3. Row 4 of the grid, Sasha Norden, you heard from him just now, looking to push forwards. Louis Rosset has him for company. Marco Giltrap and Robin Knudsen. Let's see what they can do from row 5. And then Philip Ugran and Senna Van Solen. He's got a bit of work to do from row 6, 12th on the grid. Row 7, Sid Smith and Alberto Cerqui. And on row 8, Pietro Armani and Angus Whiteside. Giuseppe Guerri and Fernando Monnier are on row 9. On row 10, Josh Stanton and Thomas Cangro, Jurien de Back and Anthony Imperato. And then it's Drik Janssen and Alex Ryman on row 12 of the grid. Alex Ryman, the highest of the qualifiers in the Pro-Am category. Jules Grauls and Christoph Langer line up on row 13. Ahead of Shenzing Oguzan, and it is Jeff Machiels who brings up the rear of the grid. So the cars, with their engines running, the safety car leads them around for this, their final formation lap of the day. It will be 30 minutes of racing plus 1 lap, and it will be a clutch start, a standing start for these cars, as opposed to a rolling start, which we saw in the club division earlier on. So the sport division, that ever important task, getting the tyres back into the window. With the temperature having dropped around the circuit as the sun starts to set here at the Circuito de Estoril, then maybe having to weave a little harder, having to work a bit harder to get the tyres into the zone. It is a glorious day. You can see not a cloud in the sky, and no rain is forecast as the cars go round. One of the issues that we might find is the sun getting into the drivers' eyes as they head towards the sun. It's quite low in the sky, and we've had this before. We had this last week in Portimao. The Perspex windows as well, the windscreens in the car, can sometimes make it quite difficult for the drivers. And as the afternoon progresses, driving into the sun can be a challenge in its own right. So, Ariel Levy, he's started on pole position for 3 of the 4 races. At least he will have done once this race gets underway. He's won 2 out of 3 races, looking like a firm favourite in the championship for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but the drivers around him are very talented indeed. Alex Tauscher, he will be quick at the start of this. Sebastian Freimert, keep an eye on Huban Eindhoven, 4th on the grid. So many drivers that are looking to make up places. Once again, that opening lap will be critical. Many drivers looking to get a jump on the cars in front of them. Not too quick out of the blocks though, please. Ask Horst Felix Feldmeier. He picked up a 5-second penalty for a jump start. The messages out to the crowd are on the terraces and loving their time here at this historic circuit, this 13-turn circuit with 4 corners to the left and 9 to the right. Ariel Levy now onto the grid, brings the car to a halt. and is now willing the rest of the field to hurry up, because he's just spent the last couple of minutes getting all the heat into the tyres, getting them into that lovely window, and now they're cooling down again while he waits for the rest of the field to line up behind him. Alex Tauscher in the black and white car on the left-hand side of the screen. Ariel Levy in the blue, red and white car on the right-hand side of the screen, on the left-hand side of the circuit as they head in towards turn one. That drop into the first corner, keeping a cool head at this point is very, very important. The start is a great opportunity to gain places, a great opportunity to lose them, and the cars will very soon be heading down into that first corner. We're waiting for the last few cars to form on the lap and onto the grid. There we are, Ariel Levy now poised and ready. We'll wait for the green flag at the back, and now it'll be all eyes to the gantry that the drivers can see. Are we ready? It is round 4, and we are go. Ariel Levy immediately moves across the block. Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Framer is there as well. Horst Felix Feldmeier doesn't jump the start this time on the inside. Hoogman Eindhoven is Ariel Levy leading the way. 3 abreast around turn 1. They all hold it together at the moment, but there's a spinner. Was that Josh Stanton? Yes, it was. Car 95 pointing in the wrong direction. He got tagged and turned around, and now he's got all that work to do from the back of the pack. You can see a number of cars have locked up into turn 2 and 3. Up the hill we come. A yellow flag is waving for Josh Stanton to recover, get his way into this race, but he's got a long afternoon ahead of him. Ariel Levy did exactly what he needed to do. He had the start that he's been trying to have for the last 3 races. Finally, he gets it. Ariel Levy leading the way from Alex Tauscher. Good start from Sebastian Framer as well. Horst Felix Feldmeier jumping in front of Hoogman Eindhoven. Still some challenges further back for position. The drivers definitely driving very sensibly in the opening lap of this race. It's so often the opening lap where we can get the carnage, but they've really held it together well here. All the drivers making it around this opening lap, and Ariel Levy in a solid position at the front of the field. It's Tauscher in that second place, and then Sebastian Framer. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they head into the S's and up to complete the first lap. It is 30 minutes of racing plus 1 lap. Jurien de Back across the track, pointing in the wrong direction, so he needs to recover that. Now, what has happened there? That is up at turn 10, I believe. He's now correcting it and turning it around, but that was a hairy moment for him. Hoogman Eindhoven to the inside of Horst Felix Feldmeier. This is for 4th place. He sees the gap on the inside. He steals it away with relative ease, but Feldmeier now coming back, pulls alongside him, cuts to the inside. A very mature driving from Feldmeier, retakes the position from Hoogman Eindhoven. Now Sasha Norden getting involved as well. Sasha Norden always looked like he was going to be a contender, and now he's up with this battling duo. But good stuff from Feldmeier, didn't panic. We've got a full course yellow that's come out, so I'm wondering if the Jurien de Back car is still stationary out on track. Full course yellow, all drivers required to lift off. They are not permitted to brake, although they might need to if the car in front of them is going slower. But you can see the car's now down to 60 kilometers an hour. Full course yellow, also known as a code 60, while the track is cleared. And that gives everybody a chance to breathe. You can see the traffic jam when you get a code 60 this early on in the race. Everybody is together. Now remember what happened before. This is going to be all about anticipating the green. I have to say, Ariel Levy, well, last time across the timing line, it was 3.3 seconds over Tauscher. So, Ariel Levy in a very healthy position. Rest of the cars now circulating in the Pro-Am race. Jules Grauls is ahead of Alex Ryman. So Grauls continues his march towards the top of the championship in the number 77 car. He's in 20th place overall. Alex Ryman in 21st. Sid Smith is in 22nd, and then Christoph Langer is in 23rd. So your 1, 2, 3 running pretty close together in the Pro-Am race. In the overall race, Ariel Levy looking pretty dominant at the moment. at the risk of sounding like a stuck record, remember they've got to look after the tyres. We are back to green flag racing. Ariel Levy is go. Rest of the cars now looking for position. Fernando Monnier there in the silver car. He was looking to make a move and getting together. That's Jeff Machiels and Alberto Chirqui, the two cars together. This is almost certainly going to bring out a safety car, or at the very least a full course yellow. So the cars are running, but this is going to be very short-lived because we've got two cars blocking the track. Alex Tauscher in that second place. Sebastian Freeman behind him. Huub van Eindhoven to the inside of Horst Felix Felbermayr. Into turn one they come. Felbermayr sweeps around the outside. The two cars avoid making contact. So Huub van Eindhoven slotting back into that fourth place. But you can see there is fluid on the track. Surely we're going to have a safety car here because we cannot leave a car there out on the circuit. Cars are still running at the moment. Not too sure what part of the track they are occupying, but here we go. Full course yellow at the moment. This may be more than full course yellow. This is going to take a bit of clearing up. Cars once again lift off. What do they say? Safety cars breed safety cars. Well, Code 60s breed Code 60s as well, because it bunches the cars up and then everybody is go. Everybody sees it as an opportunity to try and jump ahead. But Alberto Chirqui is one of the cars that is involved in that, and also it is Jeff Machiels in the 99 car. He's had a kind of a mixed day, really. He had a very troubled time in qualifying, a pretty solid race in round 3, and now sees himself being removed once again in the number 99 car, and it looks like his day is over in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Our track staff will be working hard because there's fluid out on the circuit as well. So Machiels being towed away. Alberto Chirqui will no doubt be removed as well. Doesn't look like there's loads of damage, but certainly enough to make a bit of a mess out on the circuit. And that car being towed to safety behind the barrier. So the full course yellow remains, Code 60, not bringing a safety car out by the looks of things. So that keeps it fair and square in terms of gaps. So the cars will continue at the moment, as they are no more than 60 kilometers an hour. You can see that Ariel Levy has a monstrous gap of 22.4 seconds over Alex Tauscher. So how has he benefited from that? Now the stewards will probably want to have a look at that because he wasn't 22 seconds ahead when the full course yellow came out. We are back to green flag. That was very quick, without warning. Sasha Norden getting the jump on Horst Felix Felbermayr. And away we go once again. Ariel Levy, I think that's is a monstrous lead. He has gained so much out of the full course yellow. Alex Tauscher in that second place. Look at them fanning out towards turn one. Sebastian Freeman now has Sasha Norden filling his mirrors. Norden, who's made great progress from his starting position. Robin Knudsen through on the inside of Horst Felix Felbermayr. Senna van Solen in there as well. The rest of the cars scrapping for those places. There's some dust being kicked up into the air. You saw Felbermayr look to the inside, duck to the outside, looking eager. Senna van Solen in there as well, looking to the outside of Horst Felix Felbermayr. Now Ariel Levy's gap back down to 6.9 seconds, so I think that was a glitch in the timing. So just under 7 seconds to our race leader between first and second. Certainly didn't look like 22 seconds on the screen, did it? So the fighting continues, and is that Horst Felix Felbermayr, and that is Huub van Eindhoven, who has been mugged at the start, so he did not anticipate the start well, down into 9th place. So Huub van Eindhoven, one-time contender for the top 7 of the podium, in amongst the traffic. Alex Tauscher is in that second place. Yellow flags are showing once again. Now is that for, might be Anthony Imperato, who I believe is stationary out on track. The yellow flags are showing, and there he is, Anthony Imperato into the gravel trap. So once again, we have a trauma. Now, if he's not out of harm's way, we might find a full course yellow. There's not at the moment. Sasha Norden, Robin Knudsen going side by side. It's Knudsen who's found a route past Sasha Norden. And Knudsen stealing that position away, so that is up into fourth place. Across the line comes Alex Tauscher in that second place. No indications of full course yellow yet. It's Sebastian Freimert behind Alex Tauscher in the last of the podium positions. Norden looking to the inside of Robin Knudsen. They almost make contact into turn one. Knudsen holding on for all he's worth. Sasha Norden challenging hard. You can see the 91 car looks like it's out of harm's way, so we might be able to continue without a full course yellow. But Robin Knudsen ahead of that group of cars did a great job getting past. Now can he hold on to that position? Here comes second place Alex Tauscher. We're looking at Tauscher because Ariel Levy is some 6.8 seconds up the road. Sebastian Freimert in a solid third place at the moment. In the Pro-Am race, Alex Ryman leads the way. He's in 17th place overall, but look at Sasha Norden locking up a wheel into the corner. That leaves an opportunity for Horst Felix Feldmeier, who goes to the inside. He gives Sasha Norden the squeeze, but Norden coming back. Huub van Eindhoven trying to come through on his shirt tails to the inside. Goes Huub van Eindhoven. So is he going to steal away sixth place from Horst Felix Feldmeier? Yes, he is. He gets his nose in front. Senna van Solen's in there as well. Coming through on the inside, Louis Rosset. What a great dive bomb from Louis Rosset. Through on the inside, he comes. That is Senna van Solen out and Louis Rosset. Both of them out onto the gravel. Both cars managed to keep it going, but clearly contact between the two of them. They drop back down through the order, but Senna van Solen, having looked so strong, suddenly dropping back along with Louis Rosset, and they are further back down the pack now. Here comes second place Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Freimert, Robin Knudsen. Sasha Norden has now dropped back. Huub van Eindhoven all over him. Horst Felix Feldmeier having a little look in the background as well. Hugo Ellis, Marco Giltrap in 9th place. Philip Ugran in 10th place. It's all change in that pack of cars. No change at the front though. Ariel Levy, he's got a stranglehold on this race at the moment, but none of the places behind him are anywhere near decided. We've still got a little under 19 minutes plus one lap of this race remaining. Coming out of turn 4, they come out towards turn 5. Flat out they come towards turn 6 under the braking. And it is Levy who leads the way. Tauscher there, and Sebastian Freimert challenging all the way down through the pack. 4 positions to the inside. The Ombro racing car of Philip Ugran. He goes to the inside, and it's Marco Giltrap who is trying to steal the position away from him. Marco Giltrap in the orange and black car, trying to steal away that 9th place. In the background is Fernando Monnier, but too far back to get involved in this particular fight. There is Huub van Eindhoven ahead of Horst Felix Feldmeier. So Huub van Eindhoven is coming back. He's into 6th place after what was a difficult first couple of laps for him. We're approaching the halfway point of the race. Ariel Levy has that lead over Alex Tauscher. He doesn't need to take too much out of the car. Sebastian Freimert in that 3rd place. The rest of the places all up for grabs. Car number 10 under investigation after the race for causing a collision. That's Pietro Armani. So the stewards looking at an incident involving the Alberto Chirqui car. So the incident that brought out the trauma earlier on and the yellow flags. Alberto Chirqui, it is Armani who's been investigated for that, but that's going to be after the race has finished. Wow, lots going on. Less than 17.5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. Ariel Levy leading the way. Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Freimert, Robin Knudsen. There is Tauscher. Here comes Freimert. Look how wide they're going. There's Knudsen. Behind him, Sasha Norden. They've settled down a bit. Huub van Eindhoven just backing off for a bit. Maybe saving the tyres, getting ready for another attack. Horst Felix Feldmeier is there as well. Hugo Ellis in the number 54 car. Just at the back, looking to pressure. Horst Felix Feldmeier into a mistake. He's got nobody behind him because Philip Ugran is some 2 seconds back down the road. So he's got the room to challenge. There's a car going wide out of the corner. That was Fernando Monnier, so struggling for grip in the number 20 car. And he's in 11th place, so Marco Giltrap ahead of him and Pietro Armani behind. There's Sebastian Freimert. Into the S's he comes. The rest of the field behind, all fighting for position. All biding their time. all having to strategize. Don't take too much out of the car too soon. Pick your time to make the challenge. Ariel Levy, no such issues for him. 6.6 seconds. He anticipated the full course yellow well. Alex Tauscher looking for his second win of the season in second place. Sebastian Freeman in that third place. This is Horst Felix Feldmayer in the blue car. The silver, yellow and black car of Hugo Ellis, looking very rapid indeed. Fastest man on the track is still Ariel Levy, 139.264. Stretching his legs, he doesn't need to take too much out of it. So he's just driving now, keeping that gap, looking for his third win in 4 races, putting him firmly at the top of the point standings. We are at the halfway point of the race. 15 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Ariel Levy, Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Freeman, Robert Knudsen, there he is in the red and white car. Then Sascha Norden, Huub van Eindhoven now closed up with Sascha Norden, about 4 tenths behind when they crossed the line, so he's closed up since then. There is Huub van Eindhoven in the green car, one of the real up-and-coming superstars in Cup racing, loves the Porsche series. Now with Sascha Norden, another established superstar in this series and in Porsche racing. Huub van Eindhoven chucking it around the corner, trying to catch up with him. You see the front right corner just lifting as he gets onto the power on the slope of the circuit. Still unable to close in any more than he has. Across the line they come. Van Eindhoven, well, it was 0.3 last time, now it's 0.476. But he's just waiting. Now he closes in into turn 1. Felbermeyer, you get the feeling that it's only a matter of time before Hugo Ellis makes that challenge for position and steals away that 7th place from Horst Felix Felbermeyer. Keeping it on the track. Horst Felix Felbermeyer still in 7th place. Hugo Ellis behind him. A gap opening up now as Huub van Eindhoven leaves Felbermeyer behind. The grip running out on the track, a yellow flag, and that is Doriek Janssen, who's into the gravel trap. Now this may well bring out a full course yellow, because where he is stranded could be perceived to be a dangerous position. So Doriek Janssen, he's out there at the moment in the gravel trap. Now what will our race steward do about this? He's looking at it, and we may well get some kind of caution here to get that car moved, because the gravel trap does what it says, and it captures the car, stops any opportunity for going any further in towards the barrier. The only problem is that it means that once you're in, you ain't getting out in a hurry. Full course yellow is out. The car's now asked to reduce their speed to a code 60 kilometers an hour, and absolutely no more. So time to lift off the accelerator. Doriek Janssen now with the breakdown crew, the young talent who's training for Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He's come from karting into GT racing, a big step up from karting, and that is something he will put down to experience into the gravel trap. Rest of the cars circulating at 60 kilometers an hour, and once again the drivers will have their eyes glued to the marshals around the circuit. The moment there is a hint of a green flag, they will go. We've seen so many places won and lost coming out of a full course yellow. Across the line we come. Ariel Levy will break the beam in a few seconds. There is Doriek Janssen's car. The Red Ant Racing team will take that back to the garage, extract no doubt a ton of gravel from it. In fact, he's able to get back under his own steam and back onto the circuit. So Doriek Janssen is back there scattering gravel as he goes. So that was up at turn 4 and 5. Right, I've got one eye on the screen. I should think the drivers will as well have their eyes glued to the post, because any second now we are probably going to go back to green flag racing. So it is Alex Tauscher in second place, Sebastian Freeman right up his exhaust pipe, ready to jump as soon as that green flag comes out. Wait, still wait, Ariel Levy. Well, the gap the same 15 seconds. Again, we are green flag again. Now, I wonder whether Levy might have had to back off there. Sebastian Framer, though, to the inside of Alex Tauscher, Robin Knudsen as well. Exactly what we said might happen. A great anticipation of the green flag. Sebastian Framer through into second place. Alex Tauscher relegated down to third into the clutches of Robin Knudsen. Behind them, Sascha Norden and Huub van Eindhoven continue their battle with Horst Felix Felbermayr in the 7th place. Right, here we come into the corner once again, turn 6. And Horst Felix Felbermayr looking to the outside of Huub van Eindhoven, really just showing himself in the mirrors. There's no way he's going to get past at that point of the circuit. Just showing himself, making sure that he's putting the pressure on. Rest of the cars coming through. Great start from Sebastian Framer, Huub van Eindhoven and Sascha Norden running together. Norden putting the pressure on now. So Huub van Eindhoven in front of Sascha Norden. Huub van Eindhoven up to 5th place. Robin Knudsen now under pressure from Alex Tauscher. He's found a route past Tauscher. Tauscher trying to fight back. So Alex Tauscher heading the wrong way down through the pack. He's off the podium. He needs to fight back. Robin Knudsen has found the route past. Now looking towards Sebastian Framer up ahead of them. Alex Tauscher, Robin Knudsen goes to the inside as they head along the pit straight. Tauscher ducks to the outside, under braking. Knudsen could not change direction too many times heading into the corner. Tauscher trying to go the long way around. He keeps the power on into turn 1. The outside will become the inside, but only briefly. Then he's on the outside again. Still Tauscher fighting now to the inside. He's back past Robin Knudsen. He's back on the podium. Can he hold it? No, he can't. He can't slow it down enough. Knudsen coming back, and Tauscher relegated back into that 4th position. That's allowed Huub van Eindhoven to close in on them. It's allowed Sebastian Framer to break clear, because Knudsen and Tauscher fighting is not a quick way around the circuit, and that's a gift for Sebastian Framer. Still, Tauscher looks to the outside. Will he duck back to the inside? No, Robert Knudsen has it covered off. Huub van Eindhoven, he sees his opportunity to take not 1 but 2 cars anytime soon. Knudsen in the last of the podium positions. The cars behind fanning out. Tauscher looks to the outside, ducks back in behind. Still putting the pressure on. 8 3/4 minutes, just under 8 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Car 8 has been given a warning. Chenzik Oguzhan for respecting track limits, or in fact for disrespecting track limits. But no penalty has been given as of yet. Robin Knudsen still in that 3rd place. Alex Tauscher, he's right behind him. Up his exhaust pipe as close as he can possibly get, ready to jump. Here's Ariel Levy, the gap 8.681 seconds over Sebastian Framer as they cross the line. Robin Knudsen is next. This is the fight for the last of the podium positions. It's Knudsen, Tauscher, Eindhoven, Norden, Felbermayr, and now Ugran getting involved as well as Hugo Ellis. You saw him ducking to the inside. Marco Giltrap is there as well. But Alex Tauscher trying so hard to find a route past Robin Knudsen. He goes as wide as he dare without exceeding track limits. He cuts to the inside. Robin Knudsen defending for all he's worth. Huub van Eindhoven in there as well. Sascha Norden, Horst Felix Felbermayr. Now Huub van Eindhoven looks to the inside of Tauscher. Tauscher defends that position as well. Here comes Knudsen once again holding on to that 3rd place. Brilliant stuff. In the background there is Hugo Ellis that's fighting for position. Tauscher has a little look to the inside. Knudsen making that Porsche as wide as he possibly can. Sascha Norden once again with Horst Felix Felbermayr. Brilliant stuff. Norden and Felbermayr running absolutely together out on the track. This queue is getting longer. This big queue of cars. Robin Knudsen, you get the feeling that he doesn't quite have the pace that he needs. And the rest of the cars are all stacking up behind. Here's Philip Ugran on the inside. Car number 9 to the inside, fighting through, stealing a position away. Great driving from Philip Ugran as he gets his way past. And that is Sascha Norden, who is relegated another position. Great stuff from Philip Ugran. Really good, solid driving. 6.5 minutes remaining. This queue of cars fighting over the last of the podium positions. You saw that was Hugo Ellis going wide out to the corner, picking up some dirt. That's left him vulnerable to Marco Giltrap. So Giltrap now looking to challenge on the outside into turn 1. Norden just breaking clear. Giltrap round the outside. The 20 car of Fernando Monnier in there, as well as Pietro Armani. At the front, Ariel Levy opens up the gap. Framer having another lonely race out on his own, some 9.2 seconds behind, but this is an epic battle. It is Robin Knudsen in third place at the moment, but can he hold it on for another 5 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap? Because that's all that's remaining of the racing here. That is Felbermeyer going wide out of turn 4, just picking up a little bit of dirt, but he keeps it all together. So we settle down a bit for a few moments, only briefly though, because that is a lock-up for Philipp Ugran as he goes deep into the corner, leaves himself vulnerable, and Sasha Norden coming through on the inside to steal the place away, but he fights back. Philipp Ugran on the inside, you saw him smoking the tyres once again. Philipp Ugran and Sasha Norden fighting for position. This is for 7th place. In the background, Marco Giltrap. He can come out on top of this if he just bides his time, finds the gap that he needs to. Sasha Norden and Philipp Ugran together, running as one on the circuit through the S as they come. Philipp Ugran holding off the 21 car, Sasha Norden, and that lockup almost leaving him vulnerable and losing positions, but he holds on to it. Sebastian Framer coming through your picture there. We've seen nothing of Ariel Levy because he is some 10 seconds ahead and running very much on his own. The third place fight continues. How is this going to end up? Nobody knows, because this could be any one of these drivers. Robin Knudsen in the third place, Alex Tauscher in fourth, Huub van Eindhoven in fifth. They've broken clear of the queue a little bit now. Horst Felix Felbermeyer just seeing a gap appear of him. Philipp Ugran in 7th place and Sasha Norden just behind. So these three, it looks like that is the fight for the last of the podium positions. Sasha Norden looking to the outside of Philipp Ugran. And a turn 4 once again. Here we come. There are just 4 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of this race, and the last of the podium positions is up for grabs. Any one of these drivers that you've been looking at could take it. A little further back, the 54 car of Hugo Ellis behind Marco Giltrap. This is for 9th place. Giltrap disappointed with his qualifying this morning, looking to push back, did not expect to come under pressure. Hugo Ellis, who has impressed all day here at the Estoril circuit, in 10th place and challenging for 9th. There is Alex Tauscher in 4th place. Robin Knudsen, he's opened up a gap. We've got a yellow flag out on track once again. And that is just a localised yellow flag, so that's gone green again, so somebody having a moment. Sebastian Monnier in the number 20 car, continuing his charge in 11th place and fighting hard for position. Pietro Armani trying to find his route past Fernando Monnier up and down the pack. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It is fighting all the way. Robin Knudsen, Alex Tauscher, Huub van Eindhoven, they've broken clear of Horst Felix Felbermeyer. Marco Giltrap on the inside in the number 84 car. Hugo Ellis suddenly putting the pressure on, trying to relegate Marco Giltrap down to 10th place. Alex Tauscher, 4th place. Is he going to get a step onto the podium? He's got 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to do something about it. Robin Knudsen has this under control at the moment in the Pro-Am race. Alex Ryman is in 14th overall. Jules Graus is 2nd in the Pro-Am race. He is 16th overall. Christoph Langer is in 19th overall, and he is 3rd in the Pro-Am race. Philipp Ugran once again into the corner we come. The number 9 car in 7th place. Sasha Norden, by his own admission, had a tough day in qualifying, but showing great pace here in this, the 4th round of an 8-round series for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And you can see how close Ugran and Norden are as they run through the corner. Ugran in the 7th place, Norden trying to steal that away. Every point counts. He looks to the inside through the S's as they head up to turns 10, 11 and 12. There is Alex Tauscher still trying to pressure Robin Knudsen into a mistake. There are 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Time is running out. A track limits warning has been shown to Sebastian Framer, even though he's running on his own. He's had 2 track warnings, in fact, and Alex Tauscher also has a warning for track limits. So the tyres are starting to cry enough on these cars. And still Alex Tauscher trying to squeeze as much as he can out of it in the last minute of timed racing. He goes to the outside of Robin Knudsen. Can he go the long way around? Surely not. Knudsen has it covered off. You see the back end of the Knudsen car sliding. Huub van Eindhoven ready to pounce. If Alex Tauscher gets alongside Knudsen and he doesn't make it stick, you know that Huub van Eindhoven is going to be in there and he's going to steal that 4th place away. Behind them, Horst Felix Felbermayr is far enough back that he's not going to be a threat to the fight for 3rd place unless these drivers get together. Robin Knudsen driving as defensively as he can. Huub van Eindhoven locking a wheel up into the corner, still holds it all together. He will have vibrations in the car, but he is still in that position, which is 5th place. Alex Tauscher ahead of him. Sasha Norden and his fight with Philip Ugrand continues race long for 7th place. We don't know where to look. It's happening up and down the pack. Ariel Levy has the lead, but apart from that, very little is decided. Robin Knudsen still fending off the Alex Tauscher car. Number 52 under investigation for an incident. That is Angus Whiteside, but he's not one of the front runners in this race. So we'll have a look at that later because there's too much going on. The clock has struck 0. We are on to the last lap of the race. Ariel Levy with a massive 11-second lead over Sebastian Freeman. Then this fight here. Can Alex Tauscher do anything about Robin Knudsen in the last lap of this race? Robin Knudsen ahead of Alex Tauscher at the moment. Huub van Eindhoven with the tyres that are warm out. Vibrations through the car. Still, Robin Knudsen holding on, doing what he's been doing all race long. Alex Tauscher increasingly frustrated. Now into the last part of the last lap. Ariel Levy is very shortly going to be coming up to the final section of the circuit to receive that checkered flag with a phenomenal lead. There is Robin Knudsen. Sebastian Freeman ahead of him in a solid 2nd place as long as there isn't a penalty, and there is a 5-second time penalty has been awarded to 2nd place Sebastian Freeman for exceeding track limits. So 2nd place, well, he's got 5 seconds just over this fight here at the moment, so he should still hold on to that 2nd place, but a 5-second time penalty awarded to Sebastian Freeman. In the meantime, Ariel Levy approaches the last corner of the race. He heads out onto the pit straight, and it's Ariel Levy who sees the checkered flag and wins round 4 of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the Sport Division. Alex Tauscher giving Knudsen all that he's got to try and get past him, but Knudsen just needs to hold it together now. 2nd place Sebastian Freeman with that 5-second time penalty. He crosses the line critically. How close will Robin Knudsen be as he crosses in 3rd place? It is 6.6 seconds, so Freeman will hold on to that 2nd place despite the 5-second time penalty. Huub van Eindhoven behind Alex Tauscher, then Horst Felix Felbermayr, Philip Ugrand, Sasha Norden, Marco Grilltrap and Hugo Ellis rounding out the top 10. Brilliant stuff. And in the Pro-Am race, it's Alex Ryman who takes the win in 14th place overall. Henner Jules Grohl, who has 17th, and Christoph Langer, the German driver, who will finish in 3rd place in the Pro-Am race. And here he comes to cross the line now. Wow. That was fantastic stuff from these drivers. Brilliant, brilliant racing all around. Really, really good. And the time penalty for Sebastian Freeman, I do believe, will not affect his finishing position. Wow, that was quite something. A race that had a little bit of everything. But Ariel Levy, what a dominant display. We didn't see much of him on the TV screens, and he will have been very happy about that because no TV coverage means that he is miles ahead, and that's exactly what he wanted. That's exactly what means his championship goes from strength to strength, and he now has a stranglehold on this championship as we hit the halfway point of the season. Brilliant stuff. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round 4. And what a race that was. Here comes the provisional result. 17 laps under his belt. Ariel Levy, he had a Sunday afternoon drive on a Saturday, didn't he? Sebastian Framer in second, Robin Knudsen in third, ahead of Alex Tauscher. He did all that he could to get back on the podium. Hu van Eindhoven back in the series, or making his debut in the series today, and finishing in 5th place ahead of Horst Felix Felbermayr, Philip Ugran and Sasha Norden. Marco Giltrap with a 9th place, and Hugo Ellis rounding out the top 10. Fernando Monnier and Pietro Armani 12th, and Louis Rosset in 13th. The winner in the Pro-Am category, Alexander Ryman for S1 Racing in 14th, ahead of Josh Stanton, Angus Whiteside, and then Jules Grau in 17th place, second in the Pro-Am, ahead of Urian de Back, Christoph Langer and Chenting Okuzan in the Pro-Am race. And then 21st, Sid Smith, Derek Janssen was next in 22nd place, ahead of Senna van Soelen. He had a tough old race. And of course, Sid Smith, Janssen, Soelen, Thomas Cangro, Anthony Imperato, Alberto Chirqui and Jeff Mahiels, all non-finishers, as also the case with Giuseppe Guerri. Quite the opposite for Ariel Levy. The driver from Israel continues his dominance that he has been showing, getting stronger and stronger, taking his 3rd win in 4 races in this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Let's head down to Andy in the pits. He's going to have a word.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brian. And well, what a day it's been for Ariel Levy, who is just about to take his helmet off. And I tell you what, after race 1, he looked very cool, calm and collected, but there was a bit more emotion this time around because he's managed to do the double here at Estoril. And for Ariel, that is tremendous news. It means another win, but it also means lots more championship points at the end of what has been a pretty perfect day, really. Ariel, your thoughts on that second race? It was, in a way, a little bit easier, I suppose, than race 1. You seemed to pull a gap early, and from there you could control things.
Yeah, honestly, there was a lot of strange things happening in the race, but if I put those things aside, I felt like I was the fastest car in the race, in the first race, but now when it got cooler, I felt like I got even faster. So then it made my life easier, especially with all the speed reductions. I could catch my breath again, and yeah, it was a nice race.
You were missing out on the fun. There was a tremendous battle behind you, but you don't care about that. You want the points. Obviously, you're in a really good position for the championship now. Alexander's not had a great day, so lots of reasons to smile.
I don't like smiling for the sadness of someone else. Of course, I like winning, but yeah, I would like to have some battles with Alex as well, honestly.
I'm sure they will come in the remaining rounds. We'll let you get off to the podium, but Ariel Levy, the dominant driver in the sport division here at Estoril, and we'll see him and the other 5 drivers who scored a podium in that race on the podium in just a few moments.
I don't like to smile at other people's misfortune, he says with a smirk. I know that Ariel and Alex are actually very good friends, and as I already mentioned, they have been racing alongside each other for a couple of years now, and they love getting stuck in. I should think that Ariel will not be disappointed to have dominated that race, and one of his main challenges, finishing such a long way back in comparison to him. Right, let's take a look at the highlights from what was a spectacular round 4 in the sport division. So it was a race that started with Ariel Levy really stamping his authority and never looking back. Alex Tauscher, who started alongside him, immediately came under pressure from Sebastian Framer, and Framer really getting his elbows out early on to try and relegate Alex Tauscher down through the order. Horst Felix Felbermayr made a good start, but then fell back a bit as the race progressed, and it was Angus Whiteside who was also challenging on the outside there, but it was Urian de Back who had a moment up towards the S's, and he was stranded across the track. Ariel Levy, unfazed by all that was going on. 28 van Eindhoven, forgot his name, was pushing his way forwards from what he was disappointed in the qualifying. Looked to the inside of Horst Felix Felbermayr, but his race did not go the way that he had hoped it would, and Hu van Eindhoven found himself in the traffic, getting bumped and barged, potentially a little bit of damage. There were tyres smoking. That was Marco Giltrap who came around the corner blazing in the smoke. but Huub van Eindhoven ended up going backwards. Robin Knudsen, on the contrary, went forwards, and Knudsen worked his way up into third place. Sascha Norden had Horst Felix Feldmayer for company all the way through, as indeed did a number of the other cars, including Hugo Ellis, who was fighting Horst Felix Feldmayer as well. Keeping the car on the track, avoiding the drama, was critical here. There were full course yellows aplenty in this race, and the drivers had to deal with that. Alex Tauscher eventually succumbed to the pressures of Sebastian Freymet. Robin Knudsen also getting stuck in and stealing the position away from Alex Tauscher. Huub van Eindhoven had dropped back. Tauscher just had the red and white car with him all the way. Philip Ugran looked very impressive, barging through the traffic, but it was a fight that was to falter as the race progressed. So plenty of dramas. Robin Knudsen led that pack. Alex Tauscher then with Huub van Eindhoven, Horst Felix Feldmayer and Philip Ugran as well. Marco Giltrap trying to make up for lost time. There was Pietro Armani also fighting hard as well. Marco Giltrap, though, had his mirrors full. Further back, Fernando Monnier and Pietro Armani were running side by side. Alex Tauscher did everything that he could to find a route past Robin Knudsen. He looked to the outside, he looked to the inside, he looked as though he might make it stick, but Robin Knudsen, the master of defending, managed to hold on to that position, continued on his way to steal it away. Sebastian Freymet ran out on his own. Horst Felix Feldmayer ran out onto the gravel. You could see that the tyres were running very, very thin, but it was a dominant display from Ariel Levy to take the top step of the podium. Great stuff, and Ariel Levy stamping his authority on the championship. Sebastian Freymet, a strong day for him. His two best results in this season's racing, with a third earlier today and then a second in this race. Let's head over to Francisco with the podium ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the podium ceremony for Race 2 Sport Division Pro Class. In third place from Sweden, Robin Knudsen. And in second place from Germany, Sebastian Freymet. And once again, the winner from Israel, Ariel Levy. And now, time to listen to the Israel national anthem for race winner Ariel Levy. Congratulations, gentlemen. And now presenting the trophies to all the finishers. The trophy to the third place finisher, Robin Knudsen. Now to the second place finisher, Sebastian Freymet. And trophy to the race winner, Ariel Levy. Big hand of applause. Now, gentlemen, gather for the picture. Give us a smile. And now, champagne! Mate, give me the... And race 2, race winner in the Pro-Am class from Estonia, Alexander Reimann. And now let's hear the Estonian national anthem for race winner Alexander Reimann. Gentlemen, and now Lars Plato, series manager, presenting the trophy to the third place finisher, Christoph Langer. Now the trophy to the second place finisher, Jules Grauel. And finally, the trophy to the race winner, Alexander Reimann. Big hand of applause, guys. Podium photo, please. And we'll have the champagne afterwards. Thank you, gentlemen. And now the champagne!
Well, fantastic stuff from our second Sport Division race of the day here at Estoril. A brilliant double victory for Ariel Levy. That will really now help him as he reaches the midway point of the championship to try and assert his points lead. But still 4 rounds to go. Anyone's guess what will happen in the Sport Division. Likewise, within the Club Division, they've got one more race to come today. Their 4th round of the championship, and it's up next.
So one more race left today in round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're waiting for the Club Division race. Very shortly the cars will be leaving the pit lane and making their way to the grid. And whether we've saved the best till last, well, that remains to be seen because the bar is incredibly high. We have not had any dull races at all this season, not to mention today. It has been so thrilling. That man there coming out of the pit lane, Seb Hopkins, at the risk of going on about him rather a lot, he has been so impressive in the GT4 category. To remind you, if you are new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, there are 2 categories within the Club Division. There is the AM category, and there is the GT4 category. The AM category, the drivers are running the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car based on the latest 992 generation. And in the GT4 category, the drivers are running the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. The difference between this and the Sport Division that we saw earlier on is that the drivers are allowed ABS. In the AM category, the drivers are age 40 plus, and in the GT4 class, it is open to all drivers, all non-professional newcomers, and they provide some wonderful, wonderful racing. And we are really going to be anticipating this one because pole position has gone the way of Lee Mole. If you saw qualifying earlier on today, you'd have seen Lee Mole take a pole position, and a very strong pole it was as well. But alongside him will be Robert Sulmer, who finished second in the earlier race in round 3 earlier on this afternoon. So the 2 of them running side by side into turn 1 will be a delicious prospect. Add to that Felipe Wills, who is starting 3rd, and of course he won the race earlier on today in round 3. So Felipe Wills in that 3rd place, and Michał Majolov also there as well. He's starting in 4th place in the number 70 car. He had a great race earlier on in round 3, finishing in 5th place. So it really is going to be a thrilling closing race of the day. The sun is starting to go down, so hopefully the sun is not in the driver's eyes. That is an issue. with the series running into the late afternoon, but the conditions are absolutely perfect. And for those of you that are joining us out on the terrace, we thank you for coming here to Estoril to enjoy Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We hope you have been thoroughly entertained by what you have seen. Keep in touch, keep following us. We are back in Valencia on the 24th of February, moving over to Spain. And if you can't get there in person, then please join us online on YouTube, on the Alpha Live channel. All the links are on the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe website. So take a look there for rounds 5 and round 6. You can enjoy all the coverage. You can get involved. Round 7 and round 8 will take place a week after that in Barcelona. That's where the season will come to an end, and we will crown our new champions. Last year's champion, the overall champion, Robert De Haan, went on to great things. And you just know that whoever wins the championship, whoever's in the 1, 2, 3 in the championship this year, they are going to feature prominently in other series as this year progresses. It's not just a warm-up. This is the drivers who want to get a championship under their belt nice and early. It does wonders for the psyche if you are a champion before many of the other championships have even started. And it will be, well, it's going to be close here. Felipe Wills looking towards the top of the point standings, but all the other drivers, Robert Sulmer as well, they're going to be knocking on the door. We will have points updates on the website as well, so keep an eye on that. Also, give us a follow on the Instagram. There's always pictures and previews on the Instagram, so check out the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Instagram page and see all that's coming up. There are guest drivers due at every round, so find out whether there's anybody that you follow who might be joining us for the next 4 rounds, because after today we are at the halfway point of the season. For one last grid walk today, it's back down to Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, down on the grid for the last time, sadly. It's flown by today. We've had some truly superb racing, and I'm sure that our club division drivers, they're going to want to try and end the day on a high. Their first race was phenomenally exciting, and we've got all the same characters, really, lined up at the front of the grid for round number 4, so I'm sure this one should be equally as entertaining. Pole position this time is British driver Lee Mole, who was a part of that leading gaggle in the earlier race. I'm just going to see if I can quickly open the door, have a quick little chat with Lee, who finds himself in the perfect position, really. Pole position, obviously, best place to start, but as we saw from round 3 earlier on today, it's not easy to get away at the front, is it?
No, it wasn't. It's quite difficult also to follow, so I kind of learnt that in race 1, so we'll see how we do here. Hopefully, yeah, keep it clean into turn 1, and I can get my head down and move away.
Say difficult to follow. Explain to the viewers at home and around the track what you mean by that. Is that the dirty air? Is it overheating, or a combination?
You just lose the front end of the car, really. So yeah, you just sort of understeer more into, especially that last corner. So it's quite difficult to try and get a run on people. So and then you start overheating the fronts.
Well, the good news is it's them trying to get a run on you now in this one. Good start's going to be important here, obviously. If you can get into that first corner ahead, are you confident you've got the pace to stay there?
Well, who knows? We'll see. It's all a learning curve for me. So, I mean, I was, quick, hence the reason why I'm here, I guess, in pole position in quali. But, I've got to learn to look after the tyres and make them last 30 minutes. So, yeah, we'll see.
Not easy to do, but I'm sure you'll give it a good go. Lee Mole then starting from pole position. Get the door closed for him and leave him to his thoughts. Right, then alongside him, we should eventually have Robert Sulmer. Now, he was a part, again, of that fabulous battle in the earlier race today. He's not here yet, though. We did see this in the 3rd round of the Club Division Championship before. Drivers not all that quick to get out onto the grid. So we'll scurry on back, shall we, to the next car that we do actually have on the grid, and that is Michal Mylov, who we did chat to ahead of round 3 earlier on, and I think he's in the same grid position as well this time around, starting from the outside of row number 2. And Michal was very excited about the first race earlier on, so let's first of all maybe try and get his thoughts on the first race. Michal, I'm back again. Race 1 looked fun.
What was the question?
Race 1 looked fun. Did you enjoy it?
Oh yes, I did. It took me a little while until I got into pace, but once I got into pace, I think I got things under control, but I lost one position. We'll try not to do that again, so we'll see what happens.
A little bit cooler now for race number 2. Has that changed your approach at all for this one?
No, probably that will be a little bit better for the tires, but other than that, you know, it's still the same.
Excellent. Very best of luck then, Michal, starting from that second row of the grid. We do now actually have Robert Sulmer on the front row. Let's reverse, shall we, and go and have a little chat with the man who's starting alongside Lee Mole. Robert was in that lead group, could so easily have won the race, could so easily have ended up off the podium. It was one of those where everyone was so evenly matched, but because, as I said earlier, these are amateur drivers, they're not necessarily quite as consistent as some of the pros, and so getting to the front is one thing, staying there very much another challenge. But Robert was certainly providing us with the entertainment in the race earlier on today. I'm going to dive in and have a chat. Robert, congratulations on the strong first race of the day. That looked like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of work, definitely. Yes, it was heavy.
And expecting more of the same, really. We've got the same group of drivers at the front of the grid. What are you going to do differently in this one to try and get on that top step?
I will try to get an advantage, like 2, 3, 4 seconds, you know, and try to run out. Let's see whether it happens or not.
So if you can hit the front, you think that you can then pull a gap?
Yes, I hope so. Yeah.
There we go. That sounds like a good plan then. So Robert, that's interesting then. Feels quite confident that he's got the pace to escape out at the front of the field. Right, back we go again towards the second part of the grid. Philippe Wills was the winner of our race earlier on today, but so nearly wasn't after a truly heart-stopping moment at the very final corner. He's going to be starting alongside Michal Mailov on the second row of the grid. Quite a big distance between the rows, but that's because, remember, it's a rolling start for the club division, so they distance them a bit more on the dummy grid, and then when they do get the race underway, it is a full rolling start. And well, for Philippe, he's hoping that he can take advantage of that to get back to the front of the field. Philippe, has your heart rate slowed down a bit now from the last time we spoke?
Yeah, I'm very relaxed now. I want to tell you, I had a back injury in June last year. I was 6 months at home with a broken back.
Oh wow.
So I started now again. Second race. Last week I was in Portimao, so I'm very happy what I achieved in the first race today, because I didn't think that I would make it, but I had a lot of coaching, sim training, hours every day, and I kept for my technique working, and now I see the benefit of it. So I'm enjoying it a lot. It's a very nice race, a very nice organization, so we keep on enjoying. So I'll do my best, but it's very difficult. They are very quick.
It must have been quite an emotional moment then when you crossed the line to claim that victory after the journey that you've been on to get here.
Yeah, I told my wife this weekend, if I can win a race, I will be very, very happy. The first place, not second, third, but first, and now I achieved it, so I'm very, very happy.
You should be happy. You should be really, really proud of what you've achieved. Well, there you go. Thank you very much. Best of luck for race number 2. What an inspiring story that was. So Philippe bouncing back from injury, and look at this, straight back on the pace, winning races, and he's going to be really, really keen to try and do that again. Right, I think we've got time to get one more driver, so we'll head down towards the third row of the grid. In fact, yes, let's head on to the third row of the grid. We spoke to Didier Glorieux before, but Marabi Mekvablishivi, is starting alongside him, and we're going to try very quickly dive in for a word. So, first time we've had a chance to speak to you today. How's your weekend been going so far?
I will tired a little bit because this is race for me new set, and we will try.
Excellent. We wish you the very best of luck. There we go. That is all we've got time for, unfortunately. So we are going to be having our final race of the day in just a few moments' time. Then it is round number 4 of the club division here from Estoril. The sun is setting on what's been a fabulous day of entertainment. What does our final race have in store for us?
Thank you, Andy. Brilliant stuff as always. Thank you for all that you've done up and down the grid in the pit lane today, because you have done a stellar job bringing us lots of information. And what a revelation that is from Felipe Wills, broken back in June of last year, and he's come back from that. That's certainly, I knew nothing about that, and that makes it just all the more impressive that a driver can come back from an injury as serious as that. And he has been mixing it, and wonderful stuff. So great bit of work there. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Felipe, for making it onto the grid and for entertaining us. And you have thoroughly entertained us. A third place, a fourth place, and a win. What can you do in this race? That is the question. Well, you're starting third on the grid, so lots of opportunity. As has been the case in all of the rounds so far and all the races that we've seen up until now, and as will continue to be the case, tyres are everything, and getting to the end on those tyres is going to be critical. Thank you to the crowd for joining us as well. You hope you've enjoyed your afternoon here in the Portuguese sunshine. Let's take a look at the grid for this, which will be the final race of the day, and it will be round 4 for the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's Lee Mole, great qualifying from him, the only driver into the 139 who starts on pole position. The very impressive Robert Sulmer finished second in the earlier race today, second on the grid. Felipe Wills, who we just heard from, the winner from the earlier race today, starts third with Michal Mealov alongside. Murabi Mekbabishvili starts 5th, and Didier Gloria, he was on a mission in the previous round, and he starts on row 3. Javier Ripoll Jr. has Seb Hopkins for company, Seb being the highest qualifying GT4 driver. Yuka Irola starts 9th with Minsky Stanislav alongside, and Alexander Dobik and Corrado Costa. Corrado having a tough time in the first race today. He'll be starting from 12th, looking for better results from there. 13th on the grid, Andrea Baratti and Ernst Indebitsin alongside him on row 7. And then bringing up the rear to the GT4 runners, Henk van der Rel and Graham King. It's all set fair for an exciting final race of the day. It has been thrills all the way through, and we have high expectations here as we get ready to approach the halfway point of the season. Didier Gloria in the number 7 car there. He was an absolute entertainer in the previous race. The driver from Belgium in the speed lover Porsche, who finished 6th in the Pro-Am category in this very series last year, has also been in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 2022, has also guested in Porsche Carrera Cup France at Barcelona, so clearly enjoys the Spanish sunshine, and hopefully we will see him in Barcelona as this series comes to a conclusion. So for the last time, the cars leave the grid. Unlike the sport division that we saw earlier, these cars have a rolling start. So in the latter part of this lap, the instruction will be given to grid up side by side, and they will all come charging down to that turn 1 for our final green flag of the day. The sun starting to go down here at Circuito de Estoril, the circuit that is 4.182 kilometres with 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right in the hills just behind the coastal town of Estoril. We're about 25 kilometres from Lisbon, if you want to know. It's also the location of Europe's largest casino. There you go, there's a useless bit of information for you. Of course, many people will know Estoril from the Formula 1 Grand Prix, Portuguese Grand Prix, which was held here from 84 to 96. Also, MotoGP has been here for many years. It's a Hermann Tilke circuit. Well, he redesigned it in 1999. We have seen many historic races here. It's the venue that Niki Lauda won the Formula 1 title by half a point from Alain Prost. It's also the venue that Ayrton Senna won his historic first ever Formula 1 race in the rain. Remember that one? For those who are slightly older will remember that, and that was an epic race. It is a circuit that has seen many historic, memorable races, and we have seen 3 of them here this afternoon. 2 in the sport division, 1 in the club division. Expectations are high for this round 4 of the season. Side by side, the cars head in to the S's turns 9, 10, 11 and 12, and then into turn 13, named after the aforementioned Ayrton Senna. Turn 13 is the Parabolica de Ayrton Senna, and that is the corner that propels the drivers out onto the pit straight, and that will be our view in just a few moments as the cars now grid up side by side, and we get ready for this, the final race of the day, round 4, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division safety car into the pit lane, and we are getting ready to go! And it's Robert Solmer on the outside, Lee Mole on the inside, heading in towards turn 1. The cars fan out, 3, 4 abreast in towards turn 1. Solmer, is he going to sweep around the outside? Lee Mole keeping it nice and steady under braking. The rest of the cars filing through. Didier Gloria on the outside, keep an eye on here. Seb Hopkins also on the outside line, keep an eye on him. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. It's Lee Mole who leads the way for Robert Solmer. Up the hill they come for the first time of asking. Michal Mylov, a nice clean start from him. Great driving from all of these drivers as they all make it around the first few corners and head out towards turn 5. That's out of turn 4 in towards turn 5 now. Flat out they come in single file at the moment, but challenges for position will come thick and fast in just a few moments. You saw the number 18 car of Yuki Irola just having a little look to the inside as well as they head into turn 6, the Parabolica interior, and then up to turn 7. There is Seb Hopkins in the 222 car, the leading GT4 driver. At the front, Lee Mole has broken clear at the moment. Robert Solmer in that second place. So it's going to be a bit of tyre preservation to start off with, but then it's going to be all caution thrown to the wind. Nobody told Didier Gloria that. He was going flat out for the whole of the last race, smoking the tyres so many times we lost count. At the moment, he's in 4th place. He's got Michal Mylov in front of him, and he's got Felipe Wills behind him in 5th place. So Felipe Wills didn't have the best start. He's dropped a couple of positions, but these are early moments in the race as we head around to complete the first lap. It's Lee Mole who leads the drivers across the line ahead of Robert Solmer. All the cars pretty well compacted into one camera shot down the hill. A slight drop in towards turn 1 makes it very tricky under braking. Didier Gloria to the inside of Mylov. So that is 4th place for Didier Gloria, 3rd place for Didier Gloria as he moves past the number 70 car. So Gloria up into a podium position. Can he keep that? Robert Solmer there as well. Felipe Wills now trying to come back in the number 50 car, the silver car. He had that poor start, but he is a driver who does like to surge through the pack. We've seen it in every race that he's been in so far, coming back from a lowlier starting position, and that is what he does best. So he's got Michal Mylov just ahead of him, but not finding a route past at the moment. And there is Javier Ripoll Jr., who is keeping him company as well in the 191 car in the AM category. So the cars are running in single file at the moment, but still plenty to play for. Lee Mole leading the way. It was 6/10 of a second, 6.5 tenths of a second last time they crossed the line. But Robert Solmer now looking to turn the wick up. Didier Gloria, he's broken clear of Michal Mylov in that 3rd place. And Mylov with Felipe Wills filling his mirrors. Javier Ripoll Jr. Also there. Then there's a gap back to Marabi Mekvabishvili in 7th place ahead of Yuki Irola, and then the leading GT4 driver Seb Hopkins in treble 2 in 9th overall. Felipe Wills, keep an eye on him. He's the man who's going to be putting the pressure on. Michal Mylov just ahead of him. Out across the line we come once again. Lee Mole leading the way, but now Robert Solmer making the challenge. He looks to the inside into turn 1, but can he make it stick? No, he can't. Lee Mole has the faster line around that first corner, and maybe Solmer just trying to unsettle him, maybe trying to help him to miss a braking point. If he can go straight on, that would give him the position. But Lee Mole, an experienced racer, holding it together. He sounded confident when we spoke to him before the race, and he is leading the way after such a qualifying session. But Didier Gloria now closing up to the lead duo. At turn 4, we come again under the bridge. Turn 5, taken full tilt, and then to turn 6. It'll be the heavy braking around turn 6. Nice and tidy for our race leader. Looking after the car, make it go the distance. And then out towards turn 7 they go. That'll be the right-hander. That's turn 7. And then turn 8, and then up the hill slightly. And it is quite an incline in towards turn 9. That is turn 8. And then we see the climb up the hill to turn 9 into the S's, which are turn 10, 11, 12. Sulma keeping the leader in sight. Look at Gloria, he's closed in towards the Parabolica to Ayrton Senna. The final corner, turn 13. Lee Mold looks to have this under control at the moment. Sulma a little bit further back maybe. Gloria possibly picking up a slipstream. Sulma ducks out, so does Gloria to the inside. Now Robert Sulma, he looked calm and collected. He's going to do it again to the inside into turn 1. There's a big gap on the inside. He steals the position away. Lee Mold though, with a quick line round the corner. Can he come back on the inside? No, he can't. We have a change of lead. It's Robert Sulma who jumps to the top. But now Lee Mold coming back. Didier Gloria looking to capitalise on this. Felipe Wills in there as well. The 1, 2, 3, 4 running as one in this race. So the 4 front runners breaking clear from Michal Mylov in 5th place. You can see cars running wide, just picking up a bit of dirt. But Robert Sulma now has opened up a gap over Lee Mold. Robert Sulma, he picked his time. He looked like when he was coming out of the final corner, he wasn't going to challenge, but then he did. He ducked out to the inside, saw that gap on the inside, and then went through. We've got a yellow flag out on circuit for somebody who's clearly had a moment, but nothing affecting our leaders. There comes Seb Hopkins in treble 2 in 9th place. Didier Gloria in 3rd place. Lee Mold, the pole sitter, now down to 2nd place. Gloria, who was so impressive in that first race earlier on today, has a little look to the inside. Lee Mold moves across to shut the door in his face. Around turns 11 and 12 they come. It's Lee Mold in front at the moment, but Didier Gloria, he's lining them up as they head around the Parabolica. Is he going to find a spot even before then? Into the Parabolica, he looks to the inside now along the pit straight. This will be the opportunity for Didier Gloria. He's behind Lee Mold at the moment, lining him up. Will he duck out as they head into turn 1? Will he move to the inside? Yes, he has a little look. Felipe Wills is ready to dive in as well, but Lee Mold anticipates it well. Didier Gloria remains in that 3rd place. Felipe Wills in 4th place. Michal Mylov just a little bit back from them in 5th place. Going wide, it's Lee Mold out of turn 2 and 3. You can see him picking up a bit of dirt. He got some dirt onto the tyres, not enough to advantage Didier Gloria at the moment, but Gloria ready to pounce. Felipe Wills is there in the background. For my money, Wills and Gloria, both chargers, both pushing forwards. They are going to put the pressure onto Lee Mold any second. He's going to have to draw on all of his experience to try and hold these 2 drivers off. Still we continue in the same positions. Now to the inside, and Felipe Wills sees that gap on the inside of Didier Gloria. Gloria down into 4th place. So Felipe Wills, the driver, who says, okay, stand aside, I want to have a go. There's Gloria. Ahead of him, Felipe Wills. He sees that gap, just picks him off. No fuss, no drama. Job done, he's through. So, the fight for 2nd place. Lee Mold, Felipe Wills, Didier Gloria. Robert Sulma has opened up a gap at the front, nearly 1.3 seconds. He's continuing to extend that gap. As long as these drivers are fighting each other, it plays into Sulma's hands. They can't close in on him. Out onto the pit straight we come. Now, is Wills going to make a move on Lee Mold? Philippe Wills, the driver who we heard from on the grid. Didier Gloria is in the background. Right, here comes Philippe Wills to the inside of Lee Mold. The 2 silver cars run side by side. Briefly, Didier Gloria losing it, under braking all on his own. What an absolute shame. The car spins around. He has to wait for a gap before he can rejoin. But it's Felipe Wills up into 2nd place, Lee Mold down into 3rd. But the pressure from the Didier Gloria car is now off, because Gloria has dropped a long way back as a result of that spin, and he now has all the hard work to do again. Such a shame, having shown such a strong showing. Also there, Graham King in the GT4, a little bit of grass track racing going on. The back end steps out. I hope he's not going to try and cut through the gravel trap. I think there's an escape road there. He's out onto the circuit. So another driver who's had a bit of a moment. He's able to rejoin, but he too has dropped back down the order. There's our race leader, Robert Sulmer. What can Felipe Wills do about the race leader? Can he close in on him? Lee Mole down into third place. Our pole sitter was confident coming into this race. Can he hold on to a podium position? There, here's Michal Majlov in fourth place. Behind him, Xavier Ripoll Jr. in the 191 car, shadowing his every move. Ripoll has Marabi Mekvabishvili behind him, but there is a gap, so no pressure for Javier Ripoll Jr. at the moment as he tries to find the route past in the 191 car. Ahead of him, Michal Majlov in the number 70 car. Here comes our race leader out onto the pit straight, just a little under 20 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Robert Sulmer cross the line. Felipe Wills broken clear. Lee Mole a little. Closest fight at the moment, Michal Majlov and Javier Ripoll Jr. fighting for that fourth place. There is the 39 car, Marabi Mekvabishvili in a 6th place. Behind him is Yuka Irola in 7th place, and then the first of the GT4 runners, Seb Hopkins, in 8th place. So waiting at the moment, keeping the tyres, looking after them, making sure you've got something at the end of the race to attack and to defend. Under the bridge goes Robert Sulmer. The rest of the cars following through, about a second and a half between Sulmer and Felipe Wills. Once again, we see Michal Majlov in the number 70 car. For lap time performance, the driver from the USA, with Javier Ripoll Jr. from Venezuela just behind him. And there, what a lot of work Didier Gloria's got to do. He's down into 9th place now after that spin. Such a shame, just overcooking it, under braking, and with the tyres getting a little bit older as well. Quickest man on the track has been Felipe Wills. He is lapping quicker than Robert Sulmer last time around, to the tune of 9/10 of a second. So second place is closing in on Robert Sulmer. We'll see whether Sulmer can respond or not. The gap 1.418, so it's come down a little. We've got just under 16 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. That is plenty of time for Felipe Wills to make his challenge on Robert Sulmer. You can see the sun shining in their eyes as they head down towards turn 1. Always a hazard here in the late afternoon, an additional hazard for these drivers to deal with. But Sulmer dealing with it well, taking it in his stride. Felipe Wills now having broken clear from Lee Mole. Lee Mole is about 3.1 seconds back from the race leader, and about 1.75 seconds back from Felipe Wills. Under the bridge we come. Single file at the moment, just getting the car to the end. That's the critical part. There is Felipe Wills, the driver that we spoke to on the grid, who gave us that story about his comeback from injury last year, the broken back, and here he is now fighting on the podium, having won the race earlier today. Would love to make it a double. First and a second, not too bad either, to go with a third and a fourth that he earned at Portimao. There's Didier Gloria coming back. Seb Hopkins, the leading GT4 runner, in front of him in 8th place overall. This battle continues to rage on. Javier Ripoll Jr. 191, Michal Majlov just ahead of him in car 70. That's 4th place. Up the hill we come once again. Didier Gloria clawing his way back. Such a shame. We would have loved to have seen him challenging the leaders. Felipe Wills continues to press forwards. 1.5 seconds was the gap the last time across the line. So still trying to close in on the lead battle. There's Gloria coming through now. Seb Hopkins ahead of him. Seb does not need to put up a fight here. They're running in a different championship. Great opportunity to compare the Porsche Cayman and the Porsche 911 alongside each other. Two very different cars, both brilliant in their own way. But certainly Seb not enjoying the pace through the corners that Didier Gloria does. And you can see that as he closes up on him under braking. Has a little look to the inside, and Seb not putting up a massive fight, allows the number 7 car through. And Didier Gloria up into 8th place overall, and now sets about after Yuka Arola in 7th place. So Gloria up to 8th. Yuka Arola, who is 2.3 seconds ahead of him. So a bit of work to do from there. A podium looking unlikely unless there's some major drama that unfolds in this race. But he's going to be pushing all the way from there. Nothing to lose. We're past the halfway point of the race. Didier Gloria has been given a warning by our race steward about track limits. Must keep to track limits, and we've seen it already in other races today. Drivers who persistently exceed track limits end up with a time penalty. But Gloria really throwing caution to the wind as he tries to reel in the number 18 car of Yuka Arola up ahead of him. Robert Sulmer. The gap was 1.588 last time across the line. So maintaining that gap, Javier Ripoll Jr. with Miha Mylov in that 4th place. And Javier Ripoll Jr. must be thinking about whether he can find a route past. He's currently in 5th place. He's had 2 5ths and a 7th, so 5th place becoming kind of his average, and he would love to get further forwards than that and get up into that 4th place. Looking fairly swift at the moment, but only 13 minutes and 50 seconds plus 1 lap in which to do it. So still shadowing every move. A lot of it pressuring the driver in front to use more tyres than they want to. Pressuring them into making a mistake, pressuring them into missing a braking point. Anything at all that will just give that little glimpse and allow you to come sailing through. There's Gloria in the green and white car. Up ahead of him, Yuka Arola. Now to the inside. Great move from Javier Ripoll Jr. Can he slow it down? Yes, he can. And Ripoll Jr. past Mikhail Mylov into that 4th place. If things remain as they are now, it will be his best finish. He will want to break 3 of the number 70 car, open up that gap. Lee Mole is next up ahead of him. So the silver car of Lee Mole, you can see him up ahead. So across the line we come. Once again, the gap between 1st and 2nd up to 1.8 seconds. To the inside, Marabi Mekvabishvili. You wonder if Miha Mylov is starting to run out of tyres here. 39 has a look to the inside at that 5th place, but can't make it stick at the moment. So Javier Ripoll Jr. will be pushing forwards as well while this is raging on. He's got 2 seconds to make up on Lee Mole up ahead of him, but this, the 39 car, looking to the inside. Marabi Mekvabishvili and Miha Mylov running together on the track. There is Didier Gloria trying to recover after that early spin. Has had another warning for track limits. So Didier Gloria, if he gets one more warning, he's going to get a time penalty. So car number 7 throwing caution to the wind, but he may well end up with a penalty if he keeps exceeding the track limits. And again, you get the feeling the tyres are reaching the end of their life, and he is trying to fight forwards. He's doing exactly that. So he moves to the inside of Yuka Arola and then to the outside. There's Miha Mylov and Marabi Mekvabishvili fighting over that 5th place. Advantage car 70 at the moment, but 39 looking the quicker. Didier Gloria rushing to join that fight. Through the S's once again. Car 70, Miha Mylov for lap time performance. Marabi Mekvabishvili for Proton Huber competition. 5th and 6th place. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. There is Lee Mole in car 56, the last of the podium positions. Javier Ripoll Jr. has been reeling him in. He's taken about half a second out of him. Now to the inside, car 39, Marabi Mekvabishvili makes that move into turn 1. He makes it stick and relegates Miha Mylov Mylov in that 6th place, Mekvabishvili in the 5th place. And now Javier Ripoll Jr. just ahead of them. This is a fight that is going to rage on for the rest of this race. Marabi Mekvabishvili out of turn 4, around turn 5 we go. Behind them, Didier Gloria always closing in. Our leader, 1.8 seconds ahead of Felipe Wills and Lee Mole. Lee Mole, who may well have Javier Ripoll Jr. for company before too long. He has responded a bit and opened up the gap again. It's about 1.5 seconds. Less than 10 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. And a 5-second time penalty has been awarded to Didier Gloria, car 7. A 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Turn 13, it was 2 on turn 7 and 1 on turn 13. So now Didier Gloria once again disadvantaged. He's in 7th place at the moment, but a 5-second time penalty will put him back in something like 10th place. So a 5-second penalty awarded to that car there, car number 7, for exceeding the track limits. So his afternoon going from bad to worse. He's going to have to push forwards as best he can, but 5 seconds will be added on to his time once this race is done and dusted. He continues to push forwards. Ahead of him is Michal Mylov and Marabi Mekvabishvili, but that now really does ruin any chances of him getting anywhere near a podium this afternoon. It was going to be a long shot anyway, but Didier Gloria with that time penalty, now with a mountain to climb to get meaningful points out of this race. Robert Sulmer, no such problem, out at the front of the pack. He got 2nd place in the earlier race. He's currently leading the winner of the earlier race. Going wide though, the winner of the earlier race, Felipe Wills, out of the corner. You saw him going wide, you saw the dust rising up into the air, and the grip is starting to go on the car. Number 33, Alexander Dobik, fighting with Corrado Costa for position. That is for 10th place. Costa was in 10th place, and now Alexander Dobik trying to find a route past around turn 5 at the moment. Corrado Costa holds on to that place, but Alexander Dobik now challenging again into turn 6. He has a look to the outside. Can he slow it down? Yes, he can. But Alexander Dobik in 10th place at the moment, looking good for a potential 9th place here. Ahead of them is Seb Hopkins, the leading GT4 car. In the background, that is Minsky Stanislav in the 23 car, keeping them in sight as well. 33, Alexander Dobik in 11th. Ahead of him, Corrado Costa. Had a pretty disastrous first race, did Corrado Costa, a non-classified. Had a 13th and a 12th at Portimao last weekend, and fighting for position here. Right, 56, Lee Mole in 3rd place. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 191. Shadowing him through the shadows, and the deep shadows out on the track as the light starts to fade. You can see how long the shadows are. The light is fading with 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Robert Sulmer, 4 seconds over Felipe Wills, really stamping his authority on this race. Felipe Wills ahead of Lee Mole by about 8.3 seconds. Then it's Javier Ripoll Jr., Marabi Mekvabishvili and Michal Mylov. There is Didier Gloria. Car 24 has been given a warning for track limits. That's Corrado Costa, who we saw earlier on fighting with Alexander Dobik. There is Didier Gloria, now with that axe over his head. That is a 5-second time penalty. So really just fighting for on-track glory. On-track Gloria, Didier Gloria, behind car 70. In the 7th place, car 7 in 7th, but with a 5-second penalty to be added once this race is over. Still, Sulmer leading the way, has dominated this race ahead of Felipe Wills, and then this fight here for 3rd place, Javier Ripoll Jr. now up with Lee Mole. What can 191 do about car 56? with 5 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this afternoon's racing. The last of the podium positions very much up for grab. The pole sitter, Lee Mole, has dropped back through the pack as this race has progressed. Still very much in a great position, but in the last of the podium positions. And that could all change. Javier Ripoll Jr. has been nibbling away, has been closing that gap, has got it down to 0.8 of a second, and now looking for a trophy himself. The car 191, trying to improve on his best of this year so far, 2 fifth places. And Lee Mole in the 56 car, he's had 2 sixes and 2 sixth places and a 4th in the last race. Would love to finish on the podium, but he's going to have a lot of pressure from behind very, very shortly. Murabi Mekvabishvili has broken clear of Miha Mylov running on his own. Mylov in 6th place, Didier Gloria in that 7th place with the time penalty. The fight for the podium positions. Lee Mole, car 56 for Team Parker Racing. Javier Ripoll Jr. for Est1 Racing. Behind him in 4th place. Putting the pressure on. Time is running out though for Javier Ripoll Jr. Along the pit straight they come. Is he close enough to make a challenge? He's flashing the lights. He's doing what he can to distract Lee Mole in towards turn 1. It looks like he's too far back to make a move this time around, but he's getting closer. And I'm getting the feeling that maybe next time around we might see a challenge for that podium position from the 191 car on Lee Mole. But there's less than 4 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. Lee Mole driving very much with his mirrors, allowing Felipe Wills to break clear in that 2nd place. Robert Sulmer leading by 5.2 seconds in a very comfortable position. Seb Hopkins leading in the GT4. He's just got past Miha Mylov up into 8th place overall. So Seb Hopkins in the GT4 category is also pushing forwards, but this is critical. Here we go in the back part of the circuit towards turn 6 and out into turn 7. There'll be 8, 9 and then the S's, and that is where the hard work will occur, because Javier Ripoll will try and get himself as close as possible to line up Lee Mole to make his challenge as they come past the pits next time around. We'll keep an eye on them. Through the S's they come. It'll be up the hill. The right-hand turn. Then into turn 11 and 12, and then out into the Parabolica. This will be the opportunity that Javier Ripoll Jr. needs as he lines up Lee Mole ahead of him at a turn 13 and out onto the pit straight. Is he close enough? It looks like he's dropped back a bit through the S's. Is he close enough to make a challenge? There's Felipe Wills just going through your picture. Along the pit straight they come. Absolutely. One behind the other. He looks to the inside. No, he's not close enough. He flashes the light under braking. Will he have another look? No, Lee Mole holds him off for another lap. He's as close as ever. But through that back section of the circuit, turns 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13, that's where Lee Mole was at his strongest, and he knew that. He saved himself. He saved the tyres. Now, Javier Ripoll Jr., you saw him go deep in the corner. Is he running out of traction? 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. We're looking at the fight for the last of the podium positions. Robert Sulmer, Felipe Wills looking solid in 1st and 2nd, unless something dramatic happens. It is the last of the positions for the podium that are being challenged for here. Once again, in towards turn 6 we come. Great driving. Lee Mole, who is so experienced and has raced many, many races with Javier Ripoll Jr., the Venezuelan driver who lives in the USA, races Porsches on the American scene. So he knows his way around a Porsche 911 as well. But he's not as close this time around. So once again, Lee Mole looking to have fended off Javier Ripoll Jr. Through the S's they come again and out into turn 13 around the Parabolica. We look again down the pit straight. Now Ripoll is looking further back by my reckoning. I think Lee Mole's got him covered off again. Certainly what it's looking like. Heading heading towards turn 1. And he's further back than he was last time. So, is he winding himself up for one last attack? Because time is running out once the clock strikes 0. Wherever the leader is, he will be able to finish that lap, and then it'll be one more lap after that. By my reckoning, the leader is currently up towards turn 6, so I think the clock is going to strike 0 before he gets to it. So we may just have one more lap after this one for Robert Sulmer, and it'll be one more lap for Lee Mole just to hold off Javier Ripoll Jr. for that last podium position. And there is a car across the track that is going to cause all sorts of problems. The yellows will be out. Now that is that Corrado Costa? I think it might be, certainly out on the track. It looks like he's got it moving, so a bit of a brown alert moment there for drivers coming around the corner and seeing a car parked sideways, but they've done it, and that's all good. Right, where is our race leader? He's around at turn 12 at the moment, heading towards 13. The clock has struck 0, so just one more lap remaining. It's looking like Lee Mole may have done enough to fend off Javier Ripoll Jr. Robert Sulmer got in front on this race after the pole sitter of Lee Mole fell back. He found a route pass, and he has opened up a gap at the front, and what a gap it is. 7.5 seconds over Felipe Wills, the winner of the third round, which was the first race earlier on today for these cars. In that second place, the first and a second will do his championship chances, that power of good. Here's Lee Mole though, in third place. Javier Ripoll Jr., probably the last opportunity he's going to have to try and steal that podium position away. Into turn 1, under braking, down the hill they come. Ripoll doesn't make a challenge, he's too far back. Lee Mole still in that third place. Has Javier Ripoll Jr. run out of time to try and find a route past car number 56? Here they come again in the late afternoon sunshine. Lee Mole in third place, holding on for all he's worth. The tyres will be absolutely shot. Javier Ripoll Jr. will be trying every trick that he can think of. He'll be flashing the lights. He'll be pressuring as much as he can, trying to force Lee Mole to extract too much out of the tyres and to go wide. But Lee Mole just holding it together. He has a little look to the outside. Surely he can't pass there. Just showing himself in the mirrors, trying to distract him. Around turn 6 for the very last time. It's Lee Mole holding on to that third place. Javier Ripoll Jr. now potentially out of time and out of ideas. Maybe he needed just another lap. Into turn 7 they come. Behind them, Murabi Mekvavishvili running on his own. Didier Gloria with that 5-second time penalty. Then here comes our race leader though, Robert Sulmer. He's heading up to the Parabolica for the very last time. It's car 63, Robert Sulmer, who wins round 4 of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the club division. A great, solid, dominant win. Felipe Wills in that second place, and it looks like Lee Mole, has he done all that he has to do? And it looks as though, has he lost that position? Yes, he has. While that's been going on, Javier Ripoll Jr. has found a route past. We didn't see it. It happened during the last couple of corners for our race leader. Phenomenal stuff. Lee Mole having held on to that position for so long, and Javier Ripoll Jr. stealing third place away at the absolute last chance saloon. Incredible stuff. Lee Mole relegated off the podium ahead of Murabi Mekvavishvili. Didier Gloria crossing the line in 6th, but with a 5-second penalty to be added. Then Yuka Irola in 7th place. Seb Hopkins, another dominant display in the GT4 category, 8th overall. Very impressive. Michal Mylov in 9th place. Alexander Dobik in 10th. Then it is Minsky Stanislav in 10th place, ahead of Andrea Burati in 12th, then Henk van der El and Graham King in the GT4 in 13th and 14th. Incredible stuff though. What an end to the race, and wow, I think how did Javier Ripoll Jr. get past? Well, hopefully we'll get a word from him and find out. He clearly found a route in a part of the circuit which is not famous for overtaking. Let's have a look at the results. It is Robert Sulmer, a dominant display, 8.8 seconds ahead of Felipe Wills. Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing relegating Lee Mole to 4th place in the closing stages. Marabi Mekbabishvili in 5th place. Didier Glorier in 6th place, but with a 5-second penalty to be added. UK Arola in 7th. Seb Hopkins, what a great drive from him. 8th place again, and winning in the GT4 category ahead of Mihan Mayalov. Alexander Dobik in 10th ahead of Minsky Stanislav and Andrea Barati in 12th place. And then 2nd in the GT4 race, Henk van der Rel and Graham King 3rd in the GT4 race. In 15th place, Corrado Costa, and he was a lap down. We saw him having that moment, parked across the track, and Ernst Inderblitzen was a non-finisher. He only finished 4 laps. Well, Robert Sulmer, he'll be delighted with that. I should think that Javier Ripoll Jr. will be beside himself. Felipe Wills, well, good, solid racing. A 1st and a 2nd, I think he'll take that, thank you very much. Robert Sulmer, also a 1st and a 2nd, so the same 2 drivers on the top step of the podium, just in a different order. And congratulations from the team. Wonderful. This is why we love Porsche racing, cup racing. Always comes down to the wire. It's never a dead cert. So the drivers now, heart rates high. Well, mine is fairly high. So I'm just looking at the timing screen now. An incident between Javier Ripoll Jr. in 191, who finished 3rd, and Lee Mole in car 56 is to be investigated after the race. They got together in turn 10, Javier Ripoll Jr. and Lee Mole, and that is being investigated by the stewards. Keep your eye on the websites and socials for that. Right, let's head down to Andy, who's down in the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Robert Sulmer yet to get out of his car, actually. He's just taking it all in, the emotion of the situation. A fantastic result for him in race number 2. Now he gets out of the car. He's greeted by Philippe Wills, who got the better of him in race 1. But in the 2nd race, it is Robert who is going to be victorious. We're going to try and talk to Robert. We will speak to Robert. I also want to try and speak to Javier to find out what happened there at the end. But the man of the moment is Robert Sulmer, who takes his helmet off now. There's a big cheer from his supporters because, Robert, you've done it. You've got yourself a race win, and actually you made that look pretty easy.
It wasn't easy. It was definitely not easy because I had to push. I didn't want Philip to come near to me, so if I would make a mistake, that he wouldn't be able to pass me like in race 1. And yeah, that was the strategy, and I'm glad it worked out. Good.
It's so difficult letting you get your Michelin winner's hat there as well. It's such a difficult kind of race to run that, isn't it? There, you're out on your own in front. You're just watching the mirrors, monitoring that gap and trying not to relax too much.
Well, after you pull a gap like 4 seconds, it's just concentration. You don't have to look in the rear mirrors, and that makes it easier because you can go your pace. And I didn't make one mistake. I made one small mistake, but that was 1 second maybe. Yeah.
Not absolutely rightly so. Congratulations on the victory. Javier, can we just grab you for a quick word? Because we didn't see the overtake for 3rd place, so I want to know exactly what happened.
I just went inside on the chicane and then pushed him a little bit and went outside. I mean, I was calculating this is lowest part for the last 5 laps, so that's what I did. Yeah.
That's really interesting. So you were always planning to make the move there, and of course then he didn't have time to come back at you.
No, because the last turn I knew was a little bit faster than him, so I just took advantage of that, and I was measuring for the last lap.
It must be so satisfying though, because you were behind him for so long, and you must have thought maybe it wasn't going to happen. But
yeah, well, I started 7th, and then I started pushing, and when I saw there was 3 laps to go, I started pushing a little bit more to make him a little uncomfortable, and go very close in the last lap and take the chance. It's only one chance. That's it.
And it worked. Congratulations. Thank you, Javier. Just wanted to try and clear that up. Right then, final podium presentation is coming your way in a moment or two. But for now, an opportunity, Brian, for you to sum up what's been a fantastic day.
It really has. Thank you very much, Andy. What a day it has been. Spectacular racing all along. And what an end to that. Really good to hear from Javier Ripoll Jr. His take on that. Well, he clearly has decided there are other places you could overtake apart from turn one. And that's exactly what he did. So we're just summing up all that's happened today. And it has been a spectacular day of racing. That was round 4 in the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and what a way to finish. What an absolutely dominant display from Robert Sulmer. He said it wasn't easy. Well, he looked easy, but he says it wasn't, as the sun now goes down on the Estoril circuit. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race. It was a rolling start for round 4 of the season here at Estoril, reaching the halfway point of the season. And Robert Sulmer, well, he never really looked like he was going to be challenged, did he? It was Lee Mole who started on pole position, but Sulmer didn't take too long finding a route past Lee Mole. The 56 car, well, he was doing well to start off with. Didier Gloria, man on a mission. We saw him moving to the inside of Michal Mailov. But Lee Mole's lead very quickly came under attack from Robert Sulmer. Didier Gloria tried to follow through, but then tucked back in. In the background was the winner from the earlier round, Felipe Wills. But Lee Mole did all that he could to fight, but Robert Sulmer found that route past and took the lead. And Robert Sulmer then opened up the gap. Lee Mole, well, going wide, getting dirt onto the tyres, it left him vulnerable to Didier Gloria. But Didier was going to have a wild ride of it himself, locking up the tyres, going deep into the corner. Felipe Wills coming through to challenge and take that position away. Didier Gloria did all that he could to try and get past Lee Mole, coming under pressure and succumbing to the number 50 car, but then it was Didier Gloria who had that spin and dropped a long way down the order. Graham King, as another driver, did a bit of rallycross racing. Hang the back end out, why don't you? Rejoins the race, eventually coming home in 14th place. Javier Ripoll Jr., one of the real entertainers of the race. He came steaming through past the Michal Mailov car and then continued to close it in on the 56 of Lee Mole. Further back, it was side-by-side racing. Marabi, Mekvabishvili and Michal Mailov. But Javier Ripoll Jr., he found a route past Lee Mole in the closing stages. We didn't see it on screen, but he'd been lining it up for several laps and he made it happen and he stole the last of those podium positions. And what an entertaining race it has been. Absolutely wonderful. So we're now going to head back down to the podium for the last podium ceremony of the day.
Thank you very much, Brian. A big crowd assembled for our last podium of the day. So without further ado, let's get our drivers up from the AM class of the club division, starting with our 3rd place finisher, Javier Ripoll Jr. In 2nd place, Philippe Wills. But the race winner in the AM class was Robert Sulmer. A big cheer for all of our top 3 drivers, rightly so. A fantastic battle that was. Now though, please, the national anthem for our winning driver. A big cheer once again for our top 3 drivers as they receive their trophies. Lars Plato on hand once more to give the 3rd place trophy to Javier Ripoll Jr. after that fabulous last lap move. Philippe Wills in 2nd place. But of course, the number 1 trophy will go to our race winner, Robert Sulmer, who gets a big
So great to see the podium ceremonies there. I think we might have lost a bit of sound there, but great to see the celebrations out on to the podium, and a great job from Andy McEwen out there as well. He's been the sleuth out there getting the information and has done a great job as well. So we're just waiting for the final podium of the day, which will be for the GT4 category. Seb Hopkins, Henk van der El and Graham King, and they will hopefully be joining us on the podium in just a few minutes. And Seb Hopkins, well, he's listed as a guest driver. I'm hoping he's going to continue for the rest of this series, because he has been something of an absolute entertainer and has proven to be very rapid indeed. Also Henk van der El, Graham King, also mixing it with the GT3 drivers as well, and really showing exceptionally well in that race. So the club division, just the final part of the podium ceremony. We're waiting for that. There are 3 bottles waiting to be sprayed, and then we will see the drivers up there in a little bit. The sun starting to set now over the Circuito de Estoril as evening comes to wind up what has been a fantastic day of racing. To remind you, we've only got 3 weeks, and then we're back again. We're in Valencia, so we're crossing over into Spain. The weather's due to be even hotter there, I think, for rounds 5 and round 6.
Yeah.
And then you only have to wait a week, and we're back in Barcelona the following weekend for rounds 7 and 8. That is the weekend of the 2nd of March. And it is going to be spectacular. We have just so much talent, and without wishing to, oversell it, it has been an amazing weekend of racing. Right, that's all for me in the commentary box. Thank you so much for your company. I'm going to head back to Andy McEwen for one last time, and I'll see you in Valencia.
Thank you very much, Brian. Apologies for that, but we are now ready to go with our final podium of the day. It's for the GT4 classification in the club division. We'll start with our 3rd place driver, Graham King. Well done, Graham. Out he goes, worth the wait, I have to say. A big cheer for him. 2nd place driver, Henk van der El. But a double race victory here at Estoril for Team Parker Racing, Seb Hopkins. Congratulations to our top 3 drivers, and now the national anthem of Great Britain. Oh, trophies. Seb Hopkins victorious in the GT4 class for the club division, and he will momentarily receive his trophy. First of all, the 3rd place trophy for Graham King, 2nd place to Henk van der El from Snell Motorsport, but it is Team Parker Racing celebrating a double race victory with Seb Hopkins, who gets the winner's trophy from Lars Plato. So all together on the top step of the podium, if you could, and then we will have our final champagne shower of the weekend here at a sunny Estoril. 4 fantastic races, and as Brian was just saying, we'll be back again in a few weeks' time at Valencia. The champagne sprays over the crowd assembled below the podium after a thrilling 4th round of the club division here at Estoril. So 3 very happy drivers make their way off the Estoril podium, and it's time for us to head off as well. We've all thoroughly enjoyed our trip to the circuit of Estoril. Looking forward to being back in 3 weeks' time at Valencia before the championships will be decided at Barcelona. I'm sure, based on the excitement that we've seen in today's racing, you will want to tune in to see what happens next. Goodbye.